Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the 2022 College Sailing Team Racing National Championship here in New Orleans, hosted by Tulane University. It's been a glorious 3 days, Gloria. I'm Brooks Clark, Gloria Kelvicute. And wow, this is just spectacular. Through 120 races yesterday in the round robin, the 16 best team racing teams in the country. Of course, as it sets up, we have a tie for that last spot in that final 8.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing UPenn versus Harvard here in a sail-off. And the conditions are looking a little bit light, but we can see that it's going to be filling in a little bit. So, and we're hopeful for that because we want to get the rest of the races off today.
Yeah, definitely. If you were with us at the end of yesterday, they tried to get the gold round of 8 and this sail-off underway, but the breeze just wasn't quite cooperating. So they sent everybody in and little more poetic and builds the drama, I think, a bit more on the last day to really set the scene.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to have the format today. We're going to have the top 8 after this sail-off. We'll do one round robin from there. We'll move to a final 4. And then at the end of that, we will have the winner will hoist the Walter C. Wood Trophy. Let's take a look at the standings just so we can see where we are at for those of you who are unable to get to a text score. So Roger Williams was kind of running the gamut yesterday. They were undefeated until they had a lot lost late in the day, to Georgetown. Yale right there tied with them with 1 loss. Stanford at 12-3, and then it gets pretty jumbled towards the end of the day. Every spot 5 through 10 was pretty tightly contested, and as we're seeing, wound up. There was a tie between Penn and Harvard, and per the ICSA bylaws, if there is a tie, it does not go to whoever won the head-to-head round. It goes to whoever wins this sail-off. So kicking this day off with a lot of drama, and today's going to be really short for one of these teams.
Yep, absolutely. So we see that, Roger Williams still tied for first with Yale, but, most of the day yesterday they were going undefeated, and they did have that 1 loss. So, this just proves it's anybody's game today.
I think for me the biggest takeaway was, you heard it's like, Roger Williams was undefeated for most of the day. Are they beatable? Like they were crushing it. And honestly, I think the answer to that is yes, because they obviously lost a race, and then they were, a couple races. I think it was against UC Santa Barbara actually was pushing them, and it was right at the very end of that race, the final 30 yards or so. They pulled some strings and did some pretty slick team racing and got that dub late there. So if we can get throwing it down, we're hearing horns down there at the starting line right now. And it sounds like there's about 20 seconds underway for this sail-off. Again, Penn versus Harvard. The winner, survive and advance at this point. The winner is going to go on and advance to the College Sailing Team Racing National Championship Gold Round top 8, and the loser's going home.
Yep. So, it's a tough one because they've got the whole night to recuperate and see, get into the right headspace here for this one sail-off. And this is going to be a make or break for one of those teams.
Yeah, so we are underway. UPenn is in 4, 5, 6 boat numbers, and Harvard is in 13, 14, 15, the green boats, and Penn in the orange 4, 5, 6. Off the line, looks to be pretty even, I would say.
Yep, looking 13 is able to hold their lane here.
How windy would you say it is out there, Gloria?
I would say that it's got to be maybe 5 knots. You're seeing the crews sitting in their boats right now, somewhat coming up on the railing, so maybe, maybe about 6 knots, but, it's definitely a light day. We're starting out the day a little bit light, but as you saw yesterday we started out a bit light, very similar to these conditions. It looks far less choppy today than it did yesterday morning as well.
It's a lot farther left yesterday if you were watching the stream. Definitely the breeze was a little bit farther right. The starting area was certainly clocked a little bit more clockwise, if you will, closer to us, and the finish line was certainly not as close to that little point right there. Certainly farther left breeze, so that could be aiding the little flatter water, so the breeze doesn't have as much opportunity to roll down the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, we're seeing a lead bow here from the Harvard team. We are seeing a bit of a tacking battle here between 4 and 13, so we'll see which player comes out to win that side. It's definitely it's another one of those days when it's moderate to light breeze here. A big part of it is going to be boat handling. So, and as you guys might know, this is UPenn's first time at the Team Race National Championship.
Yeah, you were mentioning that. I believe you were saying their coach was your high school coach back in the day. And it's always great seeing new programs, some fresh blood coming in, and especially with the shot to really set a new standard for their program. It's like, guys, moving forward as you're building up a program and trying to get the ball rolling, it's hey, look at this. Last year we made gold. We had never done that. We never even been to a team racing championship before, and we're already qualifying one of the best 8 teams in the country. So that can really help set a standard as you're trying to build a program.
Right. And so, this race is definitely going to be an important one for them. If they make it off to the top 8, that's going to be, they're making history right there for their program.
Yeah, again, if you're just joining us, we have Penn in 4, 5, 6, Harvard in boats 13, 14, 15. Winner of this race advances to the final 8. Loser goes home for the rest of the day until I think both of these teams are going to be here tomorrow for the co-ed semifinals.
That is correct.
So they're approaching about halfway up that beat, maybe 2/3 of the way. You can see the weather mark maybe in your shot right here. They're coming up wind. It's a little more puffy today. I think this farther left breeze, not too sure on the local knowledge, but seeing a little bit more puffs rolling off of us pretty much straight from where we are here up in the second floor balcony of Southern Yacht Club.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I think, this is very different from yesterday's sailing. I think, it's with a little bit more of these puffs, you're going to have to be more active looking around, and, these puffs could make or break a race.
Yeah, I'm looking like Harvard might be approaching the mark in a 1-2. Boat number 4 for UPenn. Ooh, spinning boat number 4. Looks like they might be whipping in a 720, and it is. Ooh, costly penalty there. So Harvard's going to round the weather mark in a 1-2, 5, maybe 6. If 15, their teammate in boat 15 will be well ahead of boat number 4, who's just finishing up their penalty turn. 15 maybe getting across. They are not, but so Harvard very comfortable right now in a 1-2 with a pretty substantial gap. Their teammate is doing a quick 360. Smart of them to not really try to engage the umpires
right
at this point in the race, because you don't want to leave anything up to chance. Just, hey, I'm going to spin. Maybe I fouled, maybe I didn't, but my 2 teammates are running away, and you can see right there the other Penn, next closest Penn boat isn't even in our shot.
Right. Yeah, the Penn boats are going to want to cover as hard as they can on this downwind and just hope that they're close enough and they've got enough speed to try and get close enough to their coverage zones.
I think a testament to the pressure. Oh, my goodness, boat 15 is doing another spin. So, wow. So, hold on. It's still – we were saying it's a 1-2-6, and they do have a comfortable gap. But, wow, boat 15 isn't even halfway towards Mark II yet at the moment. So, not quite sure what the call was there. But I think a testament to the pressure out there that we're seeing today, at least as far as breeze velocity pressure, not the pressure on the sailor's shoulders, is yesterday you were commenting, Gloria, about how really no one was really ever going to a wing. It was just reaching to reach jibes. But right now I think every single boat downwind is on a wing. So that's clearly enough pressure to sustain that angle and enough wind out there.
And I like to see it because this is going to be a great start of the day then. If this pressure sticks around for the rest of the day, then I'm feeling pretty confident that we'll be able to get through the rest of the round.
Yeah, they did 47 races. They got through race 47 the first day, then they capped it off at race 120 yesterday, the end of the first big 16 round robin. And only today, we only have 37 races to get through. We have 28 in the final 8 round, the gold 8 round, and then we have this sail off for 29, and then 6 races in the final 4. Right. So it could be a relatively short day on the water, and I think that's what the PRO is hoping for, as we've been seeing over the course of the day. The breeze definitely starts to dissipate, particularly in the afternoon when it gets really hot. Right. So I'm thinking they want to get – that's why we started so early this morning. It's right at 9 o'clock. Just want to get this one underway.
Right, and right now, even as it's 9 o'clock, it is already 81 degrees here, and we can only see it's going to be building up to 93 degrees today. So, it's going to be a long day for these folks.
Yeah. So Harvard still – I don't know if they can really – don't know if I can say that they've extended their 1-2, but it doesn't look like Penn's been able to really kind of pierce their, attack, put themselves in a position to do so. Boat number 5 is the closest one that might be able to get in. Excuse me, boat number 6. But
looks like boat number 6 might be able to cause some kind of interaction with boat 14, but they're close enough. I mean, they just rounded Mark III.
They are right there,
and
frankly, all they need to do is get one because there's 15, the third Harvard boat. So it's a 2-on-3 right now. But right now, if you're a Harvard, you got to be a little bit feeling more comfortable than you would be otherwise because you're winning this race. You don't have an ace behind you, so anything could happen. But
I wouldn't be too comfortable. I mean, yesterday we saw plenty of races where there were 1-2-6s, and some teams were not able to hold the 1-2.
Yeah, the coaches, all the coaches hang out up here just a couple arms lengths from us down the row here, and we're trying to see if I can see old Bern Nowak, but don't know if he's down there, but might get a good reaction out of him either way.
Right.
It's pretty funny yesterday just being so close to the peanut gallery and, certain coaches saying there's certain isms and things and reacting in certain ways. It's enjoyable. It's what makes team racing and college sailing so special.
That's true. All right, so if you were in the 1-2 with a deep 6 here with like Harvard is, what would be your game plan?
I mean, if I'm Harvard, I'm just running away. Just make sure no one can get super leverage out to either side, and that's tough because there's 3 boats that you have to cover, but I think you can feel comfortable letting that boat that's in 5th place kind of be a little more loosely covered, but, that could be the boat that bangs it out to his side and they get some weird flunky shift, and you never know. But I think right now Harvard is doing the best that they can with the tools available to them.
We are seeing one of those Harvard boats, if I'm not mistaken. Does it look like, it may just be the depth perception, but it looks like Harvard let out one of those Penn boats deep out to a side.
Are you talking about boat number 4 on the far right? Yeah,
right.
It is hard to see and how really if they are levered up, but that'll be the cross to watch when they do decide to come back, because boat 14 I think is still very comfortable on the 1.
Right.
Can't quite see the other the third. They're boat 13. They're kind of making their way upwind right now. And we already have Georgetown Boston College underway in the rest of the gold round. So we'll throw it to that race after the scintillating conclusion of this sail off. But right now, I think, boat number 4, they look pretty far out there on the right, and they're tacking now. I think we're going to see boat 14 just go blam right in their face, and they do.
Yep.
So I guess the curveball right now is boat number 5 and how boat 13 for Harvard is. They're all alone, and I think 14 is going to comfortably cross boat 5.
Let's take a look here. It looks like 5 was able to leap out here.
Yeah, strong leap out there.
Yep.
And we are seeing Luff just to leeward of the finished boat. Boat 14 peeling back out. Boat 15 tacking back to cover.
This race is not over.
This is certainly not over.
We'll see. And this is one of those moments when there's all this action happening in the race that, you see that boat that was deep in the 6 for Harvard. They might. This is a great opportunity.
So we got 13 tacking. 13's within the finish lay line. We got 13 through the line. Boat 6 is going to do some ridiculous, any last second desperation left, but I think that might be too little too late, so Harvard might sneak through here with a 1-3. We'll wait official confirmation, but let's see if we can't see some body language from some of the sailors. That might be an indication.
It looks like 13 seems pretty happy. Yeah. I mean, I can't tell if they were banging on the boat out of joy or out of anger.
It seemed to be a little more controlled, so I think that might be a little bit more out of joy.
Right.
We will await official confirmation on that one, but I would feel comfortable saying that Harvard did indeed advance to that knockout round.
And if that's the case, they're going to be moving on to the top 8 here. I think UPenn being their first team race national championship, there's no doubt about it. They definitely put up a fight there.
Yeah, and it's great to see. We were talking earlier, just setting a new program standard when you're trying to build a program up from scratch, and it's a little got to be slightly irritating to come down here for the day and just do one race and then that's it. But hey, if you won that race, that turns into a much longer day for you. And I think Penn has to be just pretty proud of their performance here, and certainly something to go back and enjoy the rest of their day.
Right. And definitely stay out of the heat.
Yeah.
That's an advantage for them.
So downwind now, just as this gold round is definitely underway, we have Georgetown and Boston College. Georgetown is in the 1, 2, 3 cars, and Boston College is in 10, 11, 12.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this one.
Georgetown does seem to be in control at the moment, but boat number 11 for Boston College really starting to mix it up there around Mark 3, trying to prevent them from converting that 1-2, getting substantially outside the 2-boat length circle, seeing a hail from boat number 10, trying to get an umpire engaged. It's always exciting when you're approaching Mark 3 and the entire fleet's on starboard, about 7 boats to starboard of the turning mark going the wrong way.
I'm still seeing aggressive hails protested here, or protests being hailed. Let's wait for a call here.
So what's that? A 1-2-5 right now for the Hoyas, but obviously awaiting a potential umpire call.
Saw a green flag there. Green checkered flag.
Green checkered flag. No foul was given in the eyes of the umpire. So Hoya's running away now with a 1-2-5, looking pretty comfortable. We did see a lot of this broken up yesterday.
Right.
We could say they're stable combos, but even right there was a 1-2-6. That's always pretty sketchy. And any race can get broken up at any point. And I think right there at the finish line, we've been seeing so many races, so many exciting finishes, races that we were kind of calling at that point, and certainly did not, maybe the team did hang on to win, but certainly not as easily as they would have hoped.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I do think it's interesting. I think that also shows how much more competitive this fleet is. Right? I feel as though there's national championships and regattas and so on where it's a 1-2 and it's an easy runaway, but there's definitely at this regatta we've seen that 1-2s have been broken up before, and I think it just goes to show how competitive it's been.
Yeah, we can confirm now that Harvard did indeed win the sail-off, so quick turnaround for them. They're going to have to get right back out there.
Go Crimson.
Little weight off the shoulders that they made this round, but just like that, still got a long day ahead of them, and all these scores are going to carry over into the next round, and certainly as the eighth team in the final 8, comparing their 8-7 record to Roger Williams' 14-1 record, they have a bit of a mountain to climb, but that's what this whole round's for, to see who can get hot at the right time. I mean, we were lauding Tulane yesterday. They ripped off 6 races in a row to end their day, won 6 races in a row to get to the gold round, including beating Georgetown, which we thought was a race that they might have lost.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I can't emphasize it enough, but this is anybody's game, So, these teams are definitely going to have to be climbing and keeping the right headspace and so on, but there's plenty of racing still left.
Yeah, so Georgetown approaching the finish line. They are still in control. There's only one BC boat that can really be a threat, but I don't think they're going to get there in time, boat number 11. So that's going to be skating through the finish right there. We got boat number 3, boat number 1 for a 1-2 for the Hoyas. So big win there just to kick off this round for Mike Callahan's squad.
And if I'm correct, the scores are carrying over here, right?
Yes.
All righty.
You are
just
correct.
Want to let all the viewers know.
And then downwind right now, around Mark 4 at the moment, we have the next race, Stanford versus Navy. Stanford in 4-5-6, Navy in 13-14-15, and it looks like Stanford is chasing at the moment, a 1-2. Navy with a 1-2-6, it seems. Yeah, 1-2-6 is so sketchy because you do have the 1-2, but your teammates in last, they don't have any opportunity to do any sort of gapping, and certainly makes it a little more nerve-wracking for your teammates up at the front. Again, Stanford in 4-5-6 boats, Navy in 13-14-15.
Right, and Navy had a little bit of a rough go yesterday. They took a few losses. We know that they lost one of their seniors from last year after winning the national championship last year. So it's definitely been the dynamics with team race teams is so crucial. You need to make sure that all your players are getting along and they work well together. And so it was definitely a little bit of I'm sure that there was some change-up that needed to happen here for this year to make sure that their team dynamic is rebuilt. Obviously, they kept 2 of their players, J.C. Hermes and Gray Benson, but Olivia de Olazara, this is a female skipper. She's out here competing in the open, and we love to see the females out here, and so she's been helping them put up a fight and helped them get to the top 8, and so I'm curious to see how they're going to do today because they still have to defend their title from last year. So.
Yeah, the title defense is a tricky thing to do.
Right. It's no easy task, no easy task.
Well, nothing here is easy at the 2022 College Team Racing National Championship.
Put that plug in. Let's take a look here. 14's doing a
Yeah, we got boat 14 again, Navy in 13, 14, 15,
They're going
Stanford
for
in
the
boats
finish.
4, 5, 6, and it looks like those two Navy boats in 14 and 15 are just going to kind of glide right on through there. Not a whole lot of last-ditch effort from the Cardinal, who entered the day at 12-3, ranked third overall. But Navy at 10-5 for a while though. They were caught up in the mix of that mess between that 7 through 10 seed. Just got really close with the records for a while, and then Navy, they kind of got a little clutch, won some big races when they needed to cement their spot up there. But towards the middle of the day, I if Navy wasn't going to make it, that's how they were sailing, and
Right.
that's just how it goes sometimes.
Right. Yeah, this seems to be a bit of an upset for Stanford here, if you ask me. I mean, they have very strong players. They've got Jack Parkin, Wiley Rogers, and Michelle Arkamp. Michelle Arkamp she's been doing a really great job with fleet racing, team racing, and so on. She's definitely one of their strongest players.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites to definitely at least be a finalist for the Quantum Women's College Sailor of the Year.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she was last year as well. She was one of the finalists. So, and she's been having a very strong season, and she might be one of their top players on the team. So there's yet another female skipper just proving herself out there in the opens and women's and so on.
Yeah, so we can confirm Georgetown did beat Boston College with a 1-2-3, and I think they're going to populate Navy with the big win over Stanford there. And then downwind right now at the leeward mark is Tulane versus Yale. Tulane in 7, 8, 9 boats. Yale in 16, 17, 18. And looks like Yale looks pretty comfortable right now with a solid 1-2. Can't quite see that third Yale boat. Oh, there they are, poking out from behind there. Yeah, Yale with a massive gap with a 1-2, making their way towards Mark 4 as their closest Tulane competitors are just now rounding Mark 3.
I mean, they're doing a great job here. 16-17 has the one. They've powered their way to have a third place boat as well, and so as boat 18, I think what they're doing is a great job putting in that gap and that distance, so that way the 1-2 can just shoot off and run away, right? So when you have that third place boat, you definitely want to do as much as possible to try and slow down every single opponent behind you. But I will say, as a Tulane team, it's brutal seeing that gap.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Definitely not the way you want to start off your race, not the way you want to start off your day, particularly after you, like we were saying, they ripped off 6 wins in a row to punch their ticket into this gold round of 8. But Yale, they're tied right now for the lead with Roger Williams at 14-1. Roger Williams won their head-to-head race, but Yale, by many accounts, is the favorite entering today.
Right, and you look at that team, right? The women's team race team just won the women's team race national championship, first time in all of college sailing history. So, you and I were talking about how important it is to have a strong, deep team, right? So every time you're out there practicing with your team, to get better at team racing, what helps is having a very strong B team to practice with. And I'm sure that this isn't even just their only co-ed or open team race team. I'm sure that they also have a B team, and then let's not even forget their women's team, which is strong on their own.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It seems like they've got it. They've got some great people to practice against every single day. And
some teams, they don't quite have the depth that some of these other squads do, and their best practice is going to events and going to races. Whereas these deeper teams, it's like, well, I think I might have a better day. I might get better team racing today than by just playing against our B team than it would be to go in some of these other events. And when you have a team that deep, then you can send, because there's a couple weekends in college sailing that have multiple team racing events. You got the big intersectional events, and then you have just the smaller, more regional events that are just within your district. And if you can send your B team to those smaller events to get better, and you can send your A team to the bigger events, and all of a sudden you can walk away with a weekend with potentially 2 great finishes at 2 good team racing 2 big team racing regattas, and that's just something you can definitely hang your hat on at the end of the day. And Yale certainly has set the standard this last real decade, I think, for team racing. They've won. They ripped off 4 in a row. They won this regatta 4 times from 2013 through 2016, and again in 2019. They didn't play last year, and obviously 2020 didn't happen, and really just set a sterling example. The last time they didn't qualify was 2012.
Wow.
And it's certainly, I would not be shocked if at the end of the day Yale is the one, reclaiming their crown from the Naval Academy.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, and it was tough not seeing a lot of those teams at nationals last year. I think it gave a lot of people opportunities to sail and so on, but it was definitely a very different type of nationals last year without some of these very strong teams.
Yeah, so Yale comfortably wins that, as there's obviously fewer races today since there's fewer teams, 8 compared to 16. They're only using 3 fleets of boats instead of all of them that they had yesterday. So a little bit more time between the rotations, between the flights, as we're starting to see, Roger Williams, the number 1 seed, making their way out to the race course. And then and Harvard, who just won that exciting sail-off race, is right back out there, and they have to, all of a sudden they're. You can say they're a little more fresh. They've already out there. They already got the rust off for the day. Roger Williams had to sit that whole flight out just because that's how the rotation works. So Harvard's already a little bit looser.
Right. Yeah. These rotations are definitely going to be taking a little bit longer. But in the meantime, Brooks, tell me a little bit more about your experience growing up sailing. Like
my experience growing up sailing. How much time do we have?
It looks like we've got some time.
Yeah, we do have some time.
Tell
Dang it! I think I just walked myself into that one.
Yeah, give me some background on your sailing.
Well, for myself, born and raised in Newport Beach, California, did the junior program at a lovely Newport Harbor Yacht Club, whose shirt I am representing today. Shout out if any of the fans at home are back there in Newport. Thank you guys for tuning in. Grew up sailing the Naples Sabot, which is by far the superior dinghy to learn to sail into compared to the Optimist that everybody else sails. It is, no, it's fiberglass. It's got, some of them have wooden rails. The fast ones do, and they're all colorful. It's great. Normal shaped sail, not that weird trapezoidal nonsense or whatever that is. But grew up sailing the Naples Sabot. Then transitioned into the double-handed lifestyle. Sailed the Club Flying Junior, which again is really only a thing with spinnakers in Southern California. Dabbled in the 420s. Sailed with old Jake Ladow, a fellow St. Mary's alum. So he and I had some fun together. Did the old Orange Bowls, midwinters, all that fun, and then sailed at Newport Harbor High School. Had some success there. Won the high school team racing and fleet racing championships our senior year, which was pretty special.
Wow.
Yeah, Chris Barnard, Chris Segerblom, Jeff Ashiris, just off the top of my head, Nicole Grice, Devin Wortman. I don't know if any of you are listening, but shout out if you are. Those were the days. And it was a good time, and then found myself attending the College of Charleston, which I think was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Had some fun down there, and we found some success. We won this event in 2012, and then we won the Fleet Racing Co-Ed Championship the following year. At my senior year, 2013, down in St. Pete. Our women's team was awesome as well. They won the women's championship my freshman year in Madison, and then since then, I've sailing the come down from sailing every single day in college to growing up and getting a job and having a life, and it was a little tough transition, but found myself doing the fun stuff. There's this great keelboat team racing scene now, a little yacht club challenge-y type stuff. You got the Baldwin Cup that my club hosts. Got the Morgan Cup. We got the Soylent Trophy here, which is a tremendous event. I encourage all of you, if you're sitting around your yacht club right now or have a potential to get involved in that keelboat team racing scene, I highly suggest it. It's a great time. We just had the Baldwin Cup at Newport a couple weeks ago, the first time having it since 2019, and it was just great to see a lot of familiar faces. Great, awesome racing. And then outside of that, I was plugging it a little bit yesterday, and I think some of my layman bros are listening right now, but we have the Layman 12 class back home in Newport, and those are just some of the best boats out there as well. It's super competitive. I think we were looking at our class championship last year. We had, I think, almost 30 boats, and between the 30 boats, skippers and crews, there was like upwards of like 22 or 23 combined All-Americans.
Yep.
We get Ladow, we get Curtis,
tough.
we get from San Diego, we get Jake Reynolds, Scotty Sinks, Tyler Sinks sometimes comes up. It's a great competitive fleet, and I don't always find myself at the front of the fleet. Sometimes I do. It gets a little funky, bottlenecking right there at the tip of Lido in Newport Harbor. But it's just a great time to their roots. For all gear, boats, or parts-related questions, their team can be reached via their web store at westcoastsailing.net. Thank you to our sponsors. The boats are schmoozing their way back out to the race course. So while they are making their way out, Gloria seems to have left me. What's the deal with airline food? No, I'm kidding. What if I just did that? Just a full Tight 5 monologue. That'd be bad. So who we have coming up this flight? This is going to be flight number 3. The 3 races are going to be Harvard versus Navy kicking it off, who just came off, obviously, Harvard with a big win over Roger Williams. We got Roger against Tulane, so need a big bounce-back win from them, see if Tulane can figure out their day. And then we got Stanford versus Yale. So 2 teams that we might see in the Final Four later on. Stanford in a bit of a slow start this morning, dropping their first 2 races. So see if they can't right their ship against Yale. And then how the rotation works is just the last race, it's all seeding and racing, like how it's all about the team numbers, and that's how that pumps into the formula to determine who races who. And then the last race is going to be Roger Williams versus Yale, who are right now looking like the top 2 teams on our scorecards. But Roger did defeat Yale in their first race in the opening round, so it's still a long ways away. We got several more races to get to till that point, but that's definitely a race that we're going to want to circle and cover as we get to that point later on. You missed a ton, by the way.
My bad.
You missed so much.
So what did I miss? I'm just kidding.
You missed me trying to be funny. That didn't land very well. And then I was going through. I said just the 3 races we have in this flight, and then trying to scroll farther down the list and seeing what races might have caught my eye more so than any of these other great races. Like all these races are A+. I'm thinking of some of these races might be A++.
Oh, we always love an A++.
And as this round keeps going, it was so exciting yesterday. As we said, that chaos between the 7th seed through the 10th seed were all right there to who makes that final 8. We're going to reach a point where that cut line's going to hop in for the final 4, and right now it looks like a lot of teams are right there within striking distance of that last spot, of those 3rd and 4th spots. So definitely some big races coming up, and it's going to be exciting to see who can tinker and pull away as the day progresses.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be wanting to keep an eye on those ones for sure. So there's plenty of action left. I'm excited that we're going to be here to help you guys see what we're seeing, and we're doing our best to get a good shot of it, a good view of it, and so on. And there's plenty of good racing left to do. So we're watching the sailors all heading out right now. It looks like our next start is going to be with Harvard versus the Naval Academy. We're going to be looking for Harvard in red boats, 1, 2, and 3, their school color. And then we're going to be looking at the Naval Academy in 10, 11, 12 with the black sails. So this should be a pretty good one. They're both definitely going to be those 2 that are, sitting a little bit. We've got Navy sitting in 5th. So this is going to be a crucial one for them to not lose. But Harvard seems to be on fire. Adds to the action.
Yeah, stir that pot, mix that kettle.
Bring in the spice. I'm not going to say it, but I want to.
What are you going to say?
Cajun spice.
Ooh.
So it's really nice here, if you guys can't tell via the video, but we've got some cloud coverage right now, which actually we like that. We like the
sun
clouds.
is getting pretty brutal on us here up on the balcony. I can't imagine what it's like for the sailors out in the water. So this mild cloud coverage at the moment is certainly my skin is thanking me for that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long it'll stick around, but yesterday we were pretty lucky. The sun was. We had some shade up here. I'm not sure how, but I still ended up getting pretty sunburnt on the face. I'd love to know how that happened.
UV rays take no holidays. UV rays are always on the prowl.
Yeah, and got to make sure to avidly be putting on sunscreen, even if you're in the shade. So I'm hoping these clouds stick around for the rest of the day. It'll make it a lot less brutal on the coaches, the sailors, and, Brooks and I, of course. Yeah. Rotation's pretty close to the actual yacht club here, so it does take a good amount of time for all these sailors to get in and out. And, yesterday when there were, 16 teams here, it was a lot easier because, you were able to continue on races while people were rotating. Or if your teammate's not anywhere near that puff, you don't want your teammate getting stuck out to a side where there's no puff.
So it looks like we got to be within about 20 seconds of the start as we're seeing Harvard and Navy start to square off. Harvard in 1, 2, 3, Navy in 10, 11, 12, and I think they are underway and racing. Ready, set, go.
That's a little bit of a tight squeeze for that Harvard boat 3
yeah, getting
at
around
that
the pin.
They got through quite clean, and they got the Navy boat to tack off here. So, essentially, I guess you could say that they did win the pin there. Got boat 10 from Navy. Looks like, they took some ducks there, so curious to see how they're going to make it out, but I'm not. Here we go. Harvard is coming back to try and get some coverage out to that left side. 12 going with them. Ten looks like they're breaking free from 3. I'm curious to see where their pair may be, if they have one. They're coming close with boat 2 here.
No, I'm not. I'm just watching them all kind of sail upwind and just how they're all. We were talking yesterday just to, do you just want to fleet race to Mark 1 and just get there and see what happens? But we are seeing some team racing right now. We're seeing one boat rag their jib to try to get some balancing up. Maybe their pair was getting a little too far up, or they need to get their teammate across. But right now it seems to be pretty even across. I see Harvard has one pair on the right-hand side of the race course left on our screens. But Navy has the pair on the right-hand side of our screens, and this pair in the middle looks to be almost tied.
Right. You're talking about boat 10 and 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that seems to be that way. Yeah, they look like the pairs definitely keep switching off. There's definitely a lot of switches happening here on this upwind. And if it might just be me, but to me it looks like the right side, looking upwind, the right side looks like it has that little bit more breeze than the left side. As we saw yesterday, the closer you got to that seawall right here, the less breeze there was. Now, granted, they're not as closely tucked in as they were yesterday, but just from the looks of it, like if I were, looking, I'd be like the right side looks a little bit more breezy to me.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a pretty big slow from boat 10 here on that Harvard boat 2.
It looks like boat 2 is going to be pretty deep in the 6. Maybe not pretty deep, but probably going to be rounding this mark in last. So that's going to be a 1-2 for Harvard around the marks in boats number 1 and 3, with the 3 Navy boats blistering right behind them, and then their teammate in boat number 6 for Harvard with a little bit of a gap. So this 1-2-6, we've been seeing it sketchy all day, all week really.
Right.
And Navy certainly in a, they're chasing right now, but they're in a pretty controlling position, I'd say.
Right.
If I'm chasing, I think this is where I'd want to be.
Right, and looking at the Harvard roster, we've got Henry Burns, class of 22, Dylan Asensios, class of 24, and Lachlan McGranahan, class of 24. So it looks like the Harvard team, they're not an all senior team. They're a relatively younger team. What is that? Two sophomores or is class of 24?
Yeah, the numbers get a little confusing for me at this point. But
right.
And also looking at their crews, Chris Wang, Alexander Dorfeev, Marbella Marlowe. She's from Newport.
Nice.
Nice to see Newport representing. Cassia Lee, just not a senior among them. So just
right.
younger teams getting this experience, getting big races in at a national championship. It's always great to see. And let's see.
Looks like we're gonna have some action here. Navy is putting up a fight here. They're not letting Harvard get away with that 1-2 here.
Yeah, we're seeing Luff from boat number 3, but not quite sure. I think some of those Navy boats might already be through. Seeing how
boat 10 is advanced onto 1, and 12 might be able to roll over the top of boat 3 here. We'll see, with the depth perception.
Yeah, just outside of our frame though is boat number 11, and they're just staying away from everybody, pointing right at the mark and just blazing boat speed. I think they might approach this weather mark actually in either first or second, as boat 11's jibing to get back into the mix. I think we're going to see them crossing pretty much everybody except for that one Harvard boat. But I think Navy's trying to convert this into a 2-3-4, and I think they're doing a great job of that.
Absolutely. It's important for that boat 11, Of course, they want to just go fast and just sail into the 1 or the 2, but you got to remember to look back and be like, hey, we need to make a play happen right now, and you want to stay connected with your teammates. You're not winning just yet.
But I think that was absolutely their move. If if you're not going to cover me, we're still chasing. I'm going to put the hammer down, point at this mark, and they did exactly what they needed to do. So
right. I'm seeing an arm up.
Shocking.
We're seeing, and we're seeing a spin from the Harvard boat. It looks like it was boat 3 that was previously the second place boat for Harvard.
Right, so Navy is going to round with the 1. But we're seeing boat number 2 put a little pick on boat number 12 back at that mark.
That's what you want to see. I mean, you want to slow that race down, right? They're no longer winning. They don't have that 1.
Navy with a 1-4-5-6-ish?
1-5.
That whole last pair is pretty tied, but Navy has the 1, and they're 2 of the last 3 boats, so they need to make that pass back happen. We're going to see 12 start to luff up boat number 2, and there it is. So Navy's going to go for a 1-4-5, trying to go play 4. Excellent job on that run, breaking up that 1-2. I think they were hoping to go play 2, a little more stable, solid combination, but I think they have to be happy right now to at least be back in control of this race.
But what's making me happy to see is that fifth place Navy boat is putting in that bump.
Mm-hmm.
They're putting in the work to make sure that they are keeping that 6 as far back as possible.
Yeah, and we're seeing just now entering our screens boat number 12 doing all that work on boat number 2 as they're rounding the mark. Curious to see
they're going to go back and maybe put in another hit here. Here they are coming on to starboard. Now he just wants to be careful that he doesn't leave the zone here.
I think he's still well within the zone at that point, and we're seeing boat number 10 trying to do a little bit of work on boats number 3 and 1. Boat 11 peeling out, 10 coming to follow.
And I'm not sure what happened with boat 11
there.
there.
Yeah, boat 11 might have just tried to double tack, or did 3 get closer? So all of a sudden,
this is a total mix-up here now.
This is a total mix-up. Now all of a sudden, boat number 10 has a lot of work to do. Boat number 11 is parked after a marginal tack at best.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Harvard looking a little better than they did about 4 minutes ago. Hell, 30 seconds ago.
Right. I'm not even sure that 10 still has the first place here. I mean, they came back pretty hard to help out their teammate in boat 11. But from what it looks like, 12 has pretty great boat speed. I'm not sure which midshipman that is. That might be J.C. Hermes, who, notoriously has pretty good speed, and so looks like he might be able to punch out here as the leeward boat with his bow out.
Boat number 2 off of our screen for Harvard was kind of sending it out left, unprotected, all alone, and that's a place that you don't really mind being. Just no one's going to mess with my breeze, no one's going to have an issue with me, and all of a sudden boat number 2 looks like they're going to be ahead of 1 Navy boat and boat number 11. Again, not quite sure what happened with boat number 11. They just seemed to throw on the handbrake around that Mark IV.
Yeah, it looked like they tried to tack and they got stuck head to wind or something. I mean, they were definitely head to wind for a significant
huge
amount of
crossing
time.
moment here. Let's see how 10 and 3 come in on 1 and 12. 3 is going to be ducking their teammate. 10's going to lead out, so Navy still maybe marginally in control of this race. It's really hard to tell just at this exact angle who is a little more bow out than the others. But 10 right now shooting up hard to weather, trying to get their teammate in boat number 12 through. 11's throwing up their hand in protest. Definitely contact right there on boats number 1 and boat number 12. Both teams are protesting. Not quite sure.
If I'm boat 10, I want to, I kind of want to just try and finish
This is
here.
one of those situations we were talking yesterday. You could get carried away. Just keep your boat moving through the water, and then they lose interest in doing that. And then all of a sudden they lose the race in spite, depending on how this protest goes, they just lose complete all focus inside of their boat speed.
And so, looking at it right now, even with the flags, Navy's got that deep 6. Looks like 11 was still in that deep 6.
But were they 1-2?
Right. That's the question. So it's if 12 ends up getting this red flag, that's a loss for Navy.
I'm trying to see if there is a red flag, maybe a.
If not, and they finish in that 1-2 or 1-3, they might still have this race.
Yeah.
But
that's what's important to know, and
exactly.
which of those boats it was that fouled.
Right. I'm not seeing
anyone going back yet. Are the umpires deliberating, or is there a green flag we just didn't see?
If that's the case, and even then, it's a little tough to see who got the shot up and who finished first there. Not sure if it was 10-1 or.
Huh.
Well, let's keep refreshing our scores here, folks.
I am perplexed.
We've been having a lot of perplexions about a lot of these finishes.
Yeah.
As you guys can see, like these finishes, they're a total toss-up a lot of this time. So, let's go ahead and zoom in on that race.
Yeah,
here we go.
Downwind on just now rounding Mark 3. That's Roger Williams versus Tulane. Roger crushing with a Roger Williams seems to be a little upset that they just lost to Harvard, and they're taking their frustrations out on the green wave as they're just crushing them with a 1, 2, 3. And we're going to see boat number 4, I think, play with their food a little bit. So Roger Williams with a nice bounce-back win. And then around the weather mark right now is Stanford versus Yale. Stanford in boats 7, 8, and 9. Yale in the blue boats 16, 17, 18. So it looks like we do have a result in that Harvard-Navy race. Navy did win with a 1-3-5 over Harvard with a 2-4-6. Wow. It's just so fascinating to me. You see legitimate contact on camera, and the umpires are out there doing their best, and you umpire, so you can speak to that. I mean, talk about that. You umpire. I've done it a little bit, and frankly, it can be a little scary and terrifying. And I don't know, how do you look at a situation when you're umpiring?
Right. So I mean, there's one thing I've learned as an umpire is, it is hard to see what's going on. Like, you got to make sure that you got to try and find the best angle at all times and just absolutely no distractions, just keeping your eyes on the boats at all times. So we're lucky we've got 2 umpires per boats. So oftentimes we'll try to have 2 umpire boats on a race and then 2 umpires per boat. And oftentimes we'll be talking with one another like, if I have another umpire on the boat with me, you're looking at the high numbers, I'm looking at the low numbers, and so on. And so you just want to keep your eyes on those boats, and you just want to talk yourself through all the actions that are going on. So, I'm boat 3, I'm approaching from behind, I have no luffing rights here. And so you just want to keep talking through that entire process and so on. And, if there was a green flag there, what I can imagine happening there is either both boats fouled and they green flagged it, and that's all I can really imagine there. So, it's tough, especially with the finishes, is you want to make sure that both umpire boats are right there at the finish, and either one's high, one's low, or one's on the side, one's low. You want to communicate that with one another and make sure that you've got as good of a vision as possible to see what's going on. And even then, it's like sometimes it's toss-up. Sometimes you're like, I didn't see what happened. So it's, being an umpire, it's no easy task. It's tough. You're put in tough decision. You have to make a tough decision, and you have to trust your gut.
I think you might have just said the word tough about 16 times in that description. So my follow-up is going to be, having sailed and having maybe at one point in time expressed towards an umpire some mild displeasure as a result of a decision that they have made. Do you feel bad, or do you understand now the difficulty of umpiring? Do you appreciate it a lot more?
No, I would say that I never. If there's one thing that I know, it's that I think I never personally had umpired, obviously, before I sailed in college, but I always had the utmost respect for the coaches, umpires, race committee, and so on. Whether it's the finish boat, I was always saying thank you, because they're out there all day long just like you are.
Yeah.
And it's kind of frustrating when people get upset with umpires. Their job is not easy.
Right.
And so it's something that needs to be talked about more. Sometimes, people need to appreciate them just a little bit more. They deserve a lot more love, let me tell you that.
Love that. Well, thank you to all of our umpires out there. I hope none of you are listening and actually are umpiring the races at the moment. But we got a barn burner right now around Mark 4. Stanford versus Yale. Again, Stanford in 7, 8, 9. Yale in the blue 16, 17, 18 cars. And it looks like Yale was in control with the 1-2-5 around Mark 2, it seemed. And then all of a sudden, Stanford kind of scratching and crawling their way back into this, trying to see if they can convert, make this 1-2 pass back happen as their teammate is spinning and doing a deep 6 at the moment, just now rounding Mark 4.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to come back from that spin. As we said, those can be pretty brutal, but this race is surely not over. I mean, it's in that race when you're doing that spin, it's so easy to be so angry and, just let your emotions flood you in that exact moment. But you just got to, like, whether it's your crew or you got to be like, let's do the spin. Let's get right back into the groove of things, right? This race is not over.
So Yale actually in a little bit more controlling position than it seemed They definitely have that pair that we see on our screen, 16 and 17. They are about out. 17 to weather. They are to weather. Can't quite tell the gauge. 16's tacking. Okay, so 7 is very much in control
here.
of that pair.
So they've got one pair. We need a second one.
The middle pair seems to be controlled by Yale, but let's see as they start to meet and see how those size up. And then out on the right side of our screens, course left, Yale is in control with boat 17 over boat 8, engaging in a mild tacking duel, but 17 doesn't really seem to want to bite on that, so maybe a little more comfortable they feel about covering that boat.
Right, so looking at it right now, Yale looks like they have a pretty good 2 pairs here, so we're going to be looking for the Stanford boat 7 that looks like they're leading the team right now. I think from the looks of it, but I'm not sure if they have this cross on this boat out to the left, but they're going to be looking to try and engage the Yale team in any way possible right now. There's no doubt about it. This is not an easy.
No,
this is not an easy race for Stanford.
Boat 7's tacking. Are they going to get across 16? They do easily,
yep.
But there's 2 Yale boats, 17 and 18 behind.
Boat 8 is coming in.
Yeah, 8's coming in. Are they going to get for room to finish here at the mark? They are. So they're starting to crack off to get into that finish box. They're shooting up. 7's through, it seems. Is 18 through? Can't quite tell. Boat number 8 is throwing up their hand in protest. Not quite sure what for. Again, hard to tell from this angle who is bow out, but it looks like
unless 17 does a
17 might be spinning here.
Which in that case, this may be a 1-4-5 for Stanford here.
I think Yale's only shot at that would have been if they were in a 2-3-5, and if this boat's spinning and has to go back, I believe this might be a huge win for Stanford over Yale. Wow.
Yeah, and Yale is, like we said, currently in first place. If Yale did lose this race, then that does put them once again possibly they will still be leading with 16-2 record, but depending on how Roger Williams does in this next race, they might be tied for first here with Raj.
Yeah, and I think that race was critical. We will confirm as soon as we can that Stanford did indeed win that, but that race was critical because, as we said, Stanford had been in a bit of a free fall already this morning, dropping their first 2 races, and Yale was certainly strong. They were 16-1, had the best record up to this point, and then we're just showing that all these teams are beatable. Right. Anyone can lose to anybody at any given time. Roger lost to Harvard. Yale just lost to Stanford. So there's no easy races. Everyone's beatable, and this regatta is far from over.
Right, and looking at Yale's track record for the day, Yale won both of their races today in a 1-2-3.
Right.
In a 1-2-3. So, this is a little bit of a tough loss for them, right? So, it's all about that reset, right?
But and that's okay. Yesterday, Roger Williams was undefeated up until a certain point. They dropped their first race, and you're like, how do they react to that? And I think my response was, it's okay. You can lose a race in a team racing regatta.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, but, when you're used to winning so often, right?
Right.
Those losses are a little bit harder, right? So if you're one of those teams that's so used to winning and always, holding that gold medal, right, it gets a little bit harder to get those digs.
Well, sure. I think if you find yourself farther down the leaderboard than you'd expect, if you came into this event thinking you were going to get a top 3 or even had a shot to win, and you find yourself in 5th, 6th, or 7th, or even on the verge of not making the gold round, that can be a little jarring, a little shocking, a bit of a wake-up call.
Right.
But I think you can lose a race. Like Yale just lost a race. Boo-hoo. They've lost races before, and it's all about now how they bounce back.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's all about the bounce back.
Yes.
It's all about the bounce back.
Still a lot
that's
of racing left, and that might be a bit of a splash of water on the face, and a little wake-up call that they could need here to just get that momentum going. Their next race, they do have this next flight off, so they're gonna have some time to get on land, chill out, maybe hang out in the shade for a minute, drink some water, and then their next race is against Harvard, who has been white hot so far today. So I think if you're gonna it's a good time to lose a race too, because you're going to have time on land to hang out and chill. There's never any good time to lose a race, but I think what I'm trying to say is that it's okay to lose races.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you're telling me I've lost plenty of races, okay? Like, come on. Come on. You're telling me, come on.
I've lost more races than I've won in my life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, that's why I'm like, hey, I don't know what they're going through. Yeah. I don't know what it's like to be this, hot shot, but it's definitely not easy.
It's pretty sweet.
No, I'm sure it's nice. I'm sure it's nice, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy to be the top dog all the time.
No, but I mean, there's battles and there's wars. You can lose a battle, but that doesn't mean you're going to lose the war.
Wow, that's deep, Brooks. That's so deep.
Yeah, this morning
You should
when
be a life coach.
when I was on my way here, I was like, what if I just started saying some profound things that don't make sense? Like you're like, oh, look at that, they just won the pin, and I'm just like, I don't believe in winning the pin.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. I'll just start.
What is life?
What define upwind? What do you mean mark rounding? You don't round any marks; they come to you.
Yeah,
I
there
don't know.
you go.
I'll make some T-shirts or some bumper stickers.
Oh,
We'll
I
figure
love
it out.
it.
We can
No,
make
I
some money
love
off
it.
of this, Gloria.
Yeah. I'm here for it. I've always got side hustles. You know what I mean? So.
Do we have a chat going today?
I'm not too sure. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
If we did have a chat going, we'd love to hear from everybody.
Yeah,
I think
we
you
can
all
do
have
some
our.
Nice surveys.
Yeah, I think you all got our. Some of you have our phone numbers. You could text us. Love to hear from you guys. Thank you, those of you who are tuning in. Oh, we do have a chat up today. This is excellent. Here we go.
Awesome.
Who am I seeing? Some names that. Oh, I see a Russell O'Reilly, former Cougar legend. Russ, how we doing? Thanks for tuning in. Seems like the stream was down briefly.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing
looks
as well.
Looks like we're back up. I hope we're back up.
Nice. I just heard word. We are good. They missed a lot of our banter.
Did they miss our banter, or would they luck out by not having to hear our banter?
I think lucked out. And we were talking about it. At this point, I think you got to pay us to stop talking, right? Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and take a look at the standings. Maybe pull up some interviews for you guys. But yeah, anybody have anything? Anybody say anything? Have anything fun to say? Any surveys? Want to ask some questions? You guys got our numbers. I'm not gonna say my phone number out loud on the live stream.
Yeah, that's bold.
But
got to keep some things.
If there's
to
a will,
yourself.
there's a way. You can find me somehow.
Awesome. So I think we're gonna throw it over to a couple interviews that Gloria so eloquently did yesterday while patrolling the field. We had all 16 teams here. We see a couple teams that didn't make it today. I see the Cougars out there. I see their tent. What up, Cougar Land? And yeah, I think we're gonna take a minute while the rest of the boats are making their way out to the race course to I don't know, see Julia yesterday. I keep calling you Julia, Gloria. Why do I keep doing that? That's awful.
Mate.
Ugh.
Julia.
Ugh.
That's one I haven't heard before.
I don't even
Come on now.
I don't even know.
It's tough. We're getting you another coffee pronto.
What did you say that one person said to you on your sales call yesterday?
Yeah.
Like the lady with the raspy low voice. It's like
the gal with the rough voice.
Yeah, and I think we decided you'd rather be called by the wrong name than that.
Yeah, and then one time I answered the phone. I was like, "Yep, this is Gloria from Ronsan," and they go, "Claire from Montana," and I was like, I don't know where you got that from.
Claire from Montana.
No, I was like, that's actually very wrong, but I appreciate it. We were able to laugh it off for quite some time.
Love it. All right, well, when those interviews start rolling here, I'm gonna take a quick second, step off while the rest of the competitors make their way out. This next flight, we got some barn burners. We got Georgetown versus Harvard kicking it off, then Tulane looking for their first win on the day against Boston College, and we got the Raj versus the U.S. Naval Academy. So every race is going to be great. Don't need to sell that for you all folks at home tuning in right now, but don't go far. Boats will be out there momentarily. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, guys. Hello again. This is Gloria. I'm here with Catherine Webb from Yale Sailing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your team? I know you guys had a championship win for team race in 2019, so here you are. You're back at it. It's 2022. How's the team looking?
Yeah, we're really excited just to get out there and have a lot of fun. There's 3 people returning from 2019 Nationals, and so yeah, we're really excited to get out there and have a lot of fun.
Awesome. So you guys clearly had a very strong performance at the Women's Team Race Nationals for the first one in history. How pumped was your team when the women's won?
We were so excited. We kept refreshing the scores all weekend. We were just so stoked for the women, and it's really exciting to have college sailing include women's team race in there too, so it's awesome.
Awesome. So you guys are here for all 3 national championships. What are some things that your team is looking forward to? There's going to be a long 11 hot, humid days. So what are you guys doing to prepare for that?
Totally. I mean, we're all about that liquid IV. We're drinking lots of water, trying to keep that sunscreen on. Some of our land crews are doing an awesome job just taking care of us, our coaches too. So yeah, it's been really good so far, but tough conditions out here for sure.
Lastly, do you have any shout-outs to give to anybody?
Yeah, I want to shout out Thomas Barrows. Great team race coach. He's been with us this year, his first year coaching us.
Alrighty, we are back here on the second floor balcony of Southern Yacht Club and Lake Pontchartrain overlooking. We are race 131, flight 4 of the gold round. Georgetown versus Harvard. Just off the line, we have Georgetown in boats 1, 2, 3 versus Harvard in 10, 11, 12. Harvard has been a little bit of a Cinderella-ish story today. They had to sail in the first race of the day and the sail off to make their way into this round, defeating Penn, and then in their first race of this round, they knocked off the number 1 seed Roger Williams.
That is correct. So yeah, they're heating up. That's for sure.
Now their last race they dropped. They did drop that tight one to Navy right there at the end, but big bounce back opportunity for them here. See how they handle the Hoyas.
Right. They're not looking too bad off the line. I am curious which team won the Penn off this line, but let's go ahead and take a look. It looks like Georgetown is sending it out to the right, trying to keep that starboard leverage here. Awesome. Yeah, if we could just get a pan out here. Sorry about that, guys. Give us just one moment. There's a lot of bugs out here today.
Yeah, a little more buggy than where I live.
Yeah.
I don't believe in bugs in California. Coming into the weather mark again, Harvard is in 10, 11, 12. Georgetown in boats 1, 2, 3. Harvard going to be rounding in first, but a couple Hoyas in between them and their two teammates. So it looks like Georgetown is going to be comfy in a play 2 here early on in this race.
Yeah, but we've been seeing it all day today, and the play 2s is like some teams are just struggling to keep that balance with the play 2. You know, it's a matter of making sure that, you know, the frontmost boat is pushing the one, making them progress forward. And then the last place boat in the play 4 is making sure that they're keeping a little bit of a gap and space between the 5-6 and the rest of their teammates.
This is one of the more spread out races we've seen, if not the most spread out race so far today around Mark 1. Just no boats are overlapped with each other. There's about a 2 or 3 boat length gap between every single boat. And wow, Georgetown looking pretty happy right now with those 2 Harvard boats not even around Mark 1 yet.
Yeah, they're looking quite deep here, quite deep.
As analytics for, like across every sport continue to improve, and hopefully one day it can reach team racing and sailing, I'd love to know and how you can track it. You could probably do it hand log, but that would be a lot of work. Just how often a combination that you're at the first weather mark winds up being the combination that you win in, and are you play 2 at Mark 1 and then you convert to does it turn into a play 1 by Mark 4, or do you wind up chasing and what you wind up finishing in? Because I feel like it's just always changing and it never stays the same. But that's part of it, and I think knowing these teams and like how disciplined they are and knowing what their plays are and how they like to do their business, because certain teams develop certain tendencies on what they like to do.
Right.
And, and there are playbooks and there are things like that, but certainly teams can kind of tinker with that as they'd like and find out what works best for them and their skill sets. But I know right now Georgetown looks pretty stoked right now in this pretty comfortable 2, 3, 4 as we see 11 and 10 just doing everything they can, trying to play catch up. But at least there's enough breeze out there for them to be going wing on wing right now. We were not so lucky yesterday with the velocity. We were definitely lacking in that department from the breeze, but enough today to keep them moving downwind, enough to fill that jib when they're going wing on wing.
Yeah, I mean, all that Harvard can do here for the 5-6 is they can just try and sit on that team as much as possible.
Yeah, boat 12, the boat that's in first for Harvard, and just needs to
maintain that position. That's
yeah,
all
they just got to find
do.
that point to strike as they're jibing, making their way into the mark, and see if any of these Hoyas get a little thirsty, see if they get tempted to take the one. That's kind of what boat number 12 wants one of them to do to get there, but they're doing a good job of protecting that right now, and those 2 Hoya boats and boats number 2 and 1 are jibing to stay away, and boat number 12 just going to try to, pull the pin on the grenade and just try to start causing all kinds of havoc.
And if I'm not mistaken, this Georgetown boat just snuck through. The Harvard boat 12 just left that door open just a little bit too much, and that Georgetown boat was able to sneak right through and
boat number 3 we're stealing, just sneaking inside, which we're seeing a little mild protest hail from then, and I'm not quite sure what that was for, but I think right now,
that's a red flag here.
On who?
That
on
might
boat
have been
number
a red
3
flag
there.
On boat 3 here. Unless they just spun. That's a red flag. That's 2 spins from boat 3.
See that? What just happened? That's exactly what that Harvard player wanted to do. He was trying to goad that boat, trying to get him thirsty, trying to tempt him to taking that one, and they did. And they're certainly paying for it now as they have to do a 720 penalty turn, and all of a sudden their super solid 2, 3, 4 is turning into a nightmare scenario.
You know what my favorite phrase for that is?
What's that?
He dangled the carrot.
You dangled the carrot. Yeah, there you go.
Dangled the carrot.
The old Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah. So it looks like these Harvard boats were able to get themselves back in this race.
Unbelievable.
And, I got to say, mad kudos to boat 12 from Harvard because they have been doing the Lord's work.
Yeah,
trying
absolutely.
To slow
and
this
you
race
see him
down.
right now just condensing this thing. We saw how spread out this race was at Mark II, and all of a sudden all 5 boats, because that one Georgetown boat was doing penalty turns, are right here in our picture.
I'm seeing there was just a collision between 1 and 11. I'm curious to see which boat will be doing their spins.
And so boat 12 is the only boat that has rounded the weather Mark 4 at this moment.
There's a lot going on here right now.
Yeah.
I think 3 was doing a spin. 11, there's no more flags here. And if I'm seeing that correctly, 10 has room on boat 3 here. And he is putting in a major bump here.
So we got one other Georgetown boat around. So all of a sudden a 1-4-5 or a 1-4-6 for Georgetown as boat number 3 has to duck and get around.
No, that is a 1-4-5 for Harvard.
1-4-5 for Harvard, excuse me.
Yeah. And 10 did a great job. 10 did a great job there putting in that bump. Look at the distance between the 5-6 and the rest of the rest
10
of the
is
gang
just
right now.
hammering boat number 3 as they seem to have done about 17 jibes in this moment that we've been training on them. And then the race, though, see what happens with boat number 1 and boat number 2 trying to put that clamped on number 11. We saw in that Roger Williams race earlier, the boat that was to leeward and getting hammered just found a way, stepped on the gas pedal and accelerated, and see if boat number 11 can do that. But I don't know if they have quite those wheels, as boats number 1 and 2 are doing a tremendous job just clamping down so hard on boat number 11.
Right.
But we'll keep our frame trained here on this group, but it's important that we don't lose focus on that other pair that was shipping it out to the other side of the race course.
But you just saw that boat 2 must be deeper than we thought, because 10 had just crossed boat 2 there. So did boat 3. So I'm curious to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, boat number 1 sending it out to the right-hand side of the race course. You know, they're tacking back now, see how they come when the fleet all kind of comes back together. Again, Harvard in 10, 11, 12, Georgetown in boats 1, 2, and 3.
And I'm curious to see if the Harvard team, the Crimsons, were able to maintain that first place position or not, because we saw it many times today. It's right here at that finish. That first place boat was losing it. I'm seeing that was a big dial down there from boat 10. I'm seeing a protest hailed by the crew of Georgetown in boat 3. We're going to be waiting for a flag from the umpires here. That was a bit of a risky move there.
We are seeing a spin from boat number 10. Not sure if it was a self-inflicted 360 or an umpire-initiated 720. We're going to find out here in just a second. It is a 720, so a costly late turn for Harvard. But their teammates were doing a tremendous job keeping them in this race, though. We got boat number 12. Looks like they're going to get across that pack of boats. So Harvard still looks like they do have the 1, but they also have a deep 6. As boat number 12 starts to head down to just start to luff and try to clamp, do the best that they can on boat number 1. Harvard right now in a 1-4, maybe a 1-3 if they can get lucky, but boat number 2 looks to be right there pushing that race along. We're seeing an umpire hail from both boats. We've seen this almost every single race today, a late penalty thrown, and the team has to go back and resail. So it looks like Georgetown might get this one with a 2-3-5, very sketchy, unstable combination, but that late protest hail where we might see someone go back. We're seeing animation for boat number 1. Disbelief from the skipper of boat number 1. Can't believe what's going on.
Wow.
The body language department says that might be a loss for Georgetown in a late victory, somehow dramatic fashion for Harvard, but we will await official confirmation as no one has yet to go back to resail. It looks like boat number 2 for Georgetown is going back.
Wow.
And
I'm curious whether or not that was animation towards their own teammate or the umpires.
Hold on. Maybe they're not going back to boat number 3 is going back to finish. Boat number 2, excuse me. So late drama there.
Right. We've been seeing that all day. Yeah, I'm curious, is that animation towards the umpire or towards his own teammates? This is one of those scenarios where, the umpires, they have tough calls to make, and in the end, when there's hails, like protests being hailed, there's a reason for it, and the best team racers oftentimes are the ones that don't even need to get themselves into protesting situations.
Yeah,
they play it right.
Yeah, leave the umpires out of it, and
right.
I think you kind of just touched on something there that can be pretty interesting. These teammates, they've been sailing hundreds and hundreds of team races together for, if not years, at least this year, and everyone's here on the same team, same side, but you get to a point where some player makes a mistake or does something that just vehemently against their team playbook or what they like to do, and then you can see some animation between from teammates, and it's sad to see, but that's the kind of thing that can start to chip away. It's hot, as we were saying yesterday. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's not easy out here, and you said yesterday, I think literally cooler heads will prevail, and I'm curious to see as they make their way back here to the yacht club, so we can get a better eye on those Georgetown players, because they're still having a conversation with each other. I'm not sure if it's towards the umpire, with each other, just trying to figure out what happened. So I think a late win, Harvard squeaking through there to get that dub, and all of a sudden Harvard, quite the fun Cinderella story so far today.
And let's take a look at this race right now. This is between Tulane and the BC Eagles. We've got Tulane in a 4.56 and BC in 13.14.15. We just saw the umpire hail a red flag for one of the Tulane boats, which led to a 7:20. So this is going to be a tough one for Tulane to climb back up from. Yeah, BC looks like they have a 1-2-3 right now, and I know I've said 1-2-3 before, but from the looks of it, they all rounded Mark 4 in a 1-2-3. So we'll see if BC is going to be able to keep the hammer down and finish this race in that exact combo.
At Tulane, off to a sluggish start this morning. They dropped their first 2 races to a 4-5. They've lost both their races today to a 1-2-3, so not exactly the start that the home team was looking for. But you got to remember that they ripped off those 6 races. They had 6 wins in a row to sneak into this final 8 round yesterday. Just impressive sailing all around, and just a tough start for them today. But
we saw them climb up yesterday.
They did get hot later in the day.
Who knows? What maybe it's the later in the day when people are starting to get hot and overheated, and like this is their home territory, right? So they've done it. They've been here before, and this is exactly where they train. And maybe it's when all these other teams are starting to get tired. They're ready for more, right? So we'll see. I can envision the Tulane team. This could be the momentum they've been needing, right? And I can see them coming back for these last few races in this round and just absolutely coming in hot.
Yeah, you definitely hope that for them. But right now, I think this race is pretty much a shut book case.
I'm talking for future races.
But also inverse side of this, also Boston College had dropped their first 2 races today, also losing to 1-2-3. So Boston College, a team that was knocking on the door of that top 4. This could be the win that a little spark that gets them going, that can light some fire under their tails and start moving down, start climbing that scoreboard. Because it's going to come down quick. It's going to come up really fast. That cut line for that Final 4, that's going to become very apparent soon in the next couple flights of who looks like they're going to advance in and who is going to be left watching from land.
I'm saying this race that we're looking at right now, Roger Williams in 7-8-9 and Naval Academy in 16-17-18. This, I think, is going to be a crucial race to be watching right now, just because the midshipmen are 12-5 right now. They're right there on the cusp. They're sitting in 5th place, right? And they want to be in the top 4. So this race is imperative for them.
Yeah.
Every race for them they're so close. They're one of those teams that are fighting for that top 4.
Definitely, and they're rounding Mark 3 in a 1-2 at the moment, so looking strong in a 1-2-5 it looks like for the midshipmen.
A 1-2-4.
1-2-4, excuse me.
1-2-4,
very strong combination. Roger Williams was a sterling perfect record towards the end of the day yesterday. Got their first loss at the hands of Georgetown.
And that's a spin for Roger Williams.
So a
third place
1-2-3 for Navy.
Wow.
Huge win. This last little round here has been pretty devastating. We saw Yale take a loss earlier. We saw Roger Williams losing right now to a 1-2-3. So this is going to just condense everything. We were saying selfishly we're hoping it gets pretty close towards the end so that Final 4 doesn't get super clinchy super early. And right now the way things are going for all these teams, this is just exciting, awesome racing.
Yeah, oops, guys. We're pretty pumped here. We're pretty pumped.
Yeah, so Roger dropped their first race of this round to Harvard.
Yep, that is correct.
And then they bounced back hard against Tulane, tried to right their ship, but all of a sudden chasing substantially hard late to Navy, who, as you just said, right now will be tied for 3rd at a 13-5 record if this record holds. And Roger Williams will drop to 15-3. So still a little bit of a gap there, but definitely closing. And like we said, those 2 spots, if it's still early to say, but Yale and Roger Williams certainly have a little bit of cushion behind them to stay in that top 4. Those last 2 spots are totally up for grabs. With Boston College just winning a big one against Tulane, they're right in the mix. With Navy holding on to this one against Roger Williams, Stanford's at 13-5, Georgetown's at 13-5. It's just exciting stuff.
Yeah, this is nail biting. Stuff.
I mean, not this particular race.
Not that, but all of it.
Yeah,
we're talking
the
about
situation.
just thinking about all the possibilities right now.
Yes.
I'm like, this is anybody's game. So let's see if Navy is going to be able to hold this 1-2-3 here. As of right now, it looks to be that way. But, I'm not going to put all my eggs in the basket with this 1-2-3. It has disappointed me
Yes.
time and time again.
I just think those Roger Williams boats are just a little
They're
bit too
pretty
far
deep.
deep to try to make something happen here. But you never know. It could get. You never know. But you hope it.
But looking at Navy right now, they're doing a great job with their coverage zones.
Mhm.
So, can't help but, give them a little bit of applause because it looks like they've got a coverage of the right, middle, and left. That's exactly the kind of formation you're going to want to be seeing when there's that 1-2-3. So it's looking pretty good here for the midshipmen. So if here they come across the finish. And so looks like the midshipmen got a 1-2 in this race. So here's why I don't speak so early with the 1-2-3s. That's a 1-2-5.
Okay.
Right? So maybe they could have done a little bit of better
Yeah,
balancing
but
there,
you-
but
but
they
you
still got that. They still won that race.
Yeah,
So they held their positions.
1-2-3 looks great, but I think that last boat, the boat that was the 3, just grabbed onto one of those Roger
Yep.
Williams boats and just tried to put them in
Made sure
a deep pit. And you know what? That's 1-2-5 is still a winning combination compared to a
Of
1-2-3.
course.
And if that means those other 2 boats are going to spring past you, that's fine because
Right.
1-2-5 is still winning, and the onus is on your teammates up at the front to hang on to that.
Exactly. So, yeah, you just want to make sure that you're keeping at least one of those guys behind you if you're that third place boat. So let's talk about the standings. This is a good one for Naval Academy here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get them in just a second on your screen. We're just updating them after the result of that last race, that huge win for Navy over Roger Williams, and we're just looking at the rotation sheet. That was the last race of flight number 4. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 5 flights remaining, and then the last flight, flight 10, is just one race consisting of Roger Williams and Yale, and from there we will advance to our final 4 knockout, or excuse me, not a knockout, final 4 round robin, and the winner after that round will be the 2022 ICSA Team Racing National Champion. And just looking at these races that we still have left to sail, that's what's so fun about the gold round. Like every single race has potential for a massive shakeup. Every race could be every race matters at this point. Every race
Right.
matters always, but every race is hard and tough for these teams. And even Tulane, they've been struggling today, but they're not a tough out by any means. And
Not at all.
it's just great stuff. And we're in for a real treat here as this breeze seems to want to hold. Race committee maybe slightly tinkering with the race course at the moment. Can't quite tell, but there's some boats hanging out near some turning marks, so maybe they're taking the moment to change things up a little bit, or maybe I'm just already losing my mind at 11:01 a.m.
One thing we can be hopeful for is that we finish all these rounds today. Let's
Yes.
just be hopeful that this breeze sticks along. Heck, if it got breezier, I wouldn't be complaining.
Yeah,
Not like that.
totally. We hope that there are appendices and segments of the ICSA rulebook that you hope you don't have to turn the page and blow the dust off of it to see what it is, but it's something to the effect of like a 80% completion of a round or something like that, and
Right.
I think we're well on our trajectory for that at the moment, but
Right.
let's hope it doesn't get to that. And a bug is just attacking my foot.
And this day could be very long. The cutoff time is 5 o'clock,
Yeah.
so we got to start getting creative here. So
Well, let's not blow all of our material right now.
Right.
Let's try to keep the faith. This breeze is going to hold right now. It's looking steady, and I guess they're not even moving the marks. I thought I was seeing something, but this course looks great, and the race committee seems content about it, and the competitors are just starting to make their way back out to the race course.
yeah, and they're doing a great job of being quick with these rotations. Got to commend the coaches. They've got a smidge of time just to pep talk their players and get them in the right set. And whether it's after a win, give them a high five and be like, all right, chuck some water and get out there. And even after a loss, same thing. Hey, keep that head up, get out there and go win this next one. And some water, of course.
Hydration.
Can't forget the water. Speaking of, I just take a sip of water.
Selfishly, we're going to take a look at the full screen standings right now, just to remind all of you folks where we're at. If you do not have tech score in front of you, that is how this event looks as a result of that last race. Navy vaulting into third place at the moment at 13-5, and as we were saying, we're going to see that cutoff line at the top 4, and it's going to get close as we wind down. There's definitely going to be some teams left out that maybe felt that they should have been in there at this point in the season, but certainly a lot of great racing left, and And Yale hanging on there with only 2 losses. Roger just got that devastating blowout right there at the hands of the midshipmen, which puts them in a position, the defending national champions, in a position to, just to get some momentum here and try to get something going.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely still a lot of racing left to be done, and all these teams should be proud of the fact that they have gotten to the top 8, because this competition is hard. It is easily some of the hardest team racing we've had over the years, and so at the end of the day, they all have to give themselves a little pat on the back on being able to hang up here in the top 8.
For me, like looking at all these teams, like we were talking yesterday, the support squads, the heavier crews, and these regattas were always so painful when it's going to be a light day. There's no chance you're going to get in the boat. And you're antsy. You're like, I want to sail. And when your team starts to struggle, it's upsetting because, like, I want to help there. I want to be out there. I want to play. I want to help out my team. And there's just, when the breeze is like this and you're a heavier crew, then there's nothing you can do. And it can get a little painful, but that's when you just have to remember your role on the team. You're the support guy. You're the sixth man. You're the guy. You're the spark off the bench if they need it. Little pep talk. Try to keep the mood light. And, shout out to all the heavies out there. There's a lot of you. I think the forecast later in the week calls for a little bit more breeze, which could make it pretty sporty out here.
Oh, and we love a sporty day.
We love a sporty day. And, it's definitely a team effort. While there are only 6 competitors for each team out there on the water, it is full-on a massive team effort. Even the players that didn't make the trip from their teams to nationals here are watching at home, still supporting their teams the best they can, staying tuned in, sending their words of encouragement. And a lot of those people are you guys watching at home.
Yeah. So you like sporty. Newport, Rhode Island is notorious for sporty. I don't know about Newport Beach, California, but
Newport is it's sporty, it's windy, but like,
you better watch out. There's a lot of Newportians
that's
watching
fine.
right now.
I don't care. What if you just want a leisurely day sail? Like, I don't need to go outside and like nards. I don't want to have to ever wear a spray top ever again. Like, that is like I got rid of my dry suit after I graduated college, and if I ever need to put one on again, I'm not gonna sail. And I just spray gear just seems so inconsequential at this point, and Harbor 20 sailing, Layman 12 sailing, just mellow stuff right there off the yacht club, right there outside in the Pacific Ocean, and it's just very pleasant.
Yeah, I would say, listen, in Newport we like to stay sporty, and we actually do frostbiting in the wintertime.
That just sounds awful.
It's not as bad as you think. You put on like your surfing wetsuit. It's a 5'4", so it's quite thick. You wear it. You're perfectly fine out there. I mean, sometimes when it's windy, most of the time it's windy, but you call it miserable. I don't know. I think it's quite a good time. Then you go grab a beer at the IAC afterwards and have your clam chowder, your New England clam chowder.
Yeah.
There's something special about that.
Yeah, but then you can also go sailing, and you got Fabio's Mai Tai up there at the yacht club bar, and it's just it's something good. But I will say to the gear. To your gear point, a high school coach of mine, Caleb Silsby, a St. Mary's alum, phenomenal team racing world
Fantastic.
champion.
Yeah, he's incredible.
He had an ism, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad gear. And that kind of resonated with me for a little bit.
There you go. That's why you got to invest in a good 5'4"
But then
wetsuit.
interestingly enough, Caleb decided to – did he do that with me?
Perhaps. I think you should know that.
I'm trying to remember. They all start to blend together. Because I did San Diego, I did Charleston, and I did Newport. I can't remember. I feel bad. I can't remember who I had as my
This is
partners.
awkward.
This is really awkward.
But yeah, no. I mean, Newport's got a really, and St. Mary's alumni overall are fantastic. Catherine Shanahan now working for U.S. Sailing. I mean, we've got alumni all over the place. Mariah Luffingwell, St. Mary's alumni. She was actually assistant coach here for Tulane. She helped build this team up as well. So.
You see St. Mary's Seahawks are everywhere as we're checking in on the chat. Alex Curtis, another St. Mary's alum. Favorite play in team racing? I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know. Like for the thrill or for like the ease. I think the 145 can always get pretty exciting because it could just it's so fickle and it could go haywire at a moment's notice. But it's as far as the excitement level goes, I think that's I don't know.
You know what I like? Play one.
Oh, come on. That's the easiest answer. That's just that's the cheap answer. Like,
yeah, I know. No, play for. I don't know about a play for. I think I'd rather be in a play two.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
That's a fun
like,
one too. That's just
because
that
you're
could
all
be pretty
right there with
solid.
one another,
Yeah.
right? And you're just like that. That's where it's all at. That's where the balance and you really see the team dynamic there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That might just be me.
But then Alex was spot on. He said, "Never take the one in a 2-3-4," and that's exactly what we saw in that Georgetown Georgetown Harvard race. And that we were saying that, and to a T, that is exactly why you don't do that.
Right.
All right, so who we got in this round? This flight number 5, we have Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Tulane, and Navy, Georgetown. That Navy, Georgetown race is going to be, I think, my favorite race of this flight.
Oh, yeah.
Navy just off that big win over Roger Williams. And then we got Harvard, who's been pretty hot so far today, going up against Yale. They've had some tough roads. They had to sail in today to even make this round. Then they had their first race against Roger Williams, which they won. And then they had their next race. They did drop one to Navy, but then they bounced back right away and just snuck one in at the finish there against Georgetown. And it's just a compellingly fun story. And let's see how they square off against Yale.
Absolutely.
I think little Harvard-Yale rivalry, that's absolutely a thing.
That's a real thing. Oh, yeah. Have you ever been to one of those football games?
I have never been to a Harvard-Yale game, no.
I've not either.
I've never been to Harvard's campus. I have been to Yale's campus, though.
Interesting.
I think I was telling you the story. It was after the 2012 or whichever year's semifinals were held in Norfolk, hosted by Hampton University. I think after that, I was all done with my finals. My Cougar teammate Mac Mason and I were just like, we just roll up with you guys, like. So we just drove back up to Yale and hung out with those guys for a little bit, and that was a fun time. It was like their spring, every school has like a spring fling, like a spring concert, and actually it was I think Macklemore played, which is really funny. And like that was right before he like blew up. Like he had that one song like Thrift Shop that was out,
that was
something like that. So it was like, other than that, who is this guy? And I don't remember it being a very memorable concert for that. I don't know exact reason, but I don't know. It's a story,
No, of course that is. No, that's the. And you said from Virginia, you drove all the way back up. That's like
I didn't. I was just a passenger in the vehicle. It was the first time.
That's an 8-hour drive. I'm bold.
I know.
That's bold.
Well, it was either 8 hours back down to Charleston or 8 hours up north. So it's like, no, let's do something new.
Yeah,
I've seen the southern side of 95 several times. Let's drive through Delaware for the first time in my life. I'd never done that before.
Yeah,
don't know if I need to do that again. Shout out Delaware though.
Delaware's not that bad. They have beautiful beaches in Delaware. They have Rehoboth and Bethany Beach. It's
Okay.
It's neat.
Okay.
It's neat. It's got its own niche,
It's the first state, so it's definitely a special state,
You are absolutely right about that. Sorry.
Delaware University is a Colonial Athletic Association, which is the conference that Charleston plays all their other sports in. They are in our conference, the Delaware Blue Hens.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You sure do know your mascots.
Like
I thought
said.
I knew my mascots. You were the first person I met that absolutely beats me on the mascot calling.
Kind of comes with the property of my job.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do at college sailing regattas was when people would be like, "Can I cross? Can I cross?" I'd be like, "Yeah, just go." I'd always let them through, and then I would shout their mascot. So it was like, if it was Coast Guard, I was like, "Go Bears, go Bears, go Bears."
So you always let people cross you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Interesting strategy. All right, well, it looks like we're underway now down at the starting line with Flight 5, race 134, Harvard versus Yale. Harvard in boats 1, 2, 3, Yale in 10, 11, 12. Yale coming off, they dropped a little bit of a heartbreaker a couple flights ago against Stanford. So let's see how they bounce back. They've been hanging out on land, hopefully getting some water, hanging out in some shade.
Yep. Crimson once again in their Harvard-colored boats, red. I love it when the team matches the actual.
Yeah, it's a little bit of
colors, right? It's a little bit unique. I feel like
congruency.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit of good luck thrown in there because
Something
of
like
it.
that. Sure, we'll allow it. Profound thing. I don't believe in luck.
Yeah, it's fake.
Is the clutch gene real?
Jeez.
Off the line again, Harvard in 1, 2, 3, Yale in boats 10, 11, 12. A little difficult to see where everyone is. They're all pretty spaced out again, except for that one little chunk of boats on the left-hand side, that boat number 12 right here. is kind of just sailing in their own program. We're trying to see like a baby pass back trying to happen between boats 10, 2, and 1 on the left-hand side of our screens. I don't know, these first couple beats, I feel like over the course of the day so far, like these first beats haven't really been super exhilarating, but they seldom are like that exciting.
Right. I mean, it depends on what you're going to do as a team, right? We've seen teams be aggressive on these first upwinds, and then we've also seen the teams that just like split up, like all the players are kind of split up, and they're just fleet racing the whole way up. But we see that 2 from Harvard has a pair here. They've got boat 10 as a pair. I'm seeing they're kind of letting them loose a little bit here. But that because there you go, boat 1 was able to take over for that pairing of 10.
Harvard?
I believe in boat 12 that looked like Sonia, a superstar crew that they've been having for Yale here.
Harvard might be rounding this in a 1-2. I think they are. Potentially a 1-2-4. Don't think boat number 3 is going to get around boat number 10. But 1-2-4, very solid start.
Wow.
For the Crimson off the line.
Crimson.
Crimson. Throw accents unnecessarily on every single mascot now.
Yeah, I mean, from the looks of it, Harvard's been they've been having a strong day. I think for the most part they've been rounding this top mark usually in a 1-2 all day today, between the sail off and every other race following. Now, do they keep the 1-2? That's a whole different story. But rounding that mark 1 for the most part all day, I think they've been rounding in the 1-2.
I think you're right. That sounds about right.
So let's see. Ten's going to need to be making some big action here. I'm curious what happened off that line to have put the 2 Yale boats in the 5-6 here. It's definitely lightening up a good amount. As we were seeing folks as they were heading out, it did seem a little bit lighter. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw people reaching more often on these downwinds.
Yeah, we're seeing that now. Maybe boat 11 just now going down to they're just jibing, not going to a full wing. But yeah, I think you're right. It is softening up a little bit down there. We're seeing 2 boats go down. Boats number 2 and boat number 12 going to a wing. And Harvard did round in a 1-2. So as they make their way down, how do you really balance when you have a 1-2?
You know, you want to do a high-low around that Mark II, right? And then it's a matter of just the biggest thing that people can get carried away with, that I often found myself getting carried away with, is just freaking out, right? Freaking out and being like,
freak out.
Like they're sitting on me. They're sitting on me. I'm gonna slow down. And you know, and that kind of makes me panic a little bit. And then that's when you kind of get out of your groove. You're not sailing as fast anymore. You're overthinking it. You're trying to you overreact.
Yeah, it's like
I think that is the most important thing, is the 1-2. Do not overreact.
Yeah.
Keep your calm, stay calm, cool, and collected, and just keep sailing fast.
Yeah.
Right? And if something happens, the third place boat catches up to you, guess what? Your first place teammate, he's right there to help you out.
Absolutely.
And so actually, if Chase Cooper is listening, the poor guy last year had to deal with it with me all the time, where I'm panicking, and he would turn around and he would see the panic in my face and be like, Gloria, please do not freak out right now. And I'm like, Chase, I am freaking out.
Yeah, I always enjoyed like those nonverbal cues, like when you're chasing and you're coming downwind, you see the skipper, the crew, like all of a sudden their head's like very much on a well-oiled swivel, just like they keep looking back. It's like, this guy's not even thinking about his boat right now.
Yeah,
like, we own his brain.
Guess what? That was me.
That was you. Perfect.
So, you know, that I think that is crucial. So that one I'm quite familiar with, because I made that mistake myself.
So it looks like a Yale boat has managed to get in front. Boat number 10 around Mark III. So boat number 10 is for Yale. Again, Harvard in boats 1, 2, and 3. We're seeing a boat spinning for Yale, Harvard, boat number 2. So all of a sudden, Yale was chasing pretty hard, is now in a 1-3-5. So let's see if boat number 10 can do that, make that pass back happen real quick on boat number 1 to get their teammate in boat number 11 through.
Did you say a 1-3-5 for Yale? So we're going to be looking for the Harvard boat to be doing an aggressive slow on a Yale boat.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking like a full pin, just hold out for as long as possible. But you're looking at 10 here, and 10's doing a great job of recognizing that. And it's all a matter of who can make the play, who can look back and make the pass back happen quicker, right? So it's a matter of who's going to recognize it and play back first.
Right.
And right now we're seeing Yale doing that, right? So 1 is they're trying as hard as they can here, but 10 was quick to recognize it and didn't even let 1 slip out of their radar. They're not that first place boat that's just sailing off into the distance and keeping too big of a gap. 10 recognizes it from Yale immediately, went back, and they're playing back hard on the 1 now just to get their boat 11 out there.
Big situation there. Boat number 1 just whipped around to try to get another pin on boat number 11. And that Yale boat and boat number 12 just trying to hold on for dear life to make that pass back happen and take as long as possible. Can't quite see what's going on in that other threesome on the other side of the race course.
Looks like that Harvard boat is still pinned in the middle here.
Yeah.
But they're not letting that Yale boat loose from the looks of it. They're staying on them. They're not letting them go out to that right side. So we saw that boat 10, the leader Yale boat, has now recognized that there is a bigger play to be made on the opposite side. So he switched off from that pairing that he was with originally, and he's going where all the action is here on the course left.
And then the pair that was out right now, left boats number 1 and boat number 11, are making their way back into the general mix of things. Let's see how if they are going to cross or if they're going to. We're seeing some jib luffing from boat number 1
from Harvard.
Boat 10 for Yale's tacking. I think that boat might be the current 1 at the moment. So I think it looks like Yale does have the 1.
What I'm worried about right now is looking at it. There's a Harvard boat out to the left side. I believe boat 2. They're looking pretty down speed right now, and they're coming back on port. It looks like they're ducking all the other boats. I'm not sure how they fell so far behind.
Yeah, definitely. So we're seeing boat 10, 720. Is that a spin for boat number 10, or are they coming back to? Ooh. Not quite sure what happened there. That looked aggressive.
If this Harvard boat is able to lay the pin here, which it doesn't look like it because they're tacking back, this is going to be a really messy finish.
Was that just a penalty spin for boat number 10? Because it looked like they were boat length from the finish line, but maybe not. So boat number 10 is going to get through in the 1, and it looks like, is that 11 or boat number 1? That's boat number 1. So Harvard with a 2-3,
possibly
Yale with
a
the
5.
4, but can their teammate in 11 get out of, oh boy, 1-4-6 right now for Yale, 2-3-5 for Harvard. But let's see if 11 can just do anything they can. They literally have boat lengths left of this race.
Or if 12 can punch out here, if 3 gets down speed enough, which they look like they're getting.
2's ducking, so is that a 1-3 for Yale?
That appears to be that way.
Huh.
It was another one of those toss-up finishes, you know? Let's go ahead and refresh here, folks.
It looked like that might have been a Yale win. We will await official confirmation. And downwind we have Stanford versus Tulane. Stanford in boats 4, 5, 6. Tulane in 13, 14, 15. Tulane looking for their first win of this round. Stanford just had a huge win against Yale in their last race, so they're looking to keep some momentum going. But right now, it looks like Stanford is in control, rounding with a 1-2-5.
With a 5 doing a great job of spacing and putting in a bit of a gap here. But that's tough. I'm watching right there that Stanford boat 4 had room, and we're seeing a spin from Tulane here. They did kind of shove it in there, and the door didn't look really open there, so that's a clear. Looked like a little bit of a clear foul there from 14, but they did their spin, and the race is not over yet. These 1-2s on this final upwind, they are action packed.
Yeah.
No 1-2 is good here. Can't trust it. Just can't trust it.
And our other race on the race course is Navy versus Georgetown, who are just now approaching the windward marks. Rounding mark 2. Navy's going to be in sail number 7, 8, 9. Georgetown in the blue 16, 17, 18.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Stanford holding on for that one. So let's see if we can't check in here on the Navy Georgetown race again. Georgetown in the blue boats, Navy in 7, 8, 9. And Georgetown just had their last race. They lost that heartbreaker to Harvard right at the finish.
Right.
And I think, looks like they might be winning right now with maybe a 1-4-5, unless 17 is a little bit farther back than boat 9 than it looks like. So maybe a 1-4-1-3-6 right now for the Hoyas.
Yep. And this is going to be a big win for Georgetown. They're going to need this win to stay up there in the top 4, but this would be definitely an upset for Naval Academy, just because right now they're 12-5, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to break that door into the top 4 here.
Yeah.
So this is a great race for Stanford here. So if Stanford wins this, they're going to be 14-5. That's kind of solidifying a little bit more for their top 4. Any win, you want to hold on to that win for these top 4 teams. But for Naval Academy, every single race is going to count right now.
Yeah, that last race, they had that massive win over that crushing 1-2. It was a 1-2-3 for most of it until the finish. They won 1-2-5, but over Roger Williams was definitely a big momentum builder.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Tulane had to win their last 4 races to solidify them being up in the Final 4.
Copy that.
So if from the looks of it, losing this race means that Tulane will not be moving up to the Final 4.
So approaching Mark 3, I should say. Georgetown again in the blue boats, Navy in the, I guess, pink sails, 7, 8, 9.
And just to confirm for that last race between Harvard and Yale, I'm not sure if you had mentioned this.
I had not mentioned it. What happened?
But it looks like Yale won the race with a 1-3-6 against Harvard's 2-4-5.
Wow.
So that was a win for Yale. I'm sure they're feeling good after that one. It got a little bit spicy, and so, a little bit dicey as well.
Speaking of spicy, Mark 3 rounding Navy with a 2-3-4, Georgetown chasing in a 1-5-6. We've seen a lot of this today, but I don't think we've seen a play 2 this late in the race. We've seen a lot at Mark 1 and Mark 2, but this late in the race, I don't think we've seen many Mark roundings in this combination so far. We saw a lot yesterday, but not yet today.
So that's I'm not sure. Just trying to gather my thoughts here. So it looks like, yes. So 16 for Georgetown is rounding in first here. A little bit of a tough first place spot here. Like he is aggressively slowing. What can he do? But he did round that Mark 4 pretty tight with the 2-3 from Naval Academy.
Right.
So that means that's already a little bit of leverage gone, which he at this point with his teammates in the 5-6, he needs to hold on to anything that he can get.
Right, and we're seeing some of the Georgetown boats in the 5 and 6 spring out, but they're being covered nicely by the 2 Navy boats with them. So they're getting separated out a little bit, and this is when balancing becomes such an important part of the equation, because you don't want any pair to get farther levered out on either side, luffing your sail, slowing down your pair if you're getting too far ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, I have to pause you right here. This is an interesting technique. I have never seen this. Georgetown crew is backwinding the jib. And
you never did that before?
No, that's
a thing.
That's a first timer for me to see. I had not seen that before, but I had to pause on that one. I mean, I've seen obviously the over trimming of the main or pulling in the boom, but I had never seen the backwinding of the jib.
Yeah, on these 420s when they have that cleat right there, it makes it it's a little bit easier to do that.
You Cougars a big fan of that?
I don't know.
It's all
personal preference, but it's not like I'm not seeing something I haven't seen before.
I don't know. For me,
I am a little more seasoned than you.
Yeah, tell me about it. Ouch. No, not like that. Come on now. I'm saying this is my first time broadcasting. I'm still. Let's not forget. I like to say that I'm still a relatively new sailor. I'm always learning something new.
Hold on. It looks like Navy does skate through with the 2-3-4. There's a little bit of a shoot up at the end there, but it looks like
we saw a little bit of a reaction out of the crew there in boat 8. I'm not sure if that was a celebratory type of reaction. I'm always curious, or if it's a a little bit of an upset there, but we're going to wait to refresh these scores.
Yeah.
We saw, so Stanford did solidify that win against Tulane. Stanford finished in a 1-2-4 against Tulane's 3-5-6. So, this is a little tough. Tulane has 1, 2, 3 more races left, and unfortunately, on that note, I don't believe that there's any way for them to get up to the...
Checking on just the body language department, we got a little distracted at that finish there. We got a little carried away. Sorry, folks, but Navy seems to kind of be keeping their distance from each other. They might be figuring some stuff out. Can't quite see. I don't know. Did Georgetown come out of that one?
Let's just wait and see. If so, that would be a little bit of a tough loss there for Naval Academy.
I'll say. But Georgetown did win on 1-3-6. Wow.
Yep. So that is a bit of an upset.
Wow. We apologize. We should have been with you on that one more, folks. Sorry about that. But big win for Georgetown, who just lost that tough one to Harvard in their last race. Navy's their prior race was against Roger Williams, and we did see a lot of visual frustration from some of those Georgetown players. So clearly they were able to gather themselves, and particularly in that race when they were losing for 95% of that race, it seems, and able to pull it off at the finish and get a huge win there. So we're going to see if we can't get that finish on replay to see if we can't try to get a better breakdown of what happened. And again, folks, it's a little tough from our angle here. All these boats, when they finish across the line, are just pointing right at us. So it's a little hard to see who's bow out and where everybody exactly is. But
yeah, we kind of just see him luff up, and I'm like, whoa. Yesterday we definitely had a little bit of a... With the direction that we had yesterday, we definitely had a little bit of an easier time seeing that.
Straight shot down our viewpoint where the finish line was. So if the breeze starts to clock back a little bit more right, which, it would make our lives a little bit easier from a viewing standpoint. But this direction seems to be the more favorable for better breeze.
Right. And so we're seeing that the cloud coverage is unfortunately slightly leaving us, or maybe just a little bit of sun popped out. Not sure which one it is, but if I was sailing out there right now, I would want that cloud coverage. So just staying hydrated and, staying out of the sun as best as possible. But let's see what we're checking in on the weather right now. It is, because might as well become a weather woman at this point.
Why not?
We're working with 84 degrees right now. Not sure. Let's go ahead and see what UV are we working with.
It says 84, but what does it feel like?
That's what I'm trying to find out. So let's see. It is 84 right now. The UV index is at a 7, and it feels like 89. And to only make things better, of course, humidity is at a good 62%. To only make things better, it's going to reach 93 degrees at 4 o'clock. The clouds, it's showing for the clouds to leave, and I can only imagine that if it's 84 right now and it feels like 89, what we're going to be seeing is it feels like 96, if not more. So we're hoping that we bang out all these races, right? And that way, we don't fry the sailors and the umpires, because we want to keep them around.
I believe only 19 more races left in the event. We have 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15, 17. Yeah, only 19 more races left in the event.
You guys got to stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. Don't go far away. Tell your friends that it's winding down. We're getting close to crunch time here, and the racing's only going to get better at this point.
Absolutely.
As these teams are, familiarizing yourselves, shaking the rust off from earlier this morning and starting to get locked in and find that groove.
I can't wait for this Final Four, and I'm looking forward to see. I mean, the standings are constantly changing, so. Well, would you look at that? So we've got a tie for third right now between Georgetown and Stanford. So let's see. I'm curious to see what next few races does Stanford have left for them, as well as the Naval Academy. So the Naval Academy will be racing against Yale. That's going to be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see how that one goes, especially. And
Stanford has Boston College, Roger Williams, Harvard, and then that's the last race for them.
Yeah. So minus that Yale Harvard race, Harvard was on fire for most of this day. So, this is, having that one loss is a little bit of fuel to the fire, and I want to see what they've got. I want to watch some of these teams absolutely claw at this top 4, and I want to see some tiebreakers happening here.
Drama, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Yes, drama. I want everybody to be happy throughout the drama, but I want the drama.
Can't please everybody. Unfortunately, only one team walks away as the champion today.
That is correct. Right now, it's just the survival of the fittest, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. So actually, the breeze looks quite nice, and I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I'm feeling the breeze, which is important. It's interesting because there's a flagpole a little bit to our right, but the flags aren't moving too much. But I think it's because it's kind of and you get a great shot of it there.
We've got our little wind indicator out there.
We have our windsock too at the end of that little pier point. But yeah, the flags are a little deceiving right now. It's certainly more breezy than they're indicating, and I think they're just kind of just hidden behind the clubhouse here with this direction.
Yeah, that the little windsock. What do you call it? Windsock?
That's a windsock.
Windsock. It's not looking as limp as it was yesterday.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
So, yes, folks, it's a beautiful day. I'm liking the temperature we're working with right here with this breeze. It's definitely cooling it down, like maybe a degree or two. But
there you go.
Guess what? We will take it. We will take it. But the bugs are kind of out of control today. I will be completely honest with you. Hopefully, with this breeze, the bugs will, wander off elsewhere.
Skedaddle.
Yeah, just away from us. If you hear any slapping, it's me killing I don't even know what it is. Honestly, none of these bugs are identifiable.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're mosquitoes and they're trying to kill me or something. I don't know what it is, but I'm just trying to avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, I don't know bugs very well.
Yeah, I was just told, welcome to Louisiana. For those of you that are not here yet or will be arriving, I highly recommend some bug spray, and probably the biggest bottle, just get a gallon of sunscreen. I don't know.
Do they sell sunscreen by the gallon?
I bet you there's no way they don't. I feel like they must. What Brooks, tell me, what's some advice you would give to the folks that are not here yet or just arrived, or maybe some people that will be arriving shortly? Give them your best points of advice now that you've spent, a few days now in Louisiana.
I mean, we're kind of confined to up here because this is where our setup is. But looking around, I think there's definitely some teams that have more primo real estate compared to some other teams. So it might behoove you to get here a little bit earlier than you think you would otherwise to make sure you have that shot at that A1 real estate. I think I saw some of the squads that are sailing tomorrow. I thought I might have seen randomly, Florida State was here. I think Fordham's going to be here in a little bit too. I don't know. People are kind of filtering in. Just make sure you're drinking water. I don't know if I drank enough water yesterday. Honestly, that was kind of it's getting a little woozy towards the end of the day, but rehydrated today. Been crushing some Gatorade too, and Gatorade as well. Not the product Gatorade 2, not G2, but just make sure you're staying loose, having fun. And it's nice. You see people playing spike ball or croquet, but it's out in the sun, and the sun can be a powerful enemy here.
That's great advice. That was great advice. Take your notes, folks. Pull out your pen and a little pad of paper and write that down.
Nothing I say is even remotely considered official or good advice, so please exercise a massive asterisk on that, on anything that I say.
I have to put out this compliment. I've been seeing some really strong hat games out here. We're talking I love the bucket hats.
Yeah, what kind of hat did you sail in?
I usually sailed in a visor.
I was going to say, you struck me as a visor. I think
wow, I don't even know how to take that, though.
No, the visor I feel like is a very, very a more common piece of headwear amongst women sailors, primarily because you always got to, most of the time, put that hair back in a ponytail or some sort of bun or something.
Right,
but
right.
I think the visor was usually a very common headpiece.
Yeah, I would say that I've evolved, though. So I would do a visor and then a trucker hat for windy stuff. Now I wear like a snapback, like a flat brim hat when I go sailing.
Like a new era flat brim.
Yeah. So I've evolved.
Okay.
I'm like a different breed now. I don't know what it is,
Okay.
but my style has changed. I've moved away from the visors.
There you go.
So, it constantly evolves. Here's Roger Williams on this screen. I believe they're in this race.
They are underway. My goodness, that's snuck up
Wow.
on me.
I did not realize that. Sorry, folks.
Hat conversations can be
But
so compelling.
While we're on this note of hat conversations, shout out to Roger Williams. They've been killing the bucket hat game. So I think they're the ones. They're a bucket hat team, and they're the ones that kind of sparked that conversation in my head. So look at that boat tooth bucket hat, right? Like.
There you go.
So, in this race, we're going to have
Roger, BC, Roger in 1, 2, 3, Boston College in boats 10, 11, and 12.
Yep, thank you for that.
And they're about 2/3 of the way up that beat, and it looks like Boston College looks to be. I can't see. Where's the third? Where's the third Roger Williams boat? Oh, is that them all the way alone out there on the right?
No, they're all. They're all in a little group.
You're right.
So, looking at BC, every single race is going to be crucial for them because right now the fourth place team has a 14-5 record. BC is 11-7. Why don't I go ahead and take a look here? BC has 1, 2, 3 more races left. If I'm not mistaken, I think
races are going to start becoming critical as we wind down.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to win pretty much their next 3 races here. So, and that just goes to show the difference between the 4th and 6th place team. Because they're just sitting in 6th, but there's that big of a difference right now between the 4th and 6th place team.
And it gets interesting. People wanting to know who are the competitors rooting for? Who are they secretly hoping wins each race? And like you said, Boston College, a win here would put them closer to that top 4. So the Georgetown, Stanford, Navy group would start to feel more pressure, but a win there would give Roger Williams a loss, shrink that gap a little bit between for how much they have to climb. So I think just at the end of the day, you want the teams on top to lose, and it's like, you know what, we can. And if it comes down to it, if Boston College needs to, when Boston College races Georgetown, they raced already, but Boston College has to race Navy and Harvard left, and it's Navy's like, you know what, we'll just do our business against them there when we need to.
So it looks like BC just ran 5 here. So let's see if Roger Williams can stir it up here on the downwind. We've seen them do it before. There's no doubt about it. On these downwinds, Roger Williams, I think, has been having very strong downwind sails between marks 2 and 3. And so, if I was BC, I'd be sweating just a little bit.
Yeah, Roger Williams' last race was that race that they dropped to the Naval Academy, so they definitely need to bounce back. They're 2-2 on the day, They dropped their first race to Harvard, and then they came back, bounced back hard against Tulane. They're 1-2 so far on the round. So Roger Williams looking to right their ship in a little bit of a dogfight with, I guess, a bird fight, we could say. A hawk versus an eagle.
Oh, there you go. Which one's faster?
Oh, God. Do not get ornithological with me on this stream, please. That's all I ask.
We need a bird expert and a bug expert.
If you're familiar with winged beasts, please report to the 2nd floor of the Southern Yacht Club.
So we're looking, it looks like BC, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they let one of those Roger Williams boats out to the right side just to sail straight for the mark, and I'm curious to see how this is going to be in their favor. 11 is jibing away. Roger Williams looks like they have a boat on the inside here of 11, but one looks like they are clear of 11. They came in with that cross. But I am curious how this is going to pan out. Looks like they already broke up the 1-2.
Yeah, so curious to see what BC. We're seeing a protest hail from boat number 10. Not quite sure what, but boat number 12 looks like they're on the inside and has full mark room. So they're going to spring free, get their teammate in boat 11 around. So BC, while momentarily broken up, it looks like Boston College is going to hang on to this 1-2 very sketchily around the mark. We're seeing that another protest hail from boat number 12. So maybe not quite a 1-2. That boat number 1 for Roger Williams sneaking in.
Wow.
But we're seeing some more protest hails from these BC boats. Boat number 11 putting their hand up, trying to engage the umpire, probably saying that boat number 1 is not keeping clear or took room that they were not entitled to. Not quite sure what. And we are seeing a Boston College boat spinning boat number 10.
Wow.
So a 6 deep right now, late in the race for Boston College. So Boston College now in a 2.36. 7:20. That's detrimental. So
Yep.
all of a sudden, Roger Williams in a 1.45 with a sizable gap behind them.
I'm still seeing a hand being raised by 12, hailing for an umpire. I will commend BC. What I am liking, what I'm seeing, is how far up and straight-armed they are hailing for these protests. Oftentimes, you'll see like a little bit of a weak arm being raised, like, oh, protest. But they've got a nice posture with their hands when they're raising for the protest.
Yeah, it's that's the collegiate procedure. Some other team races, like I just did one a couple weeks ago, and to engage the umpire, you had to throw a flag, like kind of like match racing. And oftentimes, to frustration, they're like, "Oh, we didn't get a call. Why are you making a call?" And they say, "Oh, we didn't see your flag." So I always make a point to be very obvious. Like, try to make eye contact with the umpire. Like, hold the flag. Go crazy. Get a little animated if you need to.
Right. Yeah. As an umpire, after getting a little bit of umpiring experience under my belt, that is detrimental to see that hand and hear you say, protest. So the more vocal you are with the umpires, the better off it is for them. And, umpires love it when people are vocal on the race course, like overlap, broken, coming from behind them.
Being very obvious, dictating what you're saying. So boat number 12, sorry, just cut you off. This is we've been burned before on a tight finish. I just didn't want to get carried away again.
So we see that one of the Roger Williams boats is coming across on starboard. I'm curious if they have the cross here. I'm not sure if he's hailing for an umpire or what.
So boat number 11 for Boston College. They
tacked quite close there.
Yeah, so
they tacked pretty close there.
A little bit of a sandwich there between boats number 11 and 12, and is that sail number 1 for Roger. They're all tacking away now. This might be the race right here. We're hearing some animation from down the line here from the Peanut Coaches Gallery. Gonna see what happens.
I've yet to see a flag from the umpires
12's
or
gonna have to peel
spinning.
out. So 11 is 11's pinned. 11 can't get out of there.
They're going to go for a massive duck here. But I'm just seeing lots of hands raised here. This is, once again, one of those finishes.
Boat 11 going over the top of boat number 1, but maybe having some contact. Not quite sure. That might be the kind of thing you want to spin for off the bat, but maybe we saw the situation differently. Boat number 2 coming in. Boat number 12 for Boston College is finished.
That's a 1, and possibly, let's see, where 10 crosses here, maybe with the 2, but it looks like they're pretty bow even from our eyesight with 3 and 2 from Roger Williams. So I'm curious to see
and that's a green. Is that a?
That looks like a green
red
flag there.
No, I saw a point from the other umpire though, so we might be.
I do see one green checkered flag. I'm not sure what the other umpire's hail is.
I thought I saw a point from the other umpire on that when they put. I did see that flag, and I guess I couldn't quite tell that it was checkered. We're seeing some visible frustration from boat number 1 for Roger Williams. So hold on. We need to get official confirmation here and see what's actually happening. Boat number 12 tacking around. Maybe they're the boat that has to refinish. Or are they going back to talk to an umpire? Not quite sure. Or they're just tacking back. Huh. Interessante.
Yep. It's all day long, these finishes. The most action-packed. Once again, like you were saying, these guys are at the top of the leaderboard. The races that they lose, it just adds to the action of how easy or hard it's going to be for these people that are outside of the bottom 4 right now to actually make their way up in there.
I'm still questioning if Roger won that race or not, because the body language, it looked some pretty upset sailors for Roger Williams. There was some pointing and some conversing with umpires and the other competitors, so not quite sure, but again, we will see what the final decision was once as soon as it is live and available to us.
Looking at this next race, we're going to have, let me just refresh here. It looks like we're going to have Tulane University, the Green Waves, in 4-5-6 against the Harvard Crimsons, and 13, 14, 15, the Green Boats. So they're just getting off that starting line right now. They should be on that upwind if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it looks like they are off the line already. So these colors are going to be a little bit confusing, but once again, we have Harvard University in the green boats, 13, 14, 15, and Tulane University Green Waves in the gray 4, 5, 6.
They're the Green Wave. It's a singular. You're adding an S unnecessarily to the end. Yeah, oddly enough, these are the two teams two teams that do not have, they are singular. We got the Crimson, the Cardinal, and the Green Wave here.
Why can't I pluralize
I don't know.
it?
You keep saying, you
Just
call
let
them the
me-
Crimsons, you call them
Yeah.
the Green Waves. It's just not their name. It's just doing them a disservice.
Am I going to get a call from Harvard being
I mean,
how
hey.
dare you?
I mean, I don't know what.
How dare
you
you?
hope their athletic departments are listening, but you know, you want them. You want to make sure you're representing their school right.
No, you're right. You're right. Crimson. The Crimson team is struggling to hold
Harvard
their
Crimson.
lane right now. How's that better?
That sounds better. So we're still waiting official score confirmation from that Boston College Roger Williams race, but right now upwind again. We do have Tulane versus Harvard. Tulane in 4-5-6, Harvard in 13-14-15. Tulane still looking for that first win on the round.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting race just because Harvard and Tulane both are sitting in 7th and 8th place right now. Harvard is in 7th with a 10-9 record, whereas Tulane Green Wave is in a 9-10 record. Tulane they're looking for that win for the day. There's no doubt about that. So, this is their home base. This is their territory, and they're going to want to make that clear. So I actually have an update from that Roger Williams race. Looks like Raj got the win in a 2-3-4, and the BC Eagles finish in a 1-5-6.
Okay.
So Raj is kind of just solidifying, that they're up there in the top 4, and they're making sure that they're trying to stay up there.
Yeah, they got 3 races left. Most teams do have 3 races left in this round, and nothing. I don't know if anyone's clinched anything for that Final Four quite yet. But maybe a big one coming up on just now down in the starting area too. Yale versus Navy. Navy needs a win to kind of keep their hat in the ring to make that top 4. And a Yale loss would certainly condense the rest of the fleet as they are still leading the pack at 17-2 record.
So like 15 from Harvard's been doing a pretty good job. Looks like they have 2 pairings, Harvard does, but 15's been doing a pretty good job of staying in the attacking battle with boat 5 and being able to match those tacks. Of course, you'd like to see him to be spot on. As a crew, that's a good thing to be looking out for. Is when you have a pairing, you want to be looking at that pair, the opponent, and watching as they're pushing their tiller. You want to be telling your skipper, "Hey, push your tiller. We're going." Right. So you want to be able to match those tacks spot on.
That's one of those things that we were talking yesterday. Like, what makes a good team racing crew? What makes a good just overall crew? And I think just being able, like I was saying, just being able that extra set of eyes on their boat. They're attacking, so that your skipper can keep their boat. You can keep your boat moving fast through the water, and you don't have to be focusing on where that boat is because your crew is going to tell them exactly what they're doing.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not sure what's going on with boat 13 from Harvard here. I'm seeing that they're just luffing head to wind here.
Big bail from their crew too. Maybe they just had a over roll tack and swamp's got a lot of water in the boat.
But I think it's intriguing to just kind of luff your sails, right? And just kind of
I mean, they are pretty far ahead, and they just there's no reason for them to get that far ahead, especially I think right now they're chasing in this race. So let's just, make a party at Mark 1.
Right.
Give your crew time to bail out, and as add it to the list of things that make a crew important is ability to bail really quickly.
Let's go ahead and see. He's in a tough spot too. I gotta say. I mean, he's got a little bit of space between him and Mark 1, which you never really want to. When you're that boat that's ahead, you want to be rounding that mark as tight as possible. Do not leave that door open. There's a lot of luffing going on here right now.
Slow part of the race at the moment. We got one Harvard boat around. We got a.
It's not every day that you see almost every single boat just kind of just luffing it on the first leg,
little chilling at Mark 1 party.
Yeah. It might have to do with the breeze. The breeze looks like it's lightened up a little bit, so maybe that has a little bit of a factor here. But it's definitely, I'm not sure what the strategy is there, but I guess so long as everybody's participating, it's all good. It's a group effort, collaborative. Yep. And once again, we're still, I think, are we waiting for another boat to come around? Yep, we see a Harvard boat leading around Mark 1 here with Tulane on their hip. They're going to be wanting to put in some spacing. It looks like Harvard right now has a decent play 4 here, a 1-4-5. We're going to be wanting to see 15 putting in as big of a gap here between his teammates and the 6. And then we're just going to want to see 14 trying to push push the 2 and the 3 forward.
And it definitely looks a little bit lighter out there, and you got to wonder. You hope these teams are aware and how they shift gears, how they kind of transition. It's like, okay, we need to roll harder than we did a little bit ago. Things change. How do we adapt? How do we, not quite sure how that one Harvard boat was stuck in that position to have to bail out seemingly half of Lake Pontchartrain from their boat, but that might have been a sloppy roll tack.
So here's what I'm thinking is going to be interesting. We see that there's actually a race right now with Yale in 7-8-9 against the Naval Academy in 16-17-18. We see that Yale is punched forward here in a 1-2, but they have a 6, but they're very punch forward. They're going to intermingle with this race up ahead.
This is about to get pretty busy, I think. With
totally agree.
This Harvard-Tulane race definitely condensing, and this Yale-Navy race
right.
kind of getting out ahead.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with that Harvard-Tulane race. I mean, they were kind of just luffing there for a while, so it looks like the Bulldogs and the midshipmen were able to put themselves in this race, and from the looks of it, I mean, Yale has that 1-2 and a significant gap as well between the second place.
I think what happened was it was just right. That was kind of just that brief moment, for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just a little phase of light air. So that's why that race, that Harvard-Tulane race, got super condensed, and then that's what allowed those 2 Yale boats to, I'm sure they hooked into a little vein of pressure. They were able to squirt out, get ahead of the rest of their race. So just the perfect cocktail of everything going light at once, and then this is gonna be really easy for our camera crew to stay on because all the boats are right here in the same shot.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, from the looks of it, one of the Harvard boat, or I'm sorry, the Yale boat 8 is already advanced ahead of
through the through that Harvard-Tulane race.
Right.
So a reminder that the Tulane is 4-5-6 against Harvard in 13-14-15, and Yale is 7-8-9 against Navy in the blue 16-17-18.
Yep. Yale is in pink here, and they are putting themselves in the mix. Have you ever had this happen to you? What would be your strategy?
I mean, I'm sure it has happened. There's not a particular memory that sticks out to me, but I'm sure it has happened at some point in my team racing career. But it's the regular rules apply, and you just, hey, I'm on starboard, you're lured, get off, or if you need to jibe to clear your air on a boat that's in last place in another race, it's like, hey, you're still kind of embrace a little bit of a fleet race mentality maybe at that point.
Yeah, no, talk about coverage zones in this upwind.
Yeah.
This is gonna be intense. But from the from the looks of it, it looks like 15-14 from Harvard are pretty. Looks like they have the one.
so Harvard has a 1-2-7 right now, but they're winning against Tulane's 2-3.
2-3. What is that like?
I don't know.
8.
Yale has a 4-6 13, a 4-6-11. So they're winning. This all makes sense now.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, so. Yeah, okay. In terms of the Tulane and Harvard race, Harvard has a decent 1-2 here right now, and they have a 5. We're going to just try to ignore the pink sails here. Harvard would have a 1-2-5 here, so they just need to hold on to that 1-2, and I'd love to see 15 playing back on 4, but they might not even have to because they might be getting covered over by the other race.
Right,
so,
and then sometimes you're asking how you deal with that. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage. Like, okay, those guys are setting up in a play 2. You know where they're going to cover.
Yeah.
You can force your opponents to tack into their coverage. So this other race could be covering your guy for you.
Right. Oh, isn't that fun? Oh, we love this. This is the drama I was talking about.
You know what this reminds me of? The starting tomorrow, the co-ed semifinal, co-ed fleet racing semifinal. You're going to have a lot more boats than this out there, but certainly reminiscent of that.
Now, wait a minute. You know what would be quite humorous is if this Yale boat punching out to the right were to just come in and finish first ahead of the other race.
That's a way to show off your boat speed, no doubt.
Right?
But let's try to keep our eyes peeled at least. That Yale Navy race seemed to be a pretty shut case, but let's see if there's any chance
of
that
Harvard
Tulane can mix it up here. Right now, it does look like Harvard is still in control with boats 14 and 13.
I think 13 is
up
just
the track.
13 is just going to have to be careful for boat 6 coming up here on starboard, but If 13 is laying the Penn, it looks like Harvard may have locked that 1-2 here.
I think 13 is pretty comfortable. Boat number 8 coming across again. That's a Yale boat, so that boat is not affiliated with this. Oh my God, are they gonna?
No way.
Boat number 8 is gonna win this race. Wow. Okay. So let's try to keep track of this. That's a 1 for Yale.
That's a
1 for Harvard.
Yep.
A 2 for Harvard. So that's a 1-2 for Harvard. And then Yale's teammate, I think those boat number 7 is the farthest back boat on our screen, but there are still several other boats that are not on our screen. So Yale's going to hold on for a 1-2 here.
You know who I wouldn't want to be right now? Is that Finnish boat.
Yeah, the Finnish boat. That can get a little tricky, no doubt.
Respect to them.
Whew. Well, that was usually you have to pay double to see that kind of two race team racing action, and that's an exciting one. That's fun. It's interesting that it took this long down the regatta track for this to finally happen.
Yeah, you know what? I just don't even need coffee after that. That was that was my coffee for the afternoon. Alrighty.
Well, that's a quick way to get through flight 6.
Yeah.
As flight number 7, Boston College and Stanford are making their way back out there. But this might be a minute because the next race is Georgetown Roger, who are, I guess, neither of them are on the water right now. And then the other race in the next flight is Navy Tulane. Two teams. Let's see. Tulane should take Navy's boats, and Navy should take Yale's boats right there on the water. That would be, if they can coordinate that right now, that would be money, because that would save a lot of time because they're just flopping boats. But that might make too much sense. Not sure.
Yeah, it would be.
I'm not trying to make your brain do any more work.
Yeah. It would be pretty cool if we could do some on-water rotations. I'd love to pump them out and just go ham.
Yeah. So awaiting official confirmation, but we're pretty confident in that Harvard did indeed beat Tulane, and Yale was very comfortable in their win against Navy. But we will be refreshing the score sheet and trying to get more confirmation to see what that makes our leaderboard look like. How it all shakes out.
Oh, yeah. Looks like the leaders, though, have been having some wins here. So, I'm curious to see how it's a matter of these guys that are out of the top 4 of trying and winning every single possible.
I think, did a bug just fly in your mouth? Okay, a bug just flew into her mouth. I thought she might have been having, I don't know, some sort of episode, but it seems as though a bug just got invasive.
There was indeed a bug.
I heard interesting noises, and I was like, what is going on over there?
There was definitely a bug that just flew very close, almost into my mouth. Pardon me for that one. Yeah, I'm telling you, these bugs are violent.
But we keep talking about, the competitors, how hard it is. It's hard for us here, too.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, come on. Give us some credit, too.
We're the ones in the shade.
Yeah.
Staving off bug attacks.
Yeah. What he said. On the note of water, I'm going to go fill up my water. So I will be leaving Brooks with everyone.
That's fine. I can hold it down for a minute. You know what? I'm actually just going to do it, too, because I need to do that. And while we're waiting for the rest of the competitors to make their way out. And hopefully by the time we're back, we will have a refreshed tech score. So we will be back momentarily. There we go. Now they're updated.
Hello.
So, yeah, Harvard did win. Yale did win.
Ready?
Alrighty, we are back. There's going to be an interesting little gap in this one, but this is a big race right now. Race 140 between Boston College and Stanford just getting underway. Boston College is in boats 1, 2, 3. Stanford in 10, 11, 12. Boston College teetering on that edge to try to make that Final Four. Don't know if it's mathematically impossible, but a win here against the Cardinal will certainly help. And the Cardinal just need a win here to stay in contention, stay alive.
Yeah, I mean these races are going to be important, and every race is going to be crucial. So we're watching the suns out a little bit more now, and it's going to get a little bit hot and heated here, I think.
You lose track of the heat when you run inside real quick to fill your water bottle. Just get engulfed by that sweet air conditioning, and then come back out here, and it's like, oh, it is warm out here. You can't get too comfortable out there. You got to stay. You got to stay in that hot mentality, that hot air mentality. But recapping what we saw, that pretty bizarre 2-race at the same time finish. We can confirm that Harvard did win and Yale did defeat Navy.
Yeah, and this race that we're watching right now, this is going to be the BC Eagles in red 1, 2, 3, and Stanford Cardinal in 10, 11, 12, the Black Sails. So just keep your eyes peeled for this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a gap because that race both of those races got long, so the rotation is going a little bit slower on this turn. So we're going to have this race with you for most. We should have this race for most of it. And I think we're going to get a shot of the updated standings here as soon as our graphics team gets those built with the updated standings after those last 2 races.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a crucial race for Stanford here. This would definitely be one that would be locking them in their positions a little bit harder. So. Looking at it, Stanford just rounded Mark 1 in what looks to be 1. We've got an incoming starboard boat, BC.
I think it's a 145 right now for Stanford because that Boston College boat's pretty far
deep,
back.
right?
Yeah, boat number 3. So 145 around Mark 1 for Stanford.
Yeah, that BC boat is quite a wee bit way back, honestly.
We talked about, we've seen it around Mark 4. We've seen that when the 2-3 clamped down hard, Gloria, on that boat in the 4, it kind of set up that wall. Yeah. How do you do that downwind? How do you sit on a boat and slow down a boat that's behind you?
Yeah, so you're asking me for a boat that's in front or behind?
If you're the 2-3 upwind, it's pretty apparent you just make that wall clamp down on them hard because you're sitting on them, giving them bad air.
Right.
But, we're seeing a boat spin, boat number 11 for Stanford. But boat number 1 spinning too, so maybe those are just, I don't know. That was interesting. But no, so my question is, so what are boats number 1 and 2 going to do on 11 right now? How are they going to set up that wall but downwind?
Yeah, absolutely. So it definitely helps to build that wall. It helps to build that wall between marks 1 and 2. You're going to want one of your boats setting up a little bit high and one low. That way the low boat can go ahead and take out that boat if need be, and the high boat is always there for assistance when need be. So that's a high-low is always your best friend for building that wall for that downwind.
Yeah, it looks really light there around Mark 2.
I'm seeing boats are getting taken out quite high here. Boat 11 from Stanford is taking boat 3 into a different dimension, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, they're taking them to Arkansas right now, all the way up the Mississippi River.
That'll do it. And so, yeah, it's tough. It looks like they're all reaching out there, which definitely is an indication that it is lightened up significantly. And that's when it gets harder to cover boats on the downwind. So if you're one of those guys that's fallen back behind your boat 3 from BC and you're behind boat 11, you better hope that you drive earlier than he does onto that reach, just because the reach coverage zones are so much further forward that you really need to be pretty far advanced in order to cover that boat.
And just like is boat number 3, I think boat number 3 is ahead of boat number 11 now. So all of a sudden Stanford chasing in a 156. So
wow.
Boston College making quick work, breaking up that 145 that Stanford had around Mark 2.
Oh, wow. And, you got to commend boat 1 here. I think they're doing a pretty decent job of pushing that 1 forward, right, and kind of taking them away from their own teammates. But Stanford's been proving that they've got the speed and they have the skill in the team racing. And, I have a feeling, look at this, boat 12 with the duck. Am I seeing that correct? Is that a duck? Was that a duck or a cross?
On boat number 2? I think boat number 2 just crossed ahead of boat number 12.
Okay. So I am not mistaken. Yeah, so, and it's tough. I mean, the coverage zones, like I said, is a little bit harder on the reaches. So if 12 might be in a okay spot, I can't really tell through the depth. They may be in an okay spot to be covering 3 here. And what you want to do is you want to draw those players that are forward back. You want to get as close to them as possible and just, dangle that carrot. Make them sweat a little bit. That way they play back, and then that slows down the race.
Just look what we're seeing right now on the inside, boat number 11, while boat number 3 and 12 are kind of fighting. Boat number 11 might have just sprung through, so all of a sudden, boat number 11 looking very strong, a very advantaged position, having that inside lane.
You want that
getting
inside
down the
room.
track close to Mark 3 as Stanford still has the 1. Boat number 10 is still holding on to the 1, so it looks like maybe a 1-4, 1-4-6. Can't quite tell how 11's doing on those 2 up front, boats number 1 and 2, probably still chasing. So a 1-4-6 right now, but definitely better than this looked for Stanford about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a matter when it lightens up is you just need to readjust, right, and just immediately go.
Changing gears.
Change your gears, right, and you just want to sail that boat as fast as possible, try and catch up here. And
so we're seeing this right now, boat 11 making their move, luffing boat number 3, boat number 12, springing low and free. So all of a sudden that 1-4-6 is a 1-5-6 for Stanford around Mark 3, or as they're approaching Mark 3. They're not quite around yet.
Fantastic job on 11 there. She was able to recognize right away. She's like, I need to put in this hit right now and get my teammate forward before anybody from BC puts that hit on her or her teammate.
And so let's see, boat number 2 is holding out boat number 12. Might be outside of the 2-boat length circle, so all of a sudden now 2-3-4 maybe for Boston College around Mark 3. Wow, nicely done. Great job by boat number 2 holding those 2 other Stanford boats out. So 2-3-4 for Boston College around Mark 3. They're approaching Mark 4, and here we go.
Yeah, they're, once again, just changing gears here. 11 and 12, they just need to sail as fast as possible here. Try and get any kind of leverage they can on 2 and 3.
I regret not remembering what race it was, but we saw this exact play earlier, and I think it was a Harvard boat, and boat number 1 just like cartoonishly accordioned the entire race. Just like everything was so spread out, and they slowed up the entire thing and caused all sorts of havoc. So boat number 10 not quite in a position to do that, to maybe make a jibe or just get really wiggly. And I think as a result of the dying velocity of the breeze, that makes it that much more scary to there's a great shot of the drone. You can see how light it is out there. Those boats just kind of limping around the mark. And
in this light air stuff, you cannot afford a bad tack.
Yeah, and you can really see here how much more damage, how far that gauges on boat number 11 and 12.
What a beautiful match there from 10 on 1 tack.
Yes.
I thought that was beautifully synchronized. That's exactly what you want to be seeing.
So we're having 2 tack to cover the boat that just tacked out for Boston College, but boat number 1 is now tacking back to cover boat number 12. And this is just an awesome shot, so we can really see the gauge and where these boats are really set up on each other. Because it gets a little tough when we're looking at straight down the line. We can't quite see who's bow out, but this is great.
Right, and this definitely helps out a significant amount. Yeah, I would just be a little bit worried about that 1 BC boat 3 being a little bit far out right there.
Yeah, they look down speed right now too compared to boat 12, kind of trucking along. Boat 11's tacking. I think 3 is going to cross them handedly.
1's gaining a lot of speed here and going bow out on 10, so this could be a little bit troublesome for the Cardinal.
Yeah, I think they were that one boat, that boat number 3 for Boston College was definitely looked okay there for a second, but right now boat number just might not be what the Cardinal were hoping for. Because that's kind of what you have to do when you're chasing that 5-6. You just kind of have to not so much wing it, but you just got to send it and hope you get that lucky puff. Hope that the team, the player that's supposed to be covering you maybe messes up their coverage, force them to condense, and here we go again.
There we go. This excellent drone footage.
There we go. That boat number 3 that we thought might have been the last place boat was going very slow. All of a sudden crossing, but look at this now. A little bit of a cluster. There's 2 Boat number 10 for Stanford doing a tremendous job, luffing up hard, but I think boat number 2 might get around them, and they do. So it looks like this is going to be a 1-2 finish for Boston College. Yes, a 1 and a 2. Tough loss there. We're seeing a spin from boat number 1. I think that's just a clear, wipe the blood off your hands, type of spin, just to cover their tracks. But that's a big 1-2. Big win for Boston College, keeping them in the mix, and that's a pretty detrimental loss for Stanford.
Yeah, that's a little tough. It's hard to find words for that one, but yeah, this will definitely be changing up the standings, and so it's like we were saying all day long, and the top 4, it's anybody's game. So this next race for Navy is going to be a crucial one. It's going to be Navy versus Tulane. If Navy wins this next race, then that's going to put them in a possible tie with Stanford. So, or if I'm not mistaken, let's see. Navy has a race against Tulane and another race against Boston College. And then we see that Stanford is going to have a race.
I think they're not fully updated yet from that last race, but let's see if we can't see what the standings looked like going into that last race. Obviously, it will not reflect the finish because it has not fully updated for us on our end. But yeah, so going into that race, we had Yale at 8, still leading the charge. Roger, and that's what we were saying, how crucial this race was for both Boston College and Stanford. Now, all of a sudden, Boston College will be 12 and 8. Stanford's going to drop to 14 and 6. And Navy has to be a little bit happy about that. That keeps that last spot within striking distance. And Georgetown, who is making their way out to the race course right now, they got to be a little happy too, because that gives them a little cushion behind them. And it's all, every race here, there's only, let's see, that was just race 140. So there's 1, 2, 5, 8, 9 races left in this in this entire round. So every race, it's going to be critical now. I'm going to think that we can start to do some chicken scratch math and see who is going to be safely into that next round. But you see Yale and Roger Williams sitting up there at the top. But another coach made a point. We were just chatting in our last break. Roger and Yale still have to race each other. That's going to be the last race of this round. So one of those two teams will have one more loss at the end of it. And so coming up next, they're still making their way down there. They might be doing some pre-start dancing. Can't quite hear horns, but based off of how they're positioning themselves, might be getting ready for it. We're going to have Georgetown versus Roger Williams. So that's a massive race, because Georgetown, Roger Williams, Roger at 16 and 3, Georgetown at 14 and 5. And if Georgetown wins, that makes them that much closer to that top spot. And a Roger loss would certainly condense things down the bottom. And I'm thinking the Bulldogs are hoping that they might have a little bit of breathing room. They might be pulling for some Hoyas on this one, who are their next race. So friendships and allegiances swap quickly out there. So can't quite tell how much time is left in the sequence, if they even are in sequence. Can't fully tell. They might be on their final approach, but based off of how those 6, 7, 8 boats are kind of just lingering there, I might be kind of close to the starting area. It's going to be Roger Williams in 13, 14, 15, and Georgetown in 4, 5, 6. So it looks like they are just seconds away from actually starting here, as they're lining up on their final approach. Again, Georgetown in 4, 5, 6. Roger Williams in the double-digit 13, 14, 15 boats. It's definitely lightened up. It looks like for this lighter breeze velocity. There's like a target race for target time for how long they want these races to be. And here we go. It looks like boats are accelerating off the line. There's the starting pin. Where's the starting boat? There it is. So we have to have probably about 10 seconds left here. We're seeing maybe even less than that. There they go. Go on the start. Great shot here from this drone. Boat 15 handedly at the pin. Boat number 13 was over, so they're going to have to go back. Boat number 5 was over, so they're going to have to go back. And boat number 14 was over. So 2 boats over for Roger Williams to Georgetown's 1. Not exactly. 14 wasn't over. They're just spinning. Oh, Lord. Not exactly what you want off the line if you're a Roger Williams fan. Boston College, Georgetown looking happy off the line early here. Yeah, it's so light, and so that has to be just painful having to go back if you're over early for those 2 Roger Williams boats. And we're just seeing boat number 14 just now clearing themselves as some of the races started to sail away from them. So again, we had a boat over early for Roger Williams. We had a boat spinning off the line for Roger Williams. We had 1 Georgetown boat over. So not a full great start for Georgetown, but they have to be happy that they drew that on Roger Williams. Again, Georgetown in 4, 5, 6, Roger Williams in 13, 14, 15. And if you're just tuning in, Roger Williams, that last start, had a boat over and a boat spinning off the line. It was just brutal watching them have to turn around and go back to clear themselves. And Georgetown did have a boat over as well, boat number 5. But certainly Georgetown in an okay spot. But Roger Williams and boat number 15, they did win the pin comfortably out in front right now. But let's see how Georgetown can navigate, see if they can't get their teammate that was over as well, boat number 5, back in the mix.
Seems like Roger's been having a little bit of a tough time today. They've been having a few digs, and it's against teams that I don't think they were expecting to have these digs against as well.
They're seeing some puffs kind of touching down on the water, so it is definitely a little bit more puffy than we've seen from other directions, as we were saying earlier. But right now, Georgetown is controlling 2 pairs. We're seeing boat 4 and 15 here. That's the only pair that Roger Williams has at the moment. Boat 15 won that pin. They had that great start that we saw from that awesome drone shot, and they're in a bit of a tight spot early, chasing in a 1, potentially 5, definitely a 6.
So I'm happy to see that the breeze has come back up. In that one race with Harvard, it was down a good amount, but it looks like it's been filling in, and I'm seeing the flags at the flagpole even flying a little bit harder than they were earlier.
Yeah, definitely. These boats seem to be going through the water a little bit better than they did a little bit ago.
Right.
But so Roger rounds boat 15 in the 1. Looks like they're going to be followed by a 1 Hoya, 2 Hoya, red Hoya, blue Hoya. So that's a 2, 3, 4 around mark number 1 for Georgetown, but that deep 6, boat number 14 for Roger Williams, just still making their way, inching their way up the race course, and they got some catching up to do.
That is right.
We've seen these sizable gaps before with that 5, 6 pretty deep, but all they need to do, boat number 13, all they have to do is just grab 1 boat. That's all they need,
right.
And then all of a sudden they can convert that chasing 156 to a 145.
Right, and I think that if they're going wing on wing for these downwinds, I think it will be slightly easier for them to actually be able to cover. But once again, there is some distance to be made up there between 6 and 13. So, it's a matter of, is he even close enough to his coverage zone to even be able to cover him at this point in time? I mean, looking at it, the 5 for Roger Williams still has not rounded this mark, and the 6 is only halfway maybe between marks 1 and 2.
Look at that. I mean, that must be a pretty wild shift, because boat number 14 is winging on this reach leg, it looks like.
No, you're seeing that correct. Yep, there's the zoom in. You are seeing that right. This looks like this actually might be a tough race. Listen, when there's shifts like this in the races, and for example right now they're just going on a straight reach to mark 3, that makes it near impossible for Raj to try and make some gains here.
Yeah, this is a massive shift that we're seeing right now. I mean, kind of a conga line at the moment, just all those boats reaching to mark 3 makes it very, very tough for Roger to catch up in this one.
Yeah, when it's a straight reach like this, no jibing, nothing. Yeah, this is definitely not in their favor.
Yeah, it makes it tough.
I'm curious to see if maybe race committee might change things up. But I mean, this is pretty.
Yeah, and that race behind them is already underway. So
Right. This is one of those moments. If you're one of those sailors in that new race that's underway, I would be looking at that, and I'd be looking at that downwind leg and be like, hey, they're all reaching.
Guys.
Yeah, hello. Let's keep that one in mind, right? And it looks like it's pretty starboard favored off this line. For the most part, I have barely seen any tacks other than the guy off the Penn. He might have lost the Penn and tacked out, and it seems like it's a pretty straight shot towards the mark. I mean, they're definitely going to have to do some more tacks, but it's starboard favored.
I mean, the breeze is like coming from the clubhouse now. This is an insanely large shift.
Right. But if you're looking at it, that Raj boat did make some gains on that boat.
They did. Boat number 13 did make some gains right there in that 5-6 spot, in that 4-5 spot. So Georgetown still holding on to that 2-3-4.
Right. He may be able to nip at him.
And we're seeing that again. Boats going to a wing on this on this reach leg. So the shift still very much in effect. And yeah, looking upwind too, these boats coming at us. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that boat from the upwind tacked boat 8 or not, but they may be laying the mark here for Mark 1.
Yeah, we're seeing boat number 6 do a nice job pinning out boat number 13. And that's another element of the shift. And now there's a full-on jibing duel on this reach leg. This isn't something that these teams traditionally would practice or prepare for.
Yeah, but
I don't even know how you prepare for this, but
I don't think you do. I think it's a matter of instinct,
Four is going to need to give a little bit of a bump on boat number 6 there. We're seeing potential contact. Boat number 6 is going to have to spin. So all of a sudden, Roger Williams, he get that one boat through, and just like that, Roger Williams, they're chasing in a 1-5-6. All of a sudden, might be in a winning 1-1-3. It looks like
that might be the case, but I'm not sure if 15 is just trying to jibe around and stay close to his teammates. Not a terrible idea.
Well, and it's important to recognize if this shift is still holding down there, those boats seem to be a little bit bowed down compared to the boats that we saw in that first beat a little bit ago. If this turns into just another kind of straight line conga line, like let's just hit the brakes or hit the gas and accelerate, get out of here. But
all gas, no brakes.
All gas, no brakes. But right now, let's see if we can't tell. It's turning into a bit of a drag race.
Yeah, and it's a little bit tough here as well because you see that 14 is ahead of 6. So I'm mistaken. I thought that maybe 14 was behind 6.
So we're seeing boat 5. It's just a tricky position for boat 5 to start hurting 14 as 14 starting to hurt boat number 6.
Right.
Who's going to flop out. 14 follows. So the onus right now is on boat number 4 to hold that pin on boat number 13 for as long as they can.
Right. 15's in a little bit of a tough spot here.
15's going to help out his teammate in boat 13. But let's see how they navigate this is with this wonky breeze shift. And
we're seeing the same thing for this following race. It looks like they're, for the most part, all reaching.
So boat 5 just got across boat number 4. So that's at least a 2-3 for Georgetown. Now they have to get their teammate who's in the 6 out, and that is going to get very tough. This might be one of those races like we just saw. A good thing that there's a little comfortable gap behind them because this race could easily be condensing with another race right now.
Right. Yes, it looks like they are.
I think a little bit closer than half. Again, hard to tell from some depth perception, but let's see. 4 is still holding that tight clamp on 13. And if boat number 5 can get across 14 and 15, let's see if they approach 13. 15 is going to come with a little bit of a lee bow, so can't quite see the gauge on boat number 5, but boat 15 seems to be cracking off. They need to get down to that little party between boat number 4 and 13.
But what I do like to see is that these you can tell there's very good team racing going on here because nobody is just going straight for the finish. They're going back and they're making sure that their teammates are in a good spot. So that's the kind of team racing we're
yeah, there is still a play that can be made.
Exactly.
So boat 5 has their pair. Looks like Georgetown, Roger Williams has 2 pairs right now between the 2 pairs on the left. Georgetown is in control in the pair on the middle, but it's all about the balance and how when they come back together, which pair is going to be farther ahead. We're seeing some light jib luffing from boat number 5. So maybe they're poking out a little bit too much. Boat number 5 is tacking.
With a clear cross from 13
Yeah,
now.
not even a questionable cross there.
Georgetown looks like they might be finishing with a 1 here. I'm curious to see how they're going to come or interact with boat 15 from Roger Williams. This may
Looks like
be a 2-3-4.
Well, hold on. Boat number 6 squeaking inside 14, but that might be a 2-3-5, unless boat 4 was a little bit farther back than we thought. But I think that might be a 2-3-5 for Roger Williams. We will await official confirmation, but that's what it looked like.
Looking at this other race we have, following behind them is the U.S. Naval Academy Midshipmen in pink 7-8-9 versus Tulane in blue 16-17-18. And if I'm not mistaken right now, it looks like Naval Academy is going to be rounding Mark IV in a 1-2-3.
Yeah, definitely.
Their first 2 boats have already gotten around, and the third boat of the Naval Academy has just rounded. You are watching it here live on your screens. You can't even see their 1 and 2 in the camera right now. They're pretty punched forward. Would you agree with that, Brooks?
Yeah, definitely. And Navy, this is a get right race for them. Tulane still looking for their first win in this round. They're 0 on the round, and Navy, their last race we saw them, they dropped a heartbreaker to Georgetown at the finish, and they're one of those bubble teams right now. They're absolutely within striking distance, particularly after they're holding their breath to see what happened in this Georgetown Roger Williams race. And if Georgetown loses this race and Navy wins this race, that just makes that mishmash. And Stanford losing their race, that just makes it all that much more condensed for those last couple spots in that Final Four.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious to see if our race committee will be adjusting the course at all. It looks like that final leg isn't too wishy-washy, but it's more on my concern about that first leg and the downwinds here.
Just looking at the breeze on the water, it looks like it's kind of found itself again. That might have just been some random, super weird fluke shift. And if the race committee is like, I don't know, you kind of want to. I don't know what the protocol is in deciding when you want to call a race or what you want to do. But if it's just a quick, hey, it's sailing, the wind shifts sometimes, and if it comes back, so long as it's not a dramatic shift that was going to hold,
right?
You have to trust the PRO is going to make the right decision.
Absolutely. And so I would say that these races came out quite fair. I mean, everybody battled there on the last upwinds. We're looking Tulane's definitely putting up a fight here on this final upwind. I mean, they are making the Navy team work for it, and they're keeping them tacking.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a matter of let's see if who can tack a little bit harder, roll a little bit harder, and see if they can advance themselves that way.
Yeah, Roger Williams did win that with a 2-3-5 over Georgetown, so that was a weird one, just with that shift, making everything kind of all of a sudden look like a big race chase, and then that last beat kind of corrected itself. Roger did a great job of breaking up Georgetown's play, especially on that bottom leg when they drew that foul on that Georgetown boat, got him to spin, and all of a sudden, just like that, Georgetown's coverage was completely blown up, and Roger found their opportunity and struck.
Yeah, it's really easy to kind of get carried away in these races and kind of just keep trucking forward and think that but it's Roger Williams did a great job there of recognizing if I keep moving forward, they're going to keep playing back on my teammates, and I'm going to be in a 1-5-6. And he went back, and we watched him, that front player for Roger Williams, jibe back and keep coming back and back and back until his teammates were in a secure enough position. And so that will make or break team races without a doubt. Definitely that is a telltale
Try again. We got some time. You can nail this.
Telltale factor. I'm actually terrible with idioms and metaphors. By the way, it looks like Naval Academy crossed the finish line there in a 1-2-3. But I'm awful with idioms and metaphors because, that's something you learn at home. And considering, that I grew up in a European household and we speak Lithuanian at home all the time, my parents don't know any metaphors or idioms. So it took me forever to learn through the grapevine.
Wow.
I would say like on the grapevine. Like I would say and people are that is very wrong, my friend. So
my first words were actually through the grapevines. That's an interesting cultural thing growing up in Lithuania compared to Southern California.
Well, I grew up in Chicago, but
Lithuanian household.
Yes, Lithuanian
Well,
household.
and I feel
yeah.
I'm a little remiss that we we have yet to mention yesterday. You told a pretty nice story yesterday afternoon about your grandparents.
Yeah, so a lot of my family is still based in Lithuania, and actually my mom's side is in Finland. And I was telling Brooks about how I sent my parents the broadcast link, the live broadcast link, and my mom ended up passing it off to her mom over in Finland. And she, so when Brooks was saying we have some international viewers, we were not kidding. My grandmother in Finland ended up she was at the bar with some of her friends, and she got the bar to play our 2022 college sailing team race national championship at the bar that they were at in Finland. And so everybody at the bar was watching live and listening in on what's been going on over the past 2 days.
So we're niche micro celebrities in this random Finnish bar.
Yes. So, and apparently the Finnish folk, they can rally because they were there apparently till close watching nationals.
Wow. Love to see
So,
it.
yeah,
It's probably light until like 11:45 at night there too, so who'd even be none the wiser. So if you're just joining us, I know you're probably thinking at this point in the day you've been checking tech score, haven't been able to tune into the live stream. Just to update you where we're at, we just finished race 142, flight 7 of the Gold 8. So we have 2 flights left. There are 7 races left in this round of 8, from which point we will move a cutoff. We'll have a final 4. Look at that. That's our live drone shot. That is just a beautiful perspective about where we are. Hi, Mom. You can see us. We're way down there at the yacht club. It's a little light, but you can just see it's a beautiful day, beautiful afternoon now on Lake Pontchartrain. Just gorgeous. We're hoping the breeze cooperates for the rest of the day. And we got about 7, 8, 9, 13 races left to sail in the event.
Trying to wave to see if you guys can see us.
Yeah.
I'm attempting my very best. I'm hailing my arms as if I'm waiting for help.
Well, let's not try to confuse anybody
Yeah,
that makes you think you were attacked by a bug earlier, so we don't want to give anybody the wrong idea.
This is true. This is true.
So
they are getting nice and close.
Oh,
Wave to your mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Don't know if they're watching at this point.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's Finland. Hey, wave for Finland. Wave for Finland.
Hey, there
Whoa.
we go.
There we go. Do you see the arms? Whoa.
Have you ever seen that weird internet conspiracy about Finland? Hi.
No, not. Labukas, Mom.
Well, they're just internet conspiracy. It's fully do not prescribe to it. It's just wild. But there are some internet theorists out there, some geniuses that are convinced that Finland is not a real country.
Oh,
it's like a fake place.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like Russia faked it to be like some sort of pretend like international fishing borders or something. I don't know. It's pretty wild. So if you find yourself on a Wikipedia hole and you want to find out about that conspiracy theory, we are not preaching anything like that, because I think that is bananas. As we just heard, we were literally live at a bar last night in Finland, so
yeah,
I don't prescribe to that at all. But it's just, the internet's a funny place.
Yeah. No, fun stuff about Finland. If you go to Lapland, which by the way is beautiful, you can see the aurora borealis there and everything.
Lapland.
Okay. Maybe that's not it in English, but I know it as Laplandia.
Okay.
So maybe I just am translating that to English wrong, but I know it is Laplandia, and it's essentially it is the North Pole, and you can go there and you can go on a nice sleigh ride, getting dragged. On the sleigh ride it would be there's a huge dragonfly next to me. Pardon me. You can go on a sleigh ride with reindeer.
Oh.
Or even actual Alaskan dogs. So very, very cool and gorgeous from what I know. Definitely a place to go visit.
I want to get towed by a reindeer.
Yeah, right?
Get my Santa Claus on.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have a cute, that's where the North Pole is. That's actually where Santa lives.
Wow.
Yeah, in Laplandia.
So it looks like there's a little bit of a break in the action right now. They are seemingly moving the race course. Not sure which way specifically yet, but they're moving marks. The marks are not where they were a little bit ago, so that's why our next race is going to be Harvard-Boston College. But I think we are still a little bit a ways away from that race getting underway as they are adjusting the race course. But let's see if we can't get a look at the standings here soon to reflect that last Navy race, just to get give you folks at home an idea of if you're unable to check the tech score.
If you're curious where the scores are, in case you haven't found it yet, it's scores.collegesailing.org. And you should be able to see right off the bat that there's the ICSA Team Race National Championship right there. You just click on that, and you can go and look at every single individual race and so on.
Tech score's a pretty powerful tool. I know, like I think my freshman year, like tech score had just kind of started to slowly roll out, but not all the schools used it. Like my first event that we sailed, like the results were like emailed out on a listserv via PDF, and like that, and that's just how like as like a college sailing listserv. So it's but having everything right there digestible, you can click through years and years and years of sailing results, and it's pretty cool.
I think it goes back all the way to like 2007?
I think 2008. I think that's when
2008?
MIT really first rolled it out.
Oh, is that who made this?
Yeah, kind of checks out.
Interesting. MIT coach Matt, also St. Mary's alumni.
Who?
Matt. I believe his name is Matt. MIT head coach.
Not Matty Cohen.
No, I believe his name is Matt. But also St. Mary's alumni. They follow you everywhere you go.
You guys are everywhere.
Can't get rid of us.
All right, yeah, so I think we have these standings updated so we can take a look at that if you are unable to find tech score. So, yeah, the top four, these races, that win for Navy right there over Tulane kind of helped them get back in the flow of things. And that cut line between that top four, just super condensed. Yale and Roger are pretty comfortably into the next round, but Georgetown, Stanford, Navy, and even Boston College still lurking there with 2 races left. So everything is still up for grabs. Particularly, exciting moment. We're going to have Boston College. They need a win here against Harvard in this next race that we're going to have. And then their next race, their final race, is going to be against Navy. So that race could have some massive implications to determine who, if any of them, advance to that Final Four.
Yeah, sorry, and continue on. Actually, we were just talking about Matt, MIT
Matt Lindblad.
head coach. Yeah, Matt Lindblad, St. Mary's alumni, and he was team captain at St. Mary's in 1999, and they actually won the 1999 Collegiate Team Race National Championship.
Love that.
So that's one of our folks.
For some reason, I just went on the tech score. The cool thing about tech score is like you'll see the sailors' names highlighted, and you can kind of check out their results. And for some reason, I went back to mine. I am not highlighted, so you cannot really search me super. I went to the 2011 Admirals Cup where me and Sammy Stokes. Sammy, if you're tuning in, shout! I just saw your fiance Allie cruising around here a little bit ago. But yeah, we got 3rd in B division. That was a fun one.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful day. It's shaping out to be quite well, and I'm seeing that we might be getting a race starting off here soon. This next race, like Brooks said, is going to be Harvard v. BC.
Harvard, Boston College. Obviously, this race has a lot of implication. Harvard's been hot today, but I think we're going to take a moment to thank our sponsors that make all of this possible, notably Zim Sailing. This year marks the start of Zim's 5-year sponsorship with ICSA in coordination with West Coast Sailing and Dwyer Mast and Rigging. As official suppliers of college sailing, they are dedicated to supporting and giving back to collegiate sailing. Zim Sailing was established in 2008 by Steve Perry in Bristol, Rhode Island. The Zim team quickly established itself as the leading supplier of collegiate and institutional boats, focusing on moving dinghy sailing forward. Today, Zim Sailing is the largest manufacturer and distributor of small boats in North America and is the exclusive manufacturer of the 420E sailboat. Furthermore, they charter small sailboats at most major regattas around the country and support events with their trailers full of gear and parts. Their sponsorship of college sailing is a natural next step in helping move dinghy sailing forward and grow the sport. For all gear, boats, or part-related questions, their team can be reached via their web store at zimsailing.com.
And secondly, West Coast Sailing was founded in 2005 by former college sailor George Eulis. His team of passionate sailors has made it a priority to lead North America and support the dinghy racing and small keelboat market. Based in Portland, Oregon, they stock the best dinghy sailing necessities. With a focus on boats, parts, apparel, line, and accessories, they really lean into their expertise and knowledge of serving the industry for the last 17 years. Since many of their staff came up through youth and collegiate sailing, supporting ICSA is an honor and remains true to their roots. For all gear, boats, or parts-related questions, their team can be reached via their web store at westcoastsailing.net. Alrighty. Looks like we are off the line for this BC Harvard race. We're going to have Harvard
It looks
Crimson.
brutally light, though.
Right.
Oof.
So Harvard Crimson is going to be here in red boats 1, 2, and 3, whereas BC Eagles are going to be in the black boats 10, 11, 12. But like Brooks just said, it looks...
These boats are limping up the race course. We do have some pressure coming right off the boat. You can see some of these boats that are just now getting out on making their way to the race course. There is some pressure for them, so hoping that makes its way down to those boats currently struggling to sail upwind.
Yeah.
That might be why the PRO isn't, or the umpires aren't calling this one off. But as of right now, that's painful.
Yeah, I mean, once again, here we come. I'd want my crew being like, hey, those guys are moving pretty fast, right? Like, let's take note of that, right? Let's look up, and there's pressure coming.
Right.
And I would actually even want some reassurance. Like, I bet they're frustrated out there. They're like, my boat's not moving. Why is my boat not moving? This is one of those great parts where the crews are like, hey, relax, right? There's pressure coming down. Trust it. And let's just keep moving fast.
And what's critical is that easily right now, just a rando puff could just hit one side of the course, not the other, and then two boats could just be, there's a huge difference between 2 knots and going 0.5 knots.
Right. And that could absolutely launch them. But look at boat 11
And we're kind
here.
of already starting to see that on the right side of the race course. Boat number 3 and boat number 12 are going a little bit faster, but so those boats are pointing the same way as the other boats, but both of them are on separate boards. That's always interesting. Boats 12 and 3 are pointing well past the yacht club on port, and the other boats farther down the racetrack are pointing the same way on starboard. And we're seeing that there, that just boat number 11 is just no going, and not quite sure why we're still racing at the moment, in my opinion, but that is not my decision. Maybe there's just something that we're not seeing out there.
Right.
But that just looks painful.
Yeah, this is one of those I definitely wouldn't want to be one of those guys. No. I mean, that is pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, and the frustration lies in, like, okay, this was a race that, maybe BC was, like, fired up. We need to win this race, and then it could get some weird fluky puff. And it's like, well, literally just comes with some random puff.
Well, here we go.
You could argue that it's sailboat racing, but it's also like...
This is that little puff. Pardon me. I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting.
I was monologuing.
But this looks like they're getting that little bit of pressure. We're seeing 11 that was totally shut out to the right is now moving forwards.
Yeah, but then those 3 Harvard boats, boat number 2, boat number 1, have some nice pace. And
yeah, I mean, that boat got so shut out to the right.
Yeah, boat number 12 for Boston College. Ugh, this is just painful for Boston College as those 3 Harvard boats get around, and no Boston College boat is even in the same zip code.
Ooh, that was good. Was it good?
That's painful.
Yeah. I can't help but think if race committee will call this one back or not.
I mean, I feel like they would have at this point, but maybe looking at the race course, like, I guess on the downwind there is a tiny bit more pressure out there, but I don't know. I don't know what they do at this point. I mean, you see them right there, boat number 12. They're just parked.
Yeah, no, they.
While they're literally they're watching. They're the closest boat to the weather mark, and all 3 Harvard boats are already around, almost at Mark 2, and it's just.
Yeah, I mean, and
then boat
they're
number
jibing.
No, boat number 12, I think they just got flagged for 42. They might have been doing some pumping, trying anything they can to keep their boat moving through the water. And
I would not want to be a BC Eagle right now. I mean, that's brutal. There's.
I think there's lines, and
Yeah, I mean this. Did you just hear some whistles?
I might have just heard some whistles.
They may or may not have
I might have just heard a whistle. Looks like some of the boats are. Yeah,
Right.
boat 12 is going back unless boat 12 is spinning again.
Did they ever complete the 2 spins?
I'm not sure, but all boats are going back down, so it looks like they did indeed call that race off. A massive sigh of release down the dock from Boston College coach Greg Wilkinson. Heard that one through our headphones, and looks like we're going to get another shot at this one, and I think that was absolutely the right decision.
Yeah,
you want to push it. You want to see, you want a race to get done. You want to get races under your belt, but I think you reach a point, I'm not sure what the actual definition is, but you want it to be a fair shot for both teams,
Right.
and I think at that point that was just not that.
Yeah, and especially when the teams are this close in the standings
Absolutely.
as well,
At this point, every race is crucial. As we just saw in the standings, Boston College is just right there knocking on the door. Harvard might be out of it, but they can certainly play the role of spoiler. And all we want to do from our end is just give you guys great racing and commentary. And I'm glad we're going to get another shot at this race.
Yeah, but it looks I'm quite hopeful here for the fact that it looks like the breeze is starting to fill in.
Yeah,
it looks way better than it did a good 2 minutes
absolutely.
ago.
Like if this race started now, they'd be racing no problem. And
Yeah.
not no problem. It's definitely light, but I think that was just a massive hole. I'm might want to think some of this cloud coverage or lack thereof creates some little vacuums and big light spots
Right.
on the course. But just because it's such a small area, such a small race course, just one cloud can affect the entire thing.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, this is definitely a huge sigh of relief for the Eagles. I mean, not just even you could see it in the footage. It was the sail wasn't even close to being filled. It was just kind of flopping around, and that's definitely, I think, for as race committee, that would be a telltale sign for me is looking at how the sails are looking, and if it's flopping around like that, that is brutal.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're just going to roll right back into that race, or if they're going to skip around a little bit in the starting order just to let those boats give them time to make their way back to the race course, back to the starting area.
Right.
Here's our great drone shot again down at the starting area, but it's just definitely light, but don't quite know who is starting yet and who's underway. I did think I heard some horns.
We like horns. Alrighty, let's see. So we only have a few more races left in this round.
Yeah, it's 7 races.
Yeah, so we're seeing this highly anticipated Harvard BC race. Following that, we're going to have Yale Georgetown, which I think is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, Georgetown knocked off Yale, I believe, in the round of 16.
Yep. Then we have Roger Williams versus Stanford, also yet another spicy one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've got BC versus Navy, Georgetown, Tulane, Stanford, Harvard, and Roger Williams, Yale. I'm not going to lie. Most of these races, I think they're all ones to look forward to.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how they do that intentionally when they structure this rotation format. I mean, the last race is going to be the top 2 teams entering that round.
Right.
So just to make the most, possible, last race matter type situation. And
right.
I think as the rotation is going down, we're going to see all these teams that were at the top finally having to score off against each other. Like you said, Yale, Georgetown, massive. Roger Williams, Stanford, massive. Stanford on the bubble. Boston College on the bubble. Georgetown on the bubble. Navy on the bubble. Well, race 146, the first race of our next flight. So we got a couple more between now and then. It's going to be Boston College and Navy, and that might be a nail in a coffin race for one of those teams, whereas the winner might still they might need some outside help, but that's
right.
definitely, the winner for 12 to peel out of here soon, and they do. 3 tacks to cover, but 2 goes right underneath with them.
Yeah. That was pretty impressive from boat 3. I mean, not only did they have the good speed and the point, but they went from leeward to windward.
Yeah, so let's see how 10 might have a piece of boat number 3 here, which could be a massive win for Boston College.
A nice lead
forcing boat number 3 to tack, but we just saw boat number 3 do this exact thing on boat 12, and 10 tacks away to get some clear air.
Yeah, this race is going to look a lot closer than the one they just
yes.
This
is the one that we were hoping for, at least as far as velocity and actual much better sailing conditions. And like we said, it is still light, but we do feel a little bit of breeze on us right now up here. So a couple puffs rolling down, and we are underway.
Oh yeah. Looks like they're going into sequence for that next race. It's also going to be Yale University versus Georgetown. You're going to be seeing Yale in the gray 4, 5, 6, and Georgetown in the green 13, 14, 15.
It just got really light all of a sudden, though, in that
And
Harvard-Boston College race.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's
Once
turning into
again,
another full
no.
drifter.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, I got to say, from up where we're at right now, we have a pretty good view of what the breeze looks like throughout the course. And for a good bit, it looked pretty promising there.
Yeah.
And just now, you're watching as there's a huge lull in the actual, I guess, channel portion here, and right off the wall here, and you're just watching as that lull starts to fill in over the race course. So, I mean, I see a little bit of wind deeper in the channel here. Will it reach them? I'm not sure. This is just another one of those cases where poor BC and Harvard, this is the wind's just giving them a really hard time here. And I just heard a bunch of whistles. I'm not sure if they're calling back this BC-Harvard race one more time or if they're calling off the
I heard
Yale,
one
Georgetown
whistle. I don't know if I heard a bunch of whistles.
Maybe it's a delay with the water and time. I'm not sure.
Everyone still seems to be sailing upwind.
Yeah, maybe
with an
that's
intent
false
to
on my
keep
part.
sailing. I wonder if there's because there's this little mouth right here to our right. I wonder if there's any weird, obviously we're on a lake, there's no current here.
Right.
But I wonder if this little mouth kind of just pushing makes it really tough because we're tucked in so tight.
Right. Yeah, I thought I had heard a bunch of whistles.
Yep, seeing some boats going back. So it looks like we're gonna try it again.
One more time, run it back, folks.
But I wonder. We called off this one. I wonder if they're gonna call off that Yale Georgetown race too. If they're hoping that there might be some lines of pressure coming down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that big sailboat looks like they're cruising on by.
It's fascinating. Looking up by the bridge, it looks like you might even be seeing some baby tiny little whitecaps. But
I wouldn't be mad if we were, if the race course were moved a little bit, just tuck in by the wall just a little bit more.
Yeah, you could get some weird reverb and waves and everything. But again, I'm not here to critique the PRO and how he sets up their race course.
It just seems like the lull stands right here, right by where the channel actually starts. But over between Mark 4 and the finish line, it looks like the breeze is pretty decent. But you guys can see it right here on your screens. I mean, there's a lot of floating around right now. So if I were out there, I'd be chugging my water right now because it looks sunny out there and it looks hot, and they're just especially floating around.
Yeah, who's on land right now? Navy and Tulane, two teams that are not out on the water right now. They have to be pretty happy that they're on land and not stuck out there.
Oh yeah, there's a guarantee about that one.
Come on, wind.
Please fill in. We're so close here.
Yeah, we're doing so great.
I mean, let's talk about it. How many more races are there left for the day at all?
7 in this round and 6 in the next, so 13 races.
Come on now, we're this close. We are inches away here. You know what I'm loving to see is there's a bunch of teams coming in from the ones that are preparing for the fleet race. We're seeing, teams are coming here, pulling up to the venue, taking a look at how everything.
Scoping it out.
Yeah, I think that's crucial. Yeah, so it's good. Why don't we, while we have the time, why don't we go ahead and look at what teams? Oh well, maybe the breeze is filling in just a little bit, but why don't we go ahead and take a look at what teams are going to be joining us here for the Fleet Race Nationals while we've got the time. So we know that there's definitely going to be a lot of, I believe every single team that is here for the Team Race Nationals will be joining us for the Fleet Race Nationals. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of the fleet racing. So for the co-ed or the Open Fleet National Championship, we see that we are going to have Yale, Harvard, Navy, St. Mary's, Stanford, UC Santa Barbara, North Carolina State University, College of Charleston, the Wisconsin Badgers, University of Michigan, Yale, that's them again, Georgetown GW, Tulane, SUNY Maritime, Connecticut College, Boston University, Bowdoin College, ODU, U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, University of Hawaii, Webb Institute, Fordham, and Florida State University. And that is just for the Open Fleet Race National Championship. So we even have more. We have Brown, Roger Williams, if I didn't mention it already, the Naval Academy, Dartmouth, Hobart and William Smith, BC, U.S. Coast Guard Academy, Tufts, UPenn, University of Rhode Island, UC Santa Barbara, which I may have mentioned before, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Charleston, UMiami, Cornell, Jacksonville, and so on. So we will be having a big fleet of people, a big group of people and folks here at the venue, Tulane University, for the 2022 Open Fleet Race National Championship. There will be 36 teams all be fighting for the one trophy. So definitely very exciting. I don't remember the last time we had 36 teams. Last year and the year prior when COVID took out a few of our competitions. Last year we only had 18 teams at the national championship. You had to qualify before you had gotten here through your district. So they essentially eliminated the semifinals. So, but now we're going to be back. We're going to have 2 days of semifinals for the Open Fleet Race National Championship, and that'll mean that there will be 18 teams that will be walking away after the first 2 days of the National Championship. What do you think of that, Brooks?
I think it sounds great.
So it looks like they are shifting the course over to the right a little bit more. I think they're moving it exactly away from where we were worried about, which is right outside of this channel here.
I think they realized it was turning into a bit of a fight, having to just that massive hole right there. I don't know if it's a little land effect, if it's the lee of the yacht club, if it's something, but it does certainly look like there's a tiny bit more pressure just a little bit farther out, and thankfully they are going out there. And again, these Tulane and Navy, two teams that are currently on land, do not have to sit through this, and
you got to be pretty stoked if you're them.
That's fortunate.
I'd be playing some spike ball. I don't know about you.
Are you kidding me? I'd find the closest air conditioning unit I could find and give it a big old bear hug.
Yeah, but spike ball is a pretty good way to keep that competitive meter going while you're on shore.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a really easy way to tire yourself out and also get pretty hot. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you really want to break a sweat? I mean, you could use it as a mentality. You just keep sweating. That way you're never worried about sweating on the water. And they are slowly making their ways over. We don't have another interview to play, do we? Should we replay one? Take a little break since they're... Yeah.
Yeah, our sandwiches just got here, so we're going to take a minute and step off headsets so you don't have to hear us chew and talk with our mouth full. But we'll be right back. As you can see, they're resetting the race course, and as soon as they are back underway, we will be back right there with you. So please don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Tell your friends, tell your parents, tell your dog.
Tell your friends in Finland.
Yeah, tell your friends in Finland. International event. Love it. Be back shortly.
Hey guys, it's Gloria again. We're here with Colin McGilvery, and he's from the Naval Academy. So you guys had a very strong presence at all three nationals last year. You guys are back for more, right? Go Nats. We're here for all three again, and we're currently here at Team Race Nationals. So as the champions from last year, tell me what the mentality was going into this one, how things are going, and tell me a little bit more about your team.
Yeah, no, the Nads are psyched to be here. I think the mentality this year is the exact same as was last year. Just go race by race, see what we can do, and just try to do the small things right.
Awesome.
Like, just trust that the big picture will come together if we do the little things right.
Absolutely.
Super psyched again to be here at all three national champions. Got our team race team out there right now. Our open team is going to look a lot like the one we have right now, and our women's team is going to be completely different, and super psyched to see them here in New Orleans later on.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about the conditions, how your team's been doing, and so just a little bit more about that.
Yeah, no, the conditions are tough. Very up and down. We had some current in play yesterday. It was basically like, riding momentum from maneuvers, and it was tough. So that's kind of a little bit of the puzzle we're trying to figure out right now. But we seem to be doing it. Hoping to be doing a little bit better on the scorecard in a little while. But yeah, we're excited and just trying to figure this place out. It's tough for everybody. So.
Yep. It's really hot. What are you doing to battle the heat here?
Drinking a lot of water. We're just forcing water down our sailors' throats. Basically, we're trying to keep everybody hydrated.
Awesome.
Trying to stay out of the heat as much as we can, but we make exceptions for interviews like this. So
right.
Otherwise.
And tell me a little bit more about yourself. You're a Newport local, and I live in Newport now. So tell me how the sailing kind of differs from here to Newport.
Night and day, I'd say. Sailing capital of the world, Newport, Rhode Island. There's a reason for that. You get some pretty consistent breeze, but it's a fun location. We were here in spring break. We think it's paying off a little bit. Got to see some of the conditions, but it's tough, inconsistent breeze. It's just kind of going to be whichever team can adapt the quickest and the best is gonna prevail. So
awesome.
We're gonna hope it's us, but again, just race by race. So
there you go. And lastly, do you have any shout outs to give to anybody?
Shout out to the Nads, of course. Go Nads. And everybody back home in Rhode Island. We'll see you soon.
Hello everybody, I'm Gloria and I'm here with Quinn Keenan from Tulane Sailing.
Hi there.
All right, so you guys were supposed to host College Sailing Nationals in 2020. This is 3 years in the making to host. So tell me, are you excited to finally have your chance to host?
Oh yeah, so it's been a lot to look forward to. I came to Tulane knowing that one day we'll be hosting Nationals. Been excited since the first day I got here. Been pushed back quite some time, so today's finally here and we're super pumped to be hosting.
Awesome. So in this heat, this humidity, we've been seeing some really light air conditions. Do you have some local knowledge for us?
Yeah, for sure. So today we got a lot of clouds behind us, but should clear up around 2, and that's when the breeze should probably shut off. But that's unfortunate because this whole winter we've had a super breezy time, and not something we're looking forward to. But we'll see what we can get in.
Awesome. So, hosting a national championship is no easy feat. So tell me a little bit about how your very large team has been handling this. Give me some details on what your onshore crew is doing, your on-the-water crew, and so on.
All right, so it is quite the operation. We've been preparing quite a bit for it, but we're glad that it's finally here. So we got mark set, finish boat, start boat. We got a great crew out on the water, and maybe an even better crew running breakdowns, sanitation crews, filling up waters. We even got Tulane trainers here. We got it all.
Awesome.
We got all bases covered, and couldn't be more proud of the team.
Absolutely. Awesome. So you're here on the live stream. Do you have anybody you'd like to give a nice shout out to?
Yeah, first off, my whole team. You guys are the best. Got through a hell of a season. Keep on going strong. Roll wave. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my mom. Love you.
All right, we are back live racing. They did move the race course, and we will get that in front of you momentarily, but we are underway. That third time's the charm for that Boston College Harvard race. They're just off the line now, and we'll be able to show you that shortly. Just the breeze is a little bit better out there, as we were saying earlier. Gloria.
Oh God!
I don't know why. I need to like tape your name. I am.
It's
I've
not
been hanging out with you
hard.
all weekend, and I just cannot, for the life of me, remember your name. And I absolutely apologize.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm just the worst. I'm the worst human being in the
And
world.
you're the guy that's got like
I know.
two names for your name.
I know.
You know,
Yeah.
I could be calling you Clark.
Yeah. It's not the best look, but hey, I'll get it eventually. I'll get it eventually. So we are underway with this Boston College Harvard race. Third time's a charm, as we said. And it is still definitely light, but certainly more breeze now out there than there was when they were tucked in here. But obviously, as fate would have it, right as they moved, it seemed as though the breeze seemed to want to fill in where they were. So that's just the way these things sort of tend to work, obviously.
Yeah, that'll do it. That will always do it. So I'm hearing word that they are. Yeah, I mean it looks like they're going upwind. We see one black
There we go.
boat. There we go. So just a reminder, I'm not sure if you covered this, but once again we've got the same exact boats.
We've seen two prior. This is V3 of this race.
Yes. So we've got Harvard in the red 1, 2, 3, and the BC Eagles in black 10, 11, 12. It looks like this might have been possibly a stronger start for BC than in the past two races.
Yeah, I can't quite tell if this boat that's coming right at us, if it's a Harvard boat or a Boston. It is a Boston College boat number 12. They're just now tacking. Curious to see how boat number 2, closest to us, is. They're the farthest back on the screen, but as the rest of them start to consolidate here, see how they fit in. Because if that's the case, if they are going to get across some of these boats, it's looking like a pretty comfy potential 1-2 for Harvard.
Yeah, wait, look at that. Let's see about boat 2 here.
Yeah, get across easily.
Wow. And what is this, version 3? And
Yeah.
I think out of 2 of the 3 versions, Harvard has rounded
Yes,
1-2 here.
I think you're right. That first one that we saw, that was just a painful one. But
Yeah.
so we got a Boston College boat right there, and then I think
quite a-
Harvard has a 6. So there is some hope for these Boston College boats in the back to try to claw and chip away at this 1-2. And as we've seen, it is obviously very light out there, and just like that, it looks like boat number 10 is already closing that gap a good bit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a light downwind, but even if 10 does close in a little bit here, there's a significant gap there between 10 and 12. So there's a good significant gap between the third place boat and the fourth place boat.
Yeah, but 10 just needs to get one. They just need to get one boat.
Yeah, but
slow
it's
them down, wiggle, and
it's a 2v1 though, right?
yeah. But again, they just need to pick one boat.
Yeah,
All they have to do.
That's true.
I think we're going to see 10 jibe right on top of boat number 2 here, and they do. Now they're going to a wing. Interesting. So they're
Yeah,
not going to
that's-
jibe to cover. So they're just trying to keep their boat moving through the water, hoping they can sail a little bit of extra, little bit less distance.
Right. And you know, I'm looking at the 2 Harvard boats here are both going out to the course left here, and so it makes me think: are they seeing a puff out there that we're maybe not seeing?
They absolutely could be.
And if that's the case, look at 10. 10 looks like they're getting some pretty good boat speed here. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is going to be tough. I mean, Harvard definitely cannot lose this one too, because their 6 is pretty deep, and if I'm seeing this correctly, that looks like that BC boat put in a little bit of a bump on that Harvard boat back in the 5-6.
Yeah, Harvard, I believe, is mathematically eliminated from making that Final Four. Boston College still very much alive, but a loss here would I believe in that dream. So Harvard looking to maybe play a little bit of spoiler for their longtime NISA rival in Boston,
Right.
Boston greater metro area rival. So it's every race, even though your team might be out of it, you can certainly walk away ruining one of your rival seasons.
Right.
That's so fun.
We love that. So yeah, from the looks of it, 10 has definitely made some distance on 2, but this is again one of those downwind scenarios. 2 can't panic, right? Do not panic.
We talked about panicking earlier.
Yep.
2's going to start hearing the footsteps of boat number 10, but all they have to do is know that if 10 does get too close, if it does get to that point, their teammate in boat number 1's going to be right there to bail them out. So 10 absolutely closing that gap just a tiny bit. Big jibe here. Let's see how they're going to come back eventually. Let's see how if 10 does make any sort of gains.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking for 1 and 2 to, constantly be making sure and checking in on one another, making sure that both of them are ahead of boat 10. 10 looks like she's going for a duck here. What she's trying to do right now is she's trying to get any kind of leverage she can on either one of these boats, whether that's inside room or starboard.
Yeah, I believe that's Sophia Reinke, just one of the absolute best sailors out there. On the race course at the moment, just doing everything she can, boat handling, trying to give herself an advantage. And frankly, what she's doing by these jibes and making this race last long, she's giving her teammates in the back of the party who have quite the mountain to climb to get back in this race. But all she needs to do is, just like we were saying, just grab one. All you need to do is get one boat, and this race is far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. I mean, so she's in a little bit of a tough spot here because she's definitely outside. But 12 coming in hot.
Exactly.
12 is coming in
12
hot
is
here.
doing that thing where they were just staying, sailing, pointing right at the mark, sailing fast. And just like that, Sophia did a wonderful job getting her teammate back in the fight. But, again, we can't quite see the gauge, and Sophia might be farther back than it looks like. But, again, it is a 1-2-6 for Harvard, which is a winning combination, but very, very unstable, and it could get broken up. We've seen a lot of that happen all week already. So we'll see boat number 2 around, boat number 1 around, and right on her heels.
Yep. Yeah, so, and so long as this 5th place boat, I mean, the 6 is not too far behind. So worst comes to worst, boat 3 from Harvard, well, I'm not sure what's happening for them here. If they're bailing, they seem to have come to a slight halt over there at Mark 3, but now that actually closed the gap, it opened up the gap a little bit more, which is definitely not in their favor. I'm not sure what happened on that mark rounding, but I thought they were close enough to the hip of that BC boat 11.
Might have just seen an umpire hail from boat number 12. I thought I saw them throw their arm up, but here we go. A little bit more jibing around Mark 4. Boat number 10 again for Boston College, doing everything she can to get inside, and she might have had a great mark rounding there. She's going to tack out. So who's going to cover? Boat number 2's going to try to flop out and cover. That's already.
I guess that it depends on the team, right? Some teams some teams, will have the closer boat tack off, but some will have the further advanced boat tack off.
And Reinke in boat number 10 is back. See if they gained anything on boat number 2. I'm expecting a big face plant here, and they are.
It looks like they are windward of her and slightly advanced. Now, you got to be careful with these, like with 2 tacking this much. If they're not having strong enough tacks, then, that could be slowing him down.
That's all that matters. All Ryan Keene, boat number 10, is doing is tacking, causing a storm, making them tack to cover, giving her teammates just any opportunity they can. Any window, no matter how small, is better than no window.
Right. In the play 1, when you're in the 1-2, you don't want to overthink anything. You don't want to overdo anything. She's doing a great job of forcing them to make a decision. And it's when you're forcing them to make a decision that immediately slows them down.
Absolutely. And we're going to see 11 starting to get a little bit bow out. They are the leewardmost boat in that foursome right there, but curious to see when they need to tack back, which they will soon, how if they've closed any gap at all.
Boat speed out there, and I'm curious to see how close 1 and 12 are to one another in terms of distance. See, it's hard because on the camera it looks like boat 11 from BC is actually looking pretty good.
Right.
But looking out there, they look like they're actually quite far back out.
Right. So we're going to see. I think we're going to get a nice reference point.
Right.
As 1 and 12 tack back, and we'll see how they handle that. So 12 ducks 11. So 11's a little bit closer
than we thought.
Still behind. 2 looks absolutely parked right now, tacking away. 1 luffing 11 right now, clearly feeling some threat. Hearing footsteps. So they're just inching their way up to the finish line. It is very light. We got boat number 1 keeping boats number 11 and 12 for Boston College up.
Wow, but
None of them are inside the finish box, though, so no one's quite close to finishing yet. Boat 1 peels away to beeline for the finish line, but we're going to see if boats number 11 and 12 for Boston College can get ahead of boat number 2, because this could turn into a 1-2. Again, that is what Harvard rounded the leeward mark in.
Right, and so I'm curious to see how close to the finish line boat 2 is here, and if they're going to get that speed back up in order to cross. What they're going to they have to cross in third place.
Harvard's through with a 1-4-6.
1-4-6.
A 1-4, so that's a 2-3 for Boston College, but where are those other 2 boats on the track?
2's got to go back right now and play back on that 5 immediately.
Right.
Help out that teammate. But, that teammate doesn't look in – I mean, it's quite light here. You can't do anything crazy big in terms of maneuvers because you risk slowing yourself down tremendously, as you're seeing with 3 and 10 here.
Right.
So I think that 2 is kind of – this is a bold move for them to head so far downwind in this light stuff.
Right.
I mean, we're watching like him try to get momentum here.
This is all they can do.
Right.
So right now –
this is a tough spot to be in here. If you're Harvard.
Boat number 10 just needs to hold this pin. The Boston College will finish in a 2-3-5. We're seeing a tight tack from boat number 3.
Yeah.
We're seeing a protest hail from Reinke. Not quite sure if there was enough room there to keep clear. But looks like boat number 3 might have just squeaked through across the line first. But again, foul pending.
Right. I'm not sure that they had room to tack there.
I don't even. Oh, there's the flag. I thought the thing on the front was the flag, but the orange finish flag is in the back. So it does look like 3 went across the finish line first, but. Hard to say, and who's saying they're not rafted up with contact right now on each other. So I'd expect to see maybe at least hopefully a green flag or any sort of flag.
Wait for it.
And boat 3 seems to be spinning and going back. So that looks like a 2-3-5 for Boston College, a huge win for the Eagles. I mean that was textbook. That is exactly. Yep. We talk about slowing down a race when you're losing, and I'll call her Erica. Sophia Reinke just absolutely just putting on a clinic, just boat handling, slowing it down, showing. If you're a young team racer watching at home, that is exactly how you get your dogs back in the fight when you're chasing that badly.
Let's talk about this race we're watching right now. This is Roger Williams versus Stanford University. Roger Williams in pink 789 and Stanford in the blue 16, 17, 18. Right now it looks like Stanford is in a 1-2, possibly a 6. So this is once again another play 1, right? But you've got a 6th place teammate, and so it's a matter. We just watched a total mix-up with a 1-2, so it's anybody's race here.
I'm trying to see what's going on. The race in front of them just now around Mark 4 is that Yale-Georgetown race. Yale in those 4, 5, 6 boats. Georgetown in 13, 14, 15, the double digits, just about to make their way up towards the finish line now around those leeward marks. And can't quite make out the combination yet. Again, Georgetown in the double digits, Yale in the singles. Georgetown in a 1. They are around Mark 4, but it looks like boat 13 might be the tiny bit bow out compared to boat number 6. But 6 does look pretty levered up at the moment.
Right.
But then look at 14. The breeze out there is so light and funky. 14 is kind of hooked into their own little planet right now. They look higher and faster than any of those other boats to leeward.
Right, and we'll see how punched out 15 can get on boat 6. I'm curious if 6 can even cross boat 15 here.
What I don't see is the 3rd Yale boat. Because I see 14. I see all 3 Hoyas. I see 4. I see 6. But I don't see 5. Oh, 5 is way deep. My goodness. 5 is not even at Mark 4 yet. 5 is 5's in Florida. Boat number 5's in Florida. They are so deep. So this
Am I seeing that right as well?
Yes, yeah. So this is a 2-on-3 dogfight right now. 2 Bulldogs versus 2 Hoyas, 3 Hoyas, and right now 14, again, Georgetown in the double-digit boats, Yale in the single-digit boats. And right now, boat 14 looks like they're doing everything they can to get – it looked like the fastest boat out there on the water, and see how 15 is slightly bow out.
Talk about that Yale speed in boat 4, though.
Mm-hmm.
They are punching out from below boat 15, which is it's not easy to do. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. But
with their teammates so deep in the 6, the only Yale has to get the 1, and then they can go
somehow.
from there.
And I'm not sure if that's going to be possible with boat 14 so punched out here.
Right, or just park it and then let their teammate that is, maybe just now getting back into this area code is let them get back in the race. but they are still so deep and it's so light. Like that boat is just now around Mark 4.
Yeah, that's brutal to see, you know.
We'll use the word drag race liberally because it's not the most fast stuff, but right now all these boats are just kind of pointing right towards the finish line. Boat number 4 cracking down on boat 15 to try to get a piece of him, hurt him hard, make him feel it,
I mean,
make him earn it.
Right. I mean, I'm not even, like, at this point, it's like, how much can you slow them down? It's light enough where I'm sure you can get a boat.
Look at the angle differential between boat number 4 and boat number 6. Both of them are on starboard. 4 is finally tacking out. It just looks so light out there.
We're going to see what happens here. I don't know, 14 looks like they're just holding right now to make sure that their teammates have made their way out, but, you know, Yale's had a strong showing the whole regatta.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I don't even doubt it for a second that they can make something happen.
Oh, absolutely. Here. We've seen them pull races out just at the last minute. So we're seeing boat number 4 ducking, but God, that 6th Yale boat is inching closer back into the race. But again, you know, they might make the picture at some point, but I just don't know if they're going to start causing any effects.
I don't know. And right now it looks like 14 and 13 might even have a. I mean,
none of these boats are laying the finish pin. At the moment. I don't think. Maybe 14, but 13 certainly isn't.
Talk about an aggressive main in to slow down that boat. I mean, you could even see the Yale skipper in boat 6 standing up to try and get that main.
This is all they can do. 13 luffing up big right now. Maybe they are making the finish, but 6 just going insane right now. 6 is going to get across, and that's going to be
a 1-3.
That's a 1-3-4 for the Hoyas. So a massive win for the Georgetown Hoyas over the Yale Bulldogs. And you know, looking at the score sheet, that's just gonna make things that much closer. You know who likes that race is Roger Williams, who's also now tied with 3 losses with Yale. So that's just gonna make this Final Four that much more exciting.
Talk about stirring the pot.
Yeah, because
pot's been stirred.
Yale's final race and Roger Williams, we could check back in on them in that Stanford race now.
Yeah, I would love to go ahead and pan in on that. So just a reminder, we have the Stanford Cardinal. We have them in blue 16, 17, 18 with Roger Williams in pink 7, 8, 9. And the last time we looked at this race, we had Stanford in a 1-2, but it does not appear to be that way anymore.
No, it looks like a play 2 for Roger Williams, and not as far back as we just saw in that Georgetown race, but there is a deep 6 for Stanford at the moment in boat 18. But we are seeing a boat 8 potentially circling, or did they call this race off?
Well, that's kind of what it looks like, right? Because I'm seeing there's no way that everybody just started going down.
Yeah, I think they might have called that race off.
They might have. Wow.
Okay. Well.
And I'm seeing boats are getting help to get in for rotations.
Yeah, we're seeing the red boats getting towed in right now. And let's see. So, yeah, Boston College did win that in a 2-3-5. That first race, we were awaiting what the score was for that Georgetown race. But, again, it looked like a 1-3-4-ish as far as my eyeballs could tell.
Right. Not sure if they're going to be doing an onshore postponement for a little bit, but
I certainly hope not.
Me as well, you know. What I want is some action. I want some spice, and I want some drama.
Yeah, we have five races left in this round, and then 6 races in the so 11 races left in the regatta, and we're just hoping the breeze can cooperate.
We are just too close. Too close.
Yeah.
We're dying to get these races off, and I know the PRO has been working really, really hard to move this course around and try to get these races going and make them as fair as possible. So, you know, we're just going to stay on hold here. And
Georgetown did win with a 1-3-4 that race over Yale, so let's take a look and see what that does to our score. So Yale is an 18-3, Roger at 17-3. Georgetown, huge win for them to stay in that Final Four at 15-6. Stanford sitting right there at 14-6. That race unfortunately got called off between Stanford and Roger Williams. Again, a massive Stanford needing a win there. But it seems as though they have currently called off that race, might be adjusting the race course, shortening things up, or just waiting for maybe hopefully just a little uptick of breeze.
I see somebody going for a swim from Raj.
I mean, why not?
Yeah. You touch the water. I wonder how warm the water is.
I'm sure it's
gives me some. It gives me
I'm
warm
sure it's
vibes.
quite warm.
Yeah, it gives me
absolutely.
warm vibes.
Yeah,
Nothing like the ocean, you know.
it's a lake, but yeah.
No, I'm saying it's not. No, I'm saying
Oh, it is
nothing like the
nothing.
ocean. Yeah, come on now.
I thought
come
you
on.
I thought you meant that in like there's nothing like it, you know.
No,
I thought you meant
no,
it like that.
no. I'm saying it's like it's
Yeah.
not like the ocean where
It's not not as refreshing, you might
Yes,
say, as
yes.
a dip in a you know, like right now I think back in the Pacific right now back home it's maybe 60, 62ish somewhere in there.
Wow, yeah. Oh, what I would do to have that right now.
Yeah, I'll say.
And look at that. You guys can see the nice little tent set up out there to watch the racing. I saw actually a Cougars tent out there. Did you see that? Look at
Yeah, we
that.
didn't have that back in my day.
Oh, man. They've been splurging the moment you left. No treats for you.
That's fine. We did it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Alrighty, yeah, you're watching. They're towing some boats in here to make these rotations go by quicker. But I don't know about you, Brooks, but I'm feeling the breeze.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre. We're feeling it right here.
Yeah.
And yeah, we are a little bit higher up off the water, but I can't imagine it's that much of a difference.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know. The breeze looks quite. There you go. Look at that nice little tow in. Those are definitely our lovely, lovely umpires, right?
Yeah, it looks like they're resetting the race course at the moment. I don't even see any weather marks in the water, so we might be hanging out for a minute. I'm gonna step off for just a quick sec to refill my water bottle.
Yep. So we're seeing getting towed in here by the umpires. I'm curious to see how long it'll take for them to reset this course for the Stanford Roger Williams team. But this is definitely going to be a big race for the Stanford team. You know, they've got 2 more left in this round. They've got a race against Roger Williams and then 1 more against Harvard. And so this is going to make a big difference for them in standings. Stanford is currently sitting in 14-6. You know, Harvard's going to be looking to stir the pot here. And then we've got their race against Raj. Raj is 17-3 right now. So, you know, I can see this. I can see this considering how they were doing in the race right before they had to abandon it. I can see Stanford pulling this one out of the bag. So, once again, big shout out to all of our umpires here. We have got a great umpiring squad, and you know they're hard at work out there in the heat. You know, and you know they're just trying to stay hydrated as well, and you know they've got a long day out there in the water as well. So. They're barely coming to shore to take a break. So, you know, the big kudos to them, and they've been working real hard. I'm just taking a nice glance over our lovely balcony here, and I'm seeing a lot of these teams coming in. Everybody's getting a nice little view of what's going on, and, you know, I'm seeing it looks like Brown Sailing just arrived for the Fleet Race Nationals. I saw a Marine Academy somewhere. Not too sure what team that is, but it's starting to look, you know, it's starting to look like college sailing nationals just setting back in. You know, this is refreshing to look at after, you know, COVID nationals and, you know, so many teams losing competition due to COVID, you know. That was a big toss-up. A lot of people, you know, a lot of players took a year off, and they came back for this year stronger than ever. I mean, look at it. We see that, you know, on the Yale team that's leading right now. Let's just go ahead and refresh here. But the Yale team that's leading, you know, we see Sean Harvey, class of 2022, and Sonia Lingos-Utley. You know, those two took a year off, and they're like, you know, we're not done. We're not done. We want more. We're hungry for another championship. And so we see them coming back. This is going to be their final year, and I'm sure that they will be missed by the Yale squad. But their team's still young, and so, you know, they're you know, we have good faith in them as well. And looking at the same thing, there's plenty, you know, Jack Parkin, I believe he might have taken a year off, or, you know, but they're back, and they wanted more. So it was tough a lot of teams that were unable to compete as well. There was a national championship last year. They had all 3, and we saw that there were teams that were just barred from competing. And so that's never easy to watch all your competitors competing in the nationals and you just not being able to be out there. That's always a tough one. So, but we're happy to have everything back. And this year it's proving to be that everybody has been hungry for more, and everybody came back and they're ready to rumble. All right, guys, so just stay tuned here. We're just going to take a little bit of a break while we're waiting for them to reset the course. Our lovely umpires are towing people back out. But we're going to take a little bit of a breather, but stay tuned because this breeze, I'm starting to feel it on my face. It's brisk, it's nice and refreshing, and hopefully this sticks out so we can finish through these final races. Stay tuned, guys.
All right, so after that quick break, we are back underway. Roger Williams versus Stanford. Roger Williams in boats 7, 8, 9. Stanford in 16, 17, 18. The blue boats, will get them on your screen momentarily. The last race, they did make their way about halfway down the downwind till they called that race off. I think it was just looking a little bit too light.
Alrighty, so moving on to looking at this race, we have the Roger Williams Hawks in 7-8-9 pink and the Stanford University Cardinal in 16-17-18 blue.
So it looks like a 4-5 at least for Stanford. Can't quite see in those front boats.
Looks like this might be a play 1, a 1-4-5. It looks like Raj has a 2-3 here and a pretty deep 6.
Yeah, Roger has a deep 6. So we've seen that. That's kind of been a theme in these last couple races.
Yeah.
Is one boat with a very deep 6. Roger Williams struggling off the line earlier. We saw one race we had that great drone shot. We saw them over. We saw them fouling. So maybe starts might be a bit of a kryptonite for this team. We'll see as we advance down the rest of the round here, rest of the day. But Stanford in the blue, looking in a 1-2. Is it a 1-2-3 for Stanford? Or a 2-3-4? Excuse me, a 2-3-4 for Stanford.
Right.
In blue.
Yep, it looks like Raj's 1 is quite shot out right now. You know, like we've been saying, we'd like for them to be a little bit closer to where all the action is. Obviously not close enough where they take themselves out of the 1, especially in this scenario where they have a 5 with a deep 6. But you definitely want to be staying a little bit closer to the action. I'm interested to see what they're going to be setting up there at Mark 3 because unless their 4th, 5th place boat is going to be able to get on boat 18 or make up some kind of distance, I imagine that their first place boat is going to have to stir the pot a bit at Mark 3.
Yeah, you think they'd be trying to condense it a little bit at this point, but maybe not. At least with this angle, what's nice is we can actually see who's farther ahead and where their bows are at this point. You know, we can't fully see the lateral distance between the boats, but certainly the forward back makes it a little bit easier so we can tell. And it looks like the finish line is almost a direct shot from where we're sitting to, so we should be able to be a bit more accurate on that as that time comes. But right now it looks like that Roger boat is starting to wiggle a little bit, kind of slowing down. They are going to a wing or jibing, just kind of taking their time, setting themselves up inside, so they're going to have starboard inside advantage at this turning mark.
Right, that is what it looks like. I like the nice setup that 17 and 16 have. I'm curious to see if 18 is going to try and put us even a slight bump with the boat that is right behind them in 5th place. Is that the one that is slowed down? All right, we're back on that action. So it looks like they're approaching Mark 3 now. 16 is doing a good job of pushing 8 around the mark.
Yeah, 16 needs to just break that overlap, force and reestablish it. Force 18 to round the mark.
Right.
I guess they're both on port though, so that's already been done. So they're going to round the mark in that 2-3 for Stanford again in the blue cards, and the 4 for Stanford in boat 18. Certainly seems like they've closed that gap. Boat number 9 for Roger Williams has closed that gap, but as they are around Mark 3.
If I'm seeing that correctly, it looks like one of the Stanford boats punched out. That might be Michelle Larkamp, pushed out into 1st place. So it might be a 1-3 here, and if that's the case, they're going to want to convert to a stable play 1.
Yeah, if they can.
2. Right.
But we've seen teams get burned before on the 2-3-4 when they're taking the 1. Notably Georgetown. Can't forget that one.
Right.
That set the chat a little bit on fire. Got Alex Curtis involved in that one. But let's see. It does look like boat number 16 is around in the 1. So we're gonna hope it's a bit of a gamble, but let's see if it pays off. So Stanford in a 1-3-4. It looks like is across our screens. Ooh, this is a pretty shot. We're gonna get Boston College and Navy, who just started. We're going to get a little bit of them right here, too, so that's great. Boston College just had that big win, dramatic finish late against Harvard.
Right, and if you're watching, BC Eagles are in red 1, 2, 3, whereas Naval Academy is in black 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, those two teams right now are 5th and 6th in the standings with a shot. I think the loser of this race pretty much is no shot to make it in, particularly Navy needs to win, and Stanford needs to lose this race, one of their next 2 races, to force a tie, I believe, if I'm looking at this correctly. So Boston College, I believe, might be mathematically eliminated at this point unless Stanford loses this race to Roger Williams. So let's just keep our eyes trained on this.
17 is coming in with a clear cross here, and they decided to go for a lee bow here on boat 9. I'm curious if that's their 2 leading boats. I still see that from the looks of it, Roger Williams may or may not have been able to claim back the 1, but not necessarily if it's not in the camera shot right now, but it looks like Stanford was still able to hold on the one.
Dare I say, do I see Cruz sitting on the rails? I'm feeling like it's breezier, and
Right.
I think moving this race course out a little bit away from land is paying off, and it looks like
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
this looks like it's great sailing out there now. This looks like a really fun time, not as stressful when any small movement in the boat could spell disaster.
Right. So seven is definitely doing their best job to try and make that one's job as hard as possible, and they're trying to make her think,
Yeah, 18 tacking to cover, and that's definitely the front pair. So I don't think 7 would be ahead of 18 when they tack at the moment.
No, I do not believe so either. But, they're definitely a close pairing.
Yeah, and 17's going now, as we're seeing, tacking on underneath boat 18.
Yeah, but like you were saying, if you're in that stable 2, 3, 4, it's always kind of a gamble to just go and take that one.
Absolutely, and I think Stanford is going to be kicking themselves if that same exact thing happens. And it looks like right now, let's see if 16 is going to get across boat number 7, I believe that is. Big cross coming here. 16 is getting across, so it looks like, are they going to get across boat number 8?
Yeah, but they've got another one to get across.
And they do just get across 8 with the lee bow, so it looks like Stanford's going to skate through this one with at least a 1-3. Hold on, a big luff, though, from boat number 8 for the Raj, but I think you could almost argue that boat's on port, and that's a port starboard situation. So I think that's a 1-2 through the line there for Stanford. I'm sure they're going to try to engage an umpire on that one, but I think that Roger Williams boat was quite fouling heavily in that situation. So massive win for Stanford for them to stay alive. That just makes everything a little bit more condensed as we approach our final couple races here, approaching the Final Four. Yale, with a little sigh of relief, their only race remaining is against Roger Williams. So I think selfishly, we to make things as close as they can, I think we might want the Raj to beat Yale in this final race coming up in just about 4 races down the line. But obviously, the best team may win, but for the sake of television, we're just trying to bring the best possible scenarios to you, hypothetically.
Absolutely. Yeah, so let's see how that would impact Stanford. That would bring Stanford into the 15-6 record. That would be tying them with Georgetown. Let's see who is Georgetown racing next.
Georgetown has Tulane, who is still 0 on the day, so Tulane might be looking to finish their round with just a win, something to come home happy to for their hometown team.
Absolutely. So here looks like we're back on that BC Navy race. BC in 1, 2, 3, and Navy in boats 10, 11, 12. From the looks of it, I'm seeing a black boat in possibly the 1.
Yeah, looks like boat number 12.
Oh, this is a tough one for
boat
Navy.
number 12 for Navy.
This looks like 156.
Yeah, 156 with a pretty comfortable gap. 2-3-4 for Boston College.
So it looks like we have J.C. Hermes in that first place boat in boat 12. So this is a guy that was there on that national championship team last year. We watched him put the hammer down, and so him being the first place boat, there's not that big of a gap between the 5 and the 4, and so I want to see what I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve to try and get his teammates back up in this race.
Yeah, definitely. You always want to see a little bit of trickeration.
Oh yeah.
But these 2, 3, 4s we've been seeing broken up all day. If boat number 12 can goad one of those BC sailors into taking that one, we've seen that. It's just the riskiest thing you can do in a 2, 3, 4, and see if he can, as you said, what was the phrase, dangle the carrot in front of him to see if they can't get him to take it. And there's a great shot of the fleet just making their way to Mark 4. Again, Navy in the double-digit 10, 11, 12 boats. Boston College in the 1, 2, 3 boats. And seeing an aggressive starboard jibe by boat number 12, just trying to start wreaking havoc, trying to see what they can do just to condense this race. Maybe make someone make a mistake, draw some foul, draw some contact, something.
Yeah, but I will say I think that his teammates are trailing right on the hips of the BC
Yeah,
Eagles.
they are right there, but let's see how boat 3, a little bit slow over Mark County, but look at 11 and 10, just low and slow right now.
Got to get out of there.
Both of them tacking at the same time. That's not what you want, I don't think. So one of them should have to go back. But 10 does have a piece of boat number 3, so I think we're going to see boat number 1 start to rag, and you'll see boat number 3
aggressively.
scored out here as boat. Yeah, don't even need to rag their jib. Just make this a little speed pass back, make that happen, and it's already done as 1 peels away. And 10 is now just trying to eat the bubbles of boat number 3. So Boston College hanging on to their 2-3-4 right now, but Navy certainly has the wherewithal to get themselves back in this race. The defending national champions trying to do everything they can. The last race of the regatta for them to get any shot that they can to get into this Final Four, and a win here would put the ball out of their hands. But definitely, if a loss here would seal it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and that I imagine they're not going to go out without a fight here.
Oh, I'd hope not.
Yeah. I mean, after all, they are the midshipmen,
Let's see if we can't get an official score confirmation from that last. Yes, Stanford did get a 1-2-6 over Roger Williams, so let's see if we can't see what that does to our scorecard. Yeah, Navy cannot afford to lose this race at all.
This is a make or break it.
That would give them 8 losses, whereas Stanford still has 1 race remaining after this. So that would force a sail-off situation, I believe, between them and Georgetown, sitting at 15-6 as well, and who also has 1 race remaining, which is just making their way upwind. Actually, right now they're racing Tulane.
But you know what? Look at the way this race is shaping out to be. I see that they have they don't necessarily have 2 pairings, but 3. It looks like BC might have a 1-4-5
and
here.
Boat number 10 might have had a piece of that other boat. I can't quite see the note. Looks like boat number 2.
Here's the issue that Navy's going to be having is they've got a little bit of a deep 6 here.
They do. That 6 is very deep. Yeah.
They seemed like they slowed down on their mark rounding, right? And that speed kill is everything.
Totally. But let's see if boat 10 can get across boat number 2 here. All they need to do is try to grab onto something, cause a little bit of havoc, try to get their teammate back in the fight as 11 just now gets in our frame, and I think it just might be too little, too late.
Yep.
An aggressive luff it looked like from boat number.
What? Boat number 10 right there.
That's a 1 for Boston College.
This is going to be tight. I mean, for 10 to get that speed back, and miraculously, you got to be
Look at
counting
boat 11.
on 12
Boat 11's
here.
rumbling right now.
Yeah. You're hoping that
11's rumbling. One's super down speed. That's going to be a 2 and a 3 for the Naval Academy. This is going to be a 2-3-5, a late spin for Boston College and boat number 1. So Navy somehow pulls the rabbit out of their hat, and it looks like they're going to get the win here.
Wow. I'm seeing sighs of relief from the Navy coaches right now.
My goodness. Holy smokes. A late foul. And good Lord, Navy needed that win, and that was.
And they got it.
That was impressive.
And that just goes to show that if you're that last place boat and you're starting to think that you're like, no way that we're gonna make this. You can't give up, right? You cannot give up. You got to focus on that boat speed, and you just got to believe that your teammates are gonna have your back.
I think we're going to take another look at that finish here on replay just to try to see if we can't break it down a little bit better here. That boat 11 just came in white hot. And here we go. So we see the finish line. We already have 1 boat across for Boston College in the 1. So we have boat number 12 doing a great job holding boat number 2 up. Let's see if we can't try to identify where that foul occurred. It must have occurred earlier because 1's already spinning and 11 just carrying that great boat speed all the way through. The only shot that Boston College might have if somehow boat 2 finished ahead of boat number 11 or 12. I don't know how likely that is because of our angle. That's just based off of what we saw, but we will await official confirmation. But I think as far as we could tell, it looked like the Naval Academy got that win.
All right, and here's a great race. We're going to have Georgetown Hoyas in 4-5-6 with the gray sails against Tulane and the green 13-14-15.
Yeah, Georgetown looks pretty comfortable here as they're about halfway up that final beat, and I think this is another one of those races. This is the last race of the regatta of the round for Georgetown, so a win here would all but punch their ticket into that final into the Final Four, I believe, as that Navy win would give them only 7 losses. Stanford still has 1 race remaining, which could, if they lose that race to Harvard could play spoiler again, getting involved getting involved playing some spoiler roles. They could give Stanford another loss, which would give them 7 losses and force a sail off between Stanford and Navy for that last spot.
That is right.
But the best thing I'm loving about all this is that the breeze is like up and it looks consistent. And I think this is hopefully going to stay, and it's going to be enough to get us through the rest of this round at the very least and into the Final Four.
If I'm not mistaken, this is very similar to yesterday's conditions.
I think you're spot on, Gloria. I think around this time, it really spiked up. I think we started seeing the crews kind of hop up on the rails like we did.
Right.
But what scares me is that not too long after that, the breeze.
Exactly.
We started to see it glassing off up by the bridge. So we'll keep our eyes out lakeward.
And my mentality is I just want to get the rest of these races off. We've got how many more left after this round?
Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 races left in this round, and then 6 races. So 10 races left.
It's all too close for me here.
Oh,
10
excuse me.
races.
No, hold on. 1, 2, only 6, 7, 8 races left.
8 races left for the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Team Race Nationals. You guys, if you're not logged in right now and watching live, you should be. And you should be sharing this link with everybody that you know and get everybody on this live broadcast because we've got 8 more races left.
Yeah, I was a little confused as to where we were because I didn't see any other boats out there on the water, but Harvard is just now making their way out to the race course. And, yeah, checking back in on that finish, it looks like Tulane. Georgetown ran away with that one, held on to that one too. So a tough finish for Tulane going winless in this final round. But something that they can we've been kind of loving the program a little bit, and they finished yesterday with 6 unbelievable wins in a row to punch their ticket into this. And this is obviously a building team. We're talking with Chuck Higgins, head coach, this morning before we went on air, and he was like, "Yeah, pretty sure this is. I mean, in recent memory, this is the first time this program has ever made it to Team Racing Nationals, and to do that to make gold in your first year as really a legitimate program, as we're seeing. We talked yesterday about Tulane fully embracing the varsity model, getting so much support from the school, from the administration and the athletic department. I think this is something they can absolutely walk away from, and just happy and thrilled with the fact that they, that they made it this far.
So it looks like, actually, wow, okay, this is an upset.
Did I misspeak?
Boston College won that race against the Naval Academy with a 1-3-5.
So it looks like that one boat did sneak in there for Boston College.
Yeah. So it looks like they finished in a 1-3-5, which, if I'm not mistaken,
hold on. That's in my tech score is not updating. Why is that? I mean, I trust your tech score.
Right. No, mine's not real.
If we could, let's see if we can't see that replay one more time.
Yeah, guys, that's a game changer.
Yeah,
I did not imagine that.
So let's see if we can't get take one more look at that finish, because that boat, you're right, 1-3-5 for Boston College over Navy. So what that does to our scoreboard.
Nice, we're hearing some support for the Cardinal.
Yeah, so that gives the Cardinal a little 2-race gap behind them. So our Final Four might be set now. As far as the teams go, the seeding of which is still up. So let's see if we can take another look at that finish. Just a second here. So we already have one Boston College boat finished. So boat number 2, just enough to hang on. So boat number 12 finishes second, and it looks like the bow. Wow. Huh.
It must be our depth perception.
It must be what
Maybe
we're
the
seeing,
flag.
our angle. But
Yeah.
I'm shocked that Boston College was given the 3 in that race, that finish. But the finished boat sees it as they see it, and wow, huge win for Boston College.
Right. And yeah, confirmation, Georgetown Hoyas did finish that race in a 1-2-4 against Tulane. And going back to the Tulane team, I mean, they have some really strong players.
Mm-hmm.
You look at their team race team, they made it to the gold round, and none of these kids are graduating.
Yeah, looking at their, you got to.
We've got Thad Letzum, Cameron Giblin, Asher Zitter, and their crews, Grace Sawicki, she's graduating. We've got Andrea Rafcol Gonzalez and Jillian Perel. These guys, 2 of the crews are not graduating. It's a young team, and let's not forget their women's team is quite strong. They've got Ciara for their women's team, and then they've got Caroline Benson, and I have a feeling that they're going to put up quite the fight for their women's fleet race nationals, without a doubt.
So 2 races left in this round. We have Stanford and Harvard who are making their way out to the race course, and then Roger Williams and Yale will round out the final race of this round of 8, and then from there we'll move on to the final 4.
So I'm just receiving word for that BC race. Actually, what had happened is the Navy Boat 12 had to go back and spin, and therefore they had gotten the 6th place.
We got off that race too soon.
Right. So yeah. So now we have an answer to our confusion here.
Late penalties, absolutely brutal. We've seen that. We've seen so many races finish how they thought they did, and then they have to go back and refinish themselves. So that's just a painful way to lose a race, and it always condenses. It always bottlenecks right there at the finish line, and it's not surprising that at this point in the regatta tensions are high. Everyone's dialed. Everyone's firing on all cylinders, but that's an exciting finish. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at with just these 2 races remaining. We see that red line, that's the cutoff line. So after that race, this is what our final 4 is going to look like. Yale, Roger Williams, Georgetown, and Stanford. And now Stanford, the reason that Navy's loss to Boston College is so critical is now Stanford can lose this race still, and they can still advance to the final 4. However, all scores will carry over, so they want as many wins as possible to have their shot to hit the podium and hopefully win. Whereas what's going to matter here is this last race between Roger Williams and Yale. Can Roger Williams hand Yale their 4th loss to make the final 4 a little bit more exciting? But if Yale wins against Roger Williams, that might be not a full clinch heading into this final 4, but that would definitely give them a little bit of wiggle room going into it.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you. I might as well give him a shout out, but Quinn Keenan, who's one of the Tulane sailors on the Finnish boat, who actually was able to inform me that that's the reason why
that's great.
Navy had lost that race. I might as well give him a shout out.
Thank you,
He's
Quinn.
doing the Lord's work out there. It's staying hot.
Yeah, it's
all that stuff.
It's like having our own sideline reporter down there. That's very helpful.
Yeah, right. And so I'm seeing here in the commentary section, my good friend Riley, he's saying, don't listen to the announcers. You guys are all good. Of course, hey, we're rooting for everybody, Riley, okay? We're rooting for the Hawks, the Bulldogs, the Cardinal, and the Hoyas. We're rooting for everybody. I
just want every team to have fun.
Yeah, we want every team to have fun. And let's be real. I mean, Roger Williams they've been doing quite well. And
yeah, people forget that they were the 1 seed entering this round. They only had 1 loss entering this round going into today. So obviously, they took a couple losses this round, but that shows you the strength and difficulty of this event in this gold round. But I think their goal was just to make it into the final 4 with a shot at the podium, and I think so far they're exactly where they want to be.
Exactly. So there's no hard feelings out here, guys. We are rooting for everybody, and let's not forget they've got some pretty good bucket hat game there.
Yeah, you and your bucket hat. I don't look good in bucket hats. That's my problem. So I don't much care for them.
I think I can occasionally rock a good bucket hat. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on the day, right?
Yeah.
So it's got the vibes gotta be right for me.
The vibes have to be phenom. So it looks like Harvard and Stanford are both on the race course, but not quite in sequence yet, it looks like.
Yep, we've got Stanford and pink boats 7, 8, 9, and Harvard in blue 16, 17, 18. So you're going to want to be keeping an eye out on this race.
I enjoy how, I don't know if the rotation's always like this or not, but I appreciate how it's single digits versus double digits in every race. It makes it super easy from us, our perspective, to just quickly identify which boat's on which team, so we're not like, I don't know, because some of us with headsets on right now might be a little colorblind, and it might be hard to differentiate between some of the colors out there.
Yeah, we're not saying names.
Single digits versus double digits makes it very easy for some of us.
Yeah.
No idea who that might be.
Yeah, no clue.
No clue.
Take a wild guess, guys. You can guess in the comments if you want.
That's a HIPAA. No, it's a doctor thing.
I'm not your doctor, and you're not my doctor, so anything can be said. Alrighty, we're just going to wait for this race to get started, but this is definitely one you're going to want to be tuning in for. There are how many more races left?
2 races in this round, and then 6 in the final 4 round.
You got it.
So 8 races left.
That's it, guys. 8 more. I'm liking, I'm ready to crank these out. I'm ready to crank these out.
I think the race committee is too. They're tinkering the race course ever so slightly. I don't see any weather marks in the water at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we get them started before. No bad juju. I'm gonna knock on some wood right now, but before anything happens with this breeze.
Yeah. Don't know if I appreciate you putting that out in the universe right now and knocking on it. I don't know if this is real wood. Maybe it is real wood. Might be synthetic. No, it's real.
I'm here to help if All right, and here we see the Yale team heading out, right? We got some umpires coming in, take maybe a little bit of a breather, but
Yeah, with only 2 races needing to happen on the water right now, I think one umpire group is going to get a little bit of relief for the moment. Come in, cool down, marinate in some air conditioning. I do see weather mark in the water. I think they're dropping the offset mark now. So I think I might have just heard some horns too. So
yep, I'm hearing that.
I think sequence is about to commence for race number 148. Stanford versus Harvard. Again, Stanford in the single-digit sales. Harvard in the blue 16, 17, 18 sales.
All right, let's see. And it is 2:16 here
Oh, local
in
time.
our time. Yep.
Didn't know what you meant by that.
No, just checking in on the
Yeah.
time. Should we do another weather check-in while we're?
You're the one with the fancy Apple Watch.
Yeah. So it is currently 89 degrees. We're gonna see it bump up to 92 at 4 p.m. I'm not putting any bad juju. I'm not even going to say anything about that. The UV index is a 10 right now.
Selfishly, I'm hoping we're very much off the water by that point.
Right. So it feels like 95. The UV index is a 10. And I just heard 2-minute horns for this sequence here for the Stanford Cardinal versus the Harvard Crimson.
Yeah, again, Boston College beating Navy last minute in that race. That locked in this top 4. So Harvard would have had a chance to play spoiler, but not quite so much anymore. But for the sake of moving the regatta along, that eliminates the risk of any sail-offs, I believe, if my math is correct, because these top 4 teams are going to be clearly distinguished despite the outcome of this race.
That is right. I love seeing the different strategies people have going into these starts, right? I like seeing if people have more aggressive or, less aggressive pre-starts and so on. And, love to take a look here. So might as well, on this roster for this race, I see that for Stanford, we're going to have Jack Parkin, Wiley Rogers, Michelle Larkamp with Cruz, Sammy Pickell, Anna Claire Soule, and Patricia Gurley. And from the Harvard team, if I'm not mistaken, Harvard, we're going to have Henry Burns, Dylan Asencias, LaClaine McGranahan, Christopher Wang, Alexandra Dorofiv, Marbella Marlowe, and Cassia Lee.
Well, some combination of those crews.
That is correct.
4 crews to 3 skippers that you just named. Not quite sure which players are in which boats.
Right.
But I think we're about under a minute on this pre-start. No, we just heard 20 seconds, so I'm not wrong, we are under a minute. We have Harvard again in the blue boats, Stanford in 7, 8, 9, the pink sails.
So it's an interesting, you can see that Stanford is not leading into these starts. They're going for a follow method for 7 and 8 at least.
And they are underway.
7 had a nice clean, we're going to have an individual.
We do have a boat over early, boat number 9 for Stanford over early, going back to clear themselves.
That's going to be a little bit tough in these conditions, but let's see,
when the breeze is up, it sucks to be over, but they turned around so quick. They were that pin boat. Yep. They could just whip right down. I
think that was
it's not ideal, but it's not going to,
I think that was Michelle Larkamp there. She's been having very strong starts off the pin all regatta long. So, I'm quite surprised that she was over there. But, she, like you were just saying, she went back down there immediately, and she was very quick with it. And that will be a huge difference for the Stanford team in this race. they've got this Harvard team has 2 boats going out to the left. Here we finally see 18 getting out of there. You should watch 8 going along with them. Let's go ahead. I can't see exactly what's going on out right.
It's a little hard to see. When they're all on port, it's a little hard to see.
All I'm seeing is just
straight line
nice.
boat speed.
So I'm not sure that Stanford has a pair out to the right side at the moment. I'm not sure if they have a pair at all here. I mean, depends on how punched out this boat out to the right is. Look at that roll tack.
This might be one of the most spread out upwind first beats that we've seen so far.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm seeing a lot of movement out to the right for the most part. This Harvard boat was kind of left himself out here to the left to come back over on port for a good amount of time. And once again, going around Mark 1, no matter what the actual, what positions they're in there, we've been seeing it totally mix up. And look at that, the Stanford boat, whether that was a Stanford boat that was over Michelle Larkamp or not, you can see that it doesn't look like they're very far behind at all.
Yeah, I think it was boat number 9 was the boat that was over.
Yep, that is right. So here we're seeing some ragging from the Stanford boat trying to slow down this race a little bit. I think if I'm correct, and 17 here is in the 1 from Harvard, I think that we're starting to see Stanford playing back already.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be a little bit one of those more aggressive upwinds, first beat upwinds.
At least the breeze velocity is up. We are seeing some crews like kind of not fully invested to the rail, but leaning up a little bit,
being a little, like a little slither up there.
That side slither deal, yeah.
We're hearing a little bit of what is you call it, the peanut gallery?
The peanut gallery, yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing a little bit of chirping from the coaches. Always fun. All right, so I'm curious to see here if 8's going to be crossing this Harvard boat 17.
It's pretty hard to tell until they actually round Mark 1 from this angle.
That's a cross.
8 does get a cross.
That's
well,
a cross.
That's a pretty obvious cross.
Yeah.
But 8 slowing down right now.
Yeah.
Very far up in the 1 as they're trying to get boats
18
and 17.
Is this some drone footage I'm seeing right now?
Well, looks like it.
Right?
There we go.
We did see them release the drone. So this looks like Stanford might be in a 156 here, if I'm not mistaken. But the good news about this 156 is the 5 and the 6 they're right there on the hips of the Harvard team.
I mean 16's going to need to get this tack through quick because 7's coming in with a lot of pace right now.
Right. Are they going to cross here? Interesting. I'm curious to see if they're going to go for a hit. I mean, I think they, well, hey, teach their own. I think that he could have hailed for a protest there if he just stuck his course, starboard boat.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to adjust a little bit and he just didn't even want to risk it, which, quite honestly, playing it safe it's all.
Yeah, no reason to, we've seen this 156 a lot so far today. And this whole week, really, and certainly this is a team that's capable of breaking that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got the speed, and they've proven that time and time again. So 7's doing a good job here, trying to lure boat 16 high here and trying to get their teammate in the 6 to just keep sailing fast and forward.
Yep, exactly. All they need to do is just get one.
Right. We'll see how 7 comes across here. They're coming back on starboard, but they look... I'm not sure if I can see that well enough, but they're definitely making plenty of gains here, I think. I think they might have picked off one boat there already.
7 looks like they might be through boat number 18.
Boat number 16 possibly even. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think
maybe
16's clear ahead.
Right.
There's a great shot of that.
There it is.
We go. So 7's going to have 18 on starboard, and
We'd
they're
love to see that.
18 jibes away right there. So all of a sudden, Stanford Cardinal doing a tremendous job breaking up that 2-3-4. All of a sudden, they're going to be approaching Mark 3 in a 1-4-6, which is still a losing combination, but they at least have a boat in between. They have a boat behind them.
Right, and what I like to see is that boat 9, Michelle, that was in the 6. She's gone inside, and her teammate has allowed for it. She's gone inside. She's going to be coming back with room and starboard advantage.
Absolutely, and it's going to be, hoping. Don't know if 18 and 16 are going to get too far away. Too far down the track, but all they need to do is just a slight bump, a little wiggle from 8, just a little wiggle.
You can just taste it.
Yeah, and then I think it's drawing up very nicely.
Yeah, and they've done a great job with consolidating this race and putting themselves back in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it looks like Michelle right now in boat number 9 lost a little bit of that forward distance, but I think she's going to be, again, just a little bump from boat 8 is all they're going to need.
And look, boat 7's doing a good job. Is that a possible double? Maybe. Wow, well, boat 7's been doing a great job of slowing them down. Even if 7 doesn't have a piece of 18, 7 has a piece of 16. That's going to be two pairs
here's
right
the cross right here as we approach the 2-boat length zone, 9 and 18. So 18's going to have 9's not going to have any mark room, so Michelle didn't quite. Oh, she does get a piece of 16.
Okay.
That's a 1-4-5 right now for the Cardinal. One boat is around, and oh boy, Love Party, maybe a little bit of contact there from 9 and 17.
You know what I'm seeing is I'm seeing her tiller all the way over, though. It was very clear, and it looks like she had the intent to avoid tiller all the way over.
Yeah, and the umpire is right there. Hopefully they do make a call at least.
Right.
And we see a red flag and pointed at...
That might be a red flag.
That's a red flag on boat number 9. Wow, Michelle.
Did she do the spin? I thought I just saw her do a spin.
I don't think so, but...
wow, that's tough.
Yeah, not what you want to see. She was doing a great job getting herself back in the race after being over, getting that fight on that downwind and breaking up that 2-3-4, but maybe just getting a little bit too greedy at that inside of the zone there.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been that she just was taking... It could have been a mark room situation,
Yeah, I'm almost curious if she was close enough inside where I'm almost curious why her teammate that was in the 1 didn't put in a little bit of bump, open up the door for her to have just gone inside and around, and they could have converted to a play 1 possibly there. That's what it looked like on the screen, but that's easier said than done, right? I'm not out there right now, but it looked as though they could have had that as a possible option.
Harvard holding on to that 2-3-4, and boat number 7 really the only shot to try to get something here on this final beat.
I'm not too worried. They've got some pretty great boat speed, and we've seen the 2-3-4s easily getting broken up on these final upwind beats.
Yeah, and especially just as it all bottlenecks and condenses at the finish.
Absolutely. We'll see. It's a little bit tough to even see boat 8 here now. 18 is a little bit punched out and bow out, and so I mean I think boat 8 would still have the cross here, and I'm just thinking that they're letting them go bow out to a side here. And I'm shocked that Stanford's also going out to the side. Don't they want to? When you're losing a race like this, don't you want to consolidate it, bring it back into the middle?
Yeah, I think you just want to force situations where your opponents have to cross or duck or make decisions on how they want to navigate their situations.
Right. You want to make them think. You want to make the action happen, and you kind of want to bring it back to the middle, bring it back to your teammates. But what the other team wants you to do when they're winning and you're losing, they want you to bang out that corner. Right. And so I'm shocked that we're not seeing more tacking being done here.
Yeah, we'll see if this race gets a little spicy towards the finish here, because that Yale Roger Williams race is underway. Can't quite see who. They're about maybe halfway up that first beat, so we can get over there as soon as this race has a bit of a more a locked-in result, if you will.
Right. No, I can definitely see the finish for this one being definitely quite spicy. I mean, this Harvard boat is taking some big ducks here, and it looks like they're almost like sliding a bit on this upwind. So they're bowed down a little bit down speed. I don't know if I don't even know where this other Stanford boat is, but if that other Stanford boat's been going fast and catching up, I could see them having the cross on this Harvard boat.
I think we just saw them tack, and I think they just might be a little bit too deep.
Got
You
it.
see boat number 7 on the far left of our screen. There's 16 coming across, duck, and it's still a 2-3-4, I think.
I will say boat 18 for Harvard and this Stanford boat on this left-hand side, they are definitely neck and neck. They're pretty close to one another. Just a few more tacks, and whoever has a stronger tack might prevail.
Yeah, I think 7 might have just, they're going to get sandwiched, squished out here. We're going to see this other boat, 18, tack back here to cover 7, I think. Or I guess 16 goes. Here we go. We're starting to see some of those Yale Roger Williams boats enter our picture. Roger Williams in the single digit 1, 2, 3. Yale in the 10, 11, 12 boats. And I see 1 Yale boat. I see 2 Yale boats. And I don't see a Roger Williams boat quite yet. There's one.
There's another.
Could just be the angle. We could be farther down the track.
I'm seeing, if I'm not wrong, looks like that Stanford boat. I'm curious. I mean, with the depth perception, it is hard to tell, but is Stanford about to prevail here? Possibly. Do they still have this 1 or not?
Yeah, Harvard's skating through right now, the blue boat with the 1. It's a 1-4. We're going to get a big luff from boat number 8, but I think they have mark room. Boat number 18, so that's going to be a 1-4-5 or a 1-4-1-3 something maybe for Harvard here. So let's immediately throw it over to that Yale Roger Williams race, the last race on the course. Boats 1, 2, 3, and 10, 11, 12 making their way downwind. Looked like Yale had that one in the bag already, but Roger Williams absolutely fighting their way back into it.
All right.
So it looks like Stanford probably did get the win. Here we go. So here's that Yale-Stanford race again. Roger Williams, Yale. Roger in 1, 2, 3. Yale in 10, 11, 12. And it looks like there are Rogers chasing pretty bad here with at least a 4-5. Can't quite see how 3 is. And Yale has a 1-2 as the third Yale boat. Boat number 10 is just getting into our screen now.
Yeah, but you know, 3 looks like they're inside here, and they'll have some room on 12 and 11. And I mean, we've seen Raj totally stir the pot, and just we've seen them go from a 1-5-6 multiple times before, all the way to a 1-2 like 4, right? So I'm interested to see what they have up their sleeves. I'm actually not sure that they have that second place here, so it actually might be a Yale with Yale is rounding that mark.
Yale's
3
with
with
a
1-2.
Yeah, 1-2 with a little gap behind them, and they definitely, boat number 11 has at least 1-2 Roger boats behind them.
All right, this is going to be a tough one. Yeah, I mean, they've got speed, and we just saw with that Stanford race as well. I mean, they're all close out here, and you know, I'm sure Harvard, like we were saying, Harvard can kind of come in here and stir the pot a little bit, and so that's just what they did with that Stanford race. So yeah, it looks like Harvard won that with a 1-3-5 against Stanford Cardinal who finished in a 2-4-6, which was unfortunate for them. We will see how that places them.
I think if this result holds right now, Yale would finish, assuming this result holds for the Bulldogs, Yale would be entering the Final Four at 19-3, Roger Williams at 17-5, Georgetown at 16-6, and Stanford at 15-7.
Yeah, so it looks like Stanford has still secured their top 4 spot. You wish, you know, when you're in their position, you're happy that you've locked in that top 4, but you just kind of wish you had that win under your belt. So
yeah.
That way you had a little bit of a cushion going in there.
And so Yale just continuing to, I think it looks like they're extending their lead. Boat number 12 right in our picture. No one just sending it full boat speed. Their teammate protecting outright, setting up their coverage. They still absolutely have one ace behind them. Looks like they're a 1-2-5, maybe even a 1-2-4, depending on how they're levered up on that other boat. But Yale fully running away from this race.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to the best part about this is, sure, this is the last race between these two in this round, but we're going to see them go neck and neck one more time.
We're going to see them go neck and neck one more time in the last race of the regatta, but the question that I have is will, you know, at that point, there's a potential possibility that Yale could have this regatta locked up by then, mathematically clinching it. So that could turn into a fight for, that podium spot, because it's a Final Four, but only the top 3 go home with some hardware.
Right. Yeah, it sure does look that way, that Yale is finishing up this race in that 1-2. But I'm just thinking about, after this race, right? I'm thinking about Roger Williams is going to want some more out of this next race against Yale. I think that if anything, this is adding some of that fuel to the fire, and they're going to be like, yeah, no, we're not going to let this happen again.
Yeah, so it looks like, just basing off of what it looks like it might be on the rotation, so the first race is going to have Roger versus Georgetown, and then Yale versus Stanford. So the onus is kind of going to be on Stanford, the Cardinal, here to give Yale a loss and try to keep this thing close for all the other teams to get a shot at coming home with this thing.
Yeah. So much appreciation once again to the umpires. I see that they are towing the teams back in for the rotations, which will, they're trying to make sure that these boats are out there while the breeze is still up, and so that way we can crank out these final 6 races.
Yeah, the boats that they're towing in aren't being used, I don't think, in this final. It looks like it's going to be boats.
Those the Harvard boats.
Yeah, those are the Harvard boats. Maybe Harvard hopped into those boats.
Perhaps
I don't know.
Might be doing on the water.
I don't know.
rotations.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, it looks like Yale comfy 1-2 through the finish here over Roger Williams. So Roger did not get to exact what they did on the first round when Roger handed Yale their first loss of the race, of the regatta.
Yep.
So that's a 1-2 for Yale, and that sets the scene for our Final Four. We're going to have Yale, the 1 seed, sitting at 19-3. Roger Williams at 17-5. Georgetown 16-6, and then Stanford at 15-7, rounding out that Final Four. And we not quite sure. We're hoping they might rotate on the water just to help facilitate things, but it's going to take a second regardless to get these boats back in and the sailors in. So I think everything's coming back into land right now. So we are going to take a quick step away while everything else gets sorted. And we'll be right back for the exhilarating Final Four of the 2022 ICSA Team Racing College Sailing Nationals.
Stay tuned, guys. Seriously, share the link. Let all your alumni know. Pass it along. This is, hopefully we crank these out in the next hour, if not less. And this is something you're going to be wanting to watch. This is the first selection committee nationals, and this is going to be very competitive.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with you as soon as we see racing underway. We will be back with you.
Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen at home. 149 races down, 6 more to go as we kick off the final 4 here at New Orleans Southern Yacht Club, Lake Pontchartrain Train. It's getting light, but we have the final 6 teams: Yale, Roger Williams, Georgetown, and Stanford. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight racing this first race. There's about a minute 30 left in their sequence. We're going to have Roger Williams versus Georgetown. Roger Williams in the single-digit boats 1, 2, 3. And Georgetown in the black boats 10, 11, 12. And we're at the point of the regatta, Gloria, where every race matters. Every race has always mattered up to this point. And you know, there's going to be situations where clinching can come early. Yale currently sitting at 19-3 has a comfortable 2-win gap behind him on Roger Williams. So looking back, Yale might not have to might not take too long into this round for Yale to clinch it.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, what we're going to be looking for is, yeah, I mean, like saying I was going to say it's not that we're looking for them to lose races or anything, but we're just trying to see if anybody's going to be able to dethrone them at this point in time. And, you know, because the throne is not secure, and so anything can happen, and there's no doubt about that. It's light again out there. It looks like it's maybe 3-4 knots, and we're even going to be doing rotations on the water. That way we can crank these final six races out. And we've got coaches out there on the water as well, and we're just trying to crank these final 6 races out.
Yeah, good point. We did neglect to mention that the reason there was that long break in between these last 2 rounds, the teams all came in, and the decision was made to do on-the-water rotation just for the sake of getting these last 6 races in. So the coaches were having their last, they gave about a half hour, 40-ish minutes or so, their last-minute powwows to discuss strategy, talk their thing, get hydrated, find some shade, and just one last hurrah on land. So these sailors will not be getting back off the water until a champion has been crowned.
That is correct. All right, looking at this race.
Sounds like I think I just heard the 20-second horn, so we're just underway again. If you're just tuning in, Roger Williams is in the 1, 2, 3 red sails, Georgetown University in the 10, 11, 12 black sails, and they are underway. They're off, and right off the bat, you got a Georgetown boat flopping out unprotected out right, and it is just so light. We've been seeing this all week, and we had a little pickup of velocity about 2 hours ago, but the last couple of days it's been just like this. It dies and it gets just softer as the day goes on. The sun, we had some cloud coverage earlier, but now those clouds seem to be gone, and once the sun starts beating down, it gets light.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, looking here, it seemed as though, I think these are the middle boats, but we see Roger Williams, boat 3 in the red there. It looks like they got a very clean start off that pin, and let's just say I feel as though that's been a pattern throughout this regatta, is the teams that are winning those pins are looking really, really strong around Mark 1.
Mm-hmm. We saw in that last round, Roger Williams did have a couple starts where they were either sluggish, spinning, or just over, and had to go back to clear themselves. And having to go back and clear yourself when it's this light, if you're not in a quick position, like right at the pin to whip right around, that can be absolutely brutal. And clean start across the board right there for the Hawks.
Yeah, I think one thing to be looking for here is, with it being so light, we're going to want to be looking at the umpire calls if they're calling for pumping or anything like that. So, you know, because everybody's got to be on their toes and making sure that they are sailing a very clean race here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not going to want to be spinning. You're not going to want to get your boat stopped, and you're definitely not going to want any flags from the umpires.
Yeah, we just They did move the race course a little bit farther off land just to try to get into a bit more breeze, so we're going to give you the best coverage we can. We just launched a drone up to we had some great shots from that drone earlier, so we're going to give you the best coverage we can. It's a little tough from this angle as the boats are sailing away from us, in this direction to see exactly what the sale numbers are. But we're going to do our best coverage, and it's definitely getting light in the PRO. He's fighting. He's hoping that this breeze holds just long enough that he can finish this round, as we're hearing horns for the Yale-Stanford race following up this race momentarily.
Yeah, for this next race, when you're going to be looking for Yale and Stanford, just in case they pop into the view or into the cameras, just keep in mind Yale Bulldogs are going to be in the silver 4, 5, 6, and Stanford Cardinal will be in the blue 16, 17, 18. So I'm sure that we might be seeing the overlap in the camera shots, and that's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, when the boats get pretty spread out, I feel like on a lot of the races, particularly when it's been lighter today, we've seen, as we're getting our drone coverage here now, best that we can. We've been seeing it gets pretty spread out. I feel like on these first couple beats, a little more fleet racing. Conventionally team racing can get a little more bunched by nature, but off the line it seems like when it's light out, these boats are just kind of springing free of each other, trying to find their own lane so they can get around just to mark one and they can assess from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, this is another one of those races where when it's this light and it's this competitive, we're talking about the Final Four here. It's going to show who is more athletic in these boats, right? You're going to want a good roll tack. You're not going to want a heel to windward out of these tacks.
I mean, we're seeing right here Roger Williams, boat number 2, just planted a fat lee bow on boat number 12, forcing them to tack. Tacks and boat handling are absolutely a premium at this point in the regatta. It's been a long, long day. Been a long 3 days of racing. Again, 149 races down, 6 more to go, and these are the 6 that really get your heart pounding. It's like, what is on the line, Even if you're not in a position to clinch, Stanford sitting right there at 15-7, the last team in this Final Four. They might not be able to win, but they can still absolutely walk away, maybe a second or a third place finish, and get out of here with their head held high. And at the end of the day, it's all kind of for foul points for that foul trophy, which is awarded at the end of the season to the best all-around college sailing team. And that's something that I don't know if the Cardinal have ever won, and I think that's something that it just chips away, and you got to get those foul points. That's what counts.
That is right, and so you got to keep your eyes on the prize here for sure. So we're seeing Roger Williams rounding the Mark 1 in a 1-2, possibly a 6 or 5. We'll see how 3 makes it out here. They in this lighter stuff, they might be able to roll right over the top of 12 and 11. Yeah, and you're
starting to see him. Roger Williams has had phenomenal boat speed all week in this light stuff. We saw him, I forget which race that was, in a tacker
out of
boat 11, tacking just to maybe clear their air, try to spring free, get something going, or maybe they weren't quite worried. They were worried they weren't going to lay that Mark II, but all of a sudden a 1-2-5, looking pretty happy there for Roger Williams. But what I was saying was, I forget what race it was, we saw that Roger Williams boat just blanketed by 2 other boats. It might have been against Georgetown even, or Boston College, can't remember which, but just absolutely full blanket, and then just they found this little vein, and they just boat speeded away.
Right. So, yeah, we know that they've got strong boat speed, and we've seen them come back from very hard conditions. It looks like this second mark might be a little bit high. It looks like Roger Williams, by overstanding ley line just a little bit, is now has a 1-2-3 around Mark II. We just saw another Georgetown boat have to tack just to make Mark II. So, once again, if I'm racing, if I'm Yale and Stanford, that's another one of those scenarios where I want my crew popping their head out of the boat and pointing that out to me that, these other teams, they're struggling to get to Mark II. So we should overstand ley line just by a little bit. That way we don't have to tack, because there's no doubt about it that you watch 2 Georgetown boats tack off, and they were struggling to make it to Mark II, and that's gonna be a little bit of a digger there. So it looks like Roger Williams is doing a pretty good job of spreading out their boats on this downwind. We see that boat 1 is covering, looking up, looking downwind, the right side of the course, the middle, and the top inside, boat 3. So boat 12, they're the closest one to a Raj boat. Fortunately, it's to the Raj third-place boat, and so what they're going to be doing is trying their best to try and sit on their air. You saw boat 12 trying to gain any kind of leverage that they possibly can. They tried to go to a wing, but it was just proving to be too light for a wing.
Yeah, Roger Williams stepping on the gas as best they can. Let's see if we can't try to shift over, get a little peep at that Yale-Stanford race making its way upwind, the other race on the race course. Boats number 4, 5, 6 for Yale, Stanford in the blue, 16, 17, 18. It's a little tough, tricky to bounce around the 2. I know everyone wants to see their teams, their favorite teams, their alma maters, their teammates, but we're going to give you the best coverage we can bouncing around. But right now, Roger Williams looks very comfortable running away with this one in a 1-2-3.
Even here looking, boat 3, boat 10 is trying to do whatever they can from Georgetown to try and catch up to these boats, but even then that's going to be a little bit hard. They're trying to take the outside route, but in the end it's like, I see boat 12 is trying to get inside and get that starboard advantage. Boat 10's doing a little bit of a risky move here. They're driving in not necessarily the best spot with where their teammate is. It's, a little bit risky in terms of getting covered, but maybe they're seeing a puff out here. Boat 3 is pretty down speed from Roger Williams here, so Georgetown they're boat handling as best as they can to try and
but I think right now Roger Williams, we're just seeing it right here in front of us. Roger Williams with that clear cut boat number 1 running away with this one, and then their teammate boat number 2. They look down speed right now, but that's just one more jibe in. And here's that Yale Georgetown race. They're making their way. They're getting close to Mark 1 again. Yale in those silver 4, 5, 6 sails. Stanford in the blue, 16, 17, 18, and it looks like Stanford might be chasing right now as they're making their way. It's very, very light, as you can obviously see, but I'm seeing a lot more Yale boats at the front of the party than the Stanford boats.
So it looks like 17 might be having the best chance of grabbing onto a piece of Yale right now.
16, let's see how 16 and 4 cross together here. 4 crosses handedly on boat 16, so that looks like a 1-2.
I believe 4 rounded mark.
Oh, 5's rounding right now. Oh, 4's already around the mark. Okay, there we go. So that's a 1-2. Yale, lighting the fuse, running away. Yale, by my rough, astute calculation, might only need to win 1 race to wrap this thing up. And let's make sure that that is the truth before we say anything. But I think that math might check out. But it is so light as we're seeing these Yale boats just kind of, and Stanford boat just kind of drift and ever so elegantly bob along on this top reach leg. But it is light.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, what we're going to be wanting to see out of the crews is just, there's no better way to say it, just to throw themselves around in these tacks and these jibes especially. And, the over-flattening is going to be killer in this stuff.
Yeah.
Killer. We've been seeing it all day. If you over-flatten even by a little bit, we've seen boats getting stuck head to wind today and so on. And if that's the case, you're dead stop, and it's going to take you a good amount of time to catch that speed back up.
And so bouncing back over to that Roger Williams Georgetown race, as we're seeing them come upwind right now. Again, Roger Williams in the single-digit 1-2-3 sails against Georgetown in the 10, 11, 12. Georgetown was chasing a Roger Williams 1-2, and it looks like that is still the case as they're making their way up to the finish line. With boat number 10 for Georgetown really being the only one that could potentially, 12 being the only one that could potentially pose a threat, as we're seeing 10 right here. But 2's going to get across, and that's big just because that's one boat behind him. So Roger Williams comfortably in that 1-2-5 combination right now. Play 1 all the way into the finish. We've seen it get broken up. It gets funky, especially when it's this light. But right now, if I'm Roger Williams, I'm pretty comfortable right now.
I think Yale might have to win 2 races, if I'm not mistaken, because if Raj wins, I think Yale only needs to win 2 races. Actually, no, I might be mistaken. Roger Williams is 2 wins behind.
Well, maybe there's a scenario where they would force a sail off between the 2 for the title, which would be absolutely exhilarating. But again, we're hoping the breeze cooperates with us. Just looking around, it's getting a little light, folks. And we're hoping we can just bang out these final, I guess now 4, after these 2 races finish, these 4 remaining races as we're seeing Roger Williams make their way up that last beat towards the finish, and Yale comfortably still in control over Stanford, approaching Mark 3. You see at the bottom of your screens.
Yeah, I mean, and they, these Yale boats are doing a good job of protecting the inside, starboard advantage, mark room, and that's the name of the game, especially in that 1-2. You don't want to let anybody inside of you, and here they are matching that jibe, making sure that you can't take any chances here, really. A really good jibe can propel your boat forward.
Yeah, totally.
And so it's a great job they're doing to go ahead and match those. And they've even got a boat behind them as well here, Yale. And so we're going to be watching for this Yale boat in the 5 or is that the 3, the 4?
I think it's the 4. I think there was 2. I think
4.
Stanford had boats in 5th and 6th, as we're seeing these Roger Williams boats. 1 and 3 were the 2 that were out in front, and they still seem to maintain that at the moment. But there is going to be a couple crossing situations, but I think right now Roger Williams is still in control over Georgetown.
That's the way it looks right now.
As we're starting to see, that's the starting pin, not the finish pin, the yellow buoy. That is our finished boat, though, we're seeing entering the picture. So 12 getting across for Georgetown. We're seeing 1 dialed down, so there is a threatening boat for the Hoyas right now with boat number 12. So it might not be over yet, so one's going to have to do some work ragging their jib.
Here we are. We're back on this Yale race with the drone. It looks like boat 6 from Yale is doing a pretty good job here of just spacing those 2 Stanford boats back.
Let's see if we can't get eyes on that finish of this Georgetown Roger Williams race, because it looks like Georgetown that boat number 12 is being a very large thorn in the side, unable to spring freeze boat number 3 is 12 tacks away, 1 goes to cover. So boat 3 very light, needing to make their way to the finish line. So very light right now.
And 12's definitely not making it easy for them to finish here. Very clearly ahead.
Yeah, just super light. Roger Williams, boat number 1, just doing the best they can to get to the finish. We are seeing, they're not quite in our frames yet, but we are seeing a couple boats get close to boat number 1. Here they are, boat number 11 and 2 for 11 for Georgetown, 2 for Roger Williams. A little luff up there from boat number 11 on Georgetown. So boat number 1 having to do a little bit more work than they were hoping they would, I think, on this last beat, particularly how much had this race seemingly in the bag around Mark 4. But that just shows you, it was a great shot here as we're seeing boat number 3. I think we're going to get
that's a 1-2.
It looks like it's a 1-2 for the Roger Williams Hawks, barring making sure no touchy that pin. And that's going to be a 1-2 for sure for Roger Williams over Georgetown to get this first race of the Final Four underway.
Yeah, and let's see what that's going to do to the standings here. That means that Roger Williams is going to be 18-5, right behind Yale, which, if we're panning on Yale, it looks like Yale might still have this 1-2 here against Stanford. But in the meantime, this does bring down Georgetown to 16-7. Which, if Stanford does lose this race, this does bring Stanford down to 15-8.
Right. So so that looks like, the last Georgetown boat getting through, boat number 10, and then we got that Yale-Stanford race coming up. Last we saw, Yale was comfortably in control, and that seems to still be the case. But it got dicey at the end there for sure for Roger Williams, so this race is by any means far from over.
Right, we're going to be looking to see if that third-place Stanford boat has been able to catch up by any means or get a little bit of a nibble of the Yale team, and then we're going to be able to definitely see how good of a spacing job the Yale boat that was in 4th place did on the last 2 boats of Stanford.
Yeah, so there's the 2 Stanford boats, again, in the blue. See if we can pan right a little tiny bit to see the action there coming to the finish boat. Boat number 6 kind of all alone out there. There's our finish. Oh, that's the start pin again. I get confused. So those are the Georgetown boats sneaking through. Looks like they're talking to their coach. Again, the competitors will not be making their way back to the dock for the rest of this round for the sake of expediting things and keeping them going. But boat number 5 for Yale seems to be the lead boat. And I don't know, crossing situation here with boat number 16. And they do cross 16, so now it's 15. Do they feel that 16 is enough of a threat that they need to go back and hit their teammate to get 4 across, as we're going to find out here? I think 4 is going to get across very comfortably. They're going to plant the fat facial right there on 16, forcing them to tack. So that might be it for Yale getting through with 5 going back to cover. Not quite ready to say goodnight.
Here we are. We've got great drone footage now. It does look like I believe that so long as there's no Stanford boat out to the right of 4, I think that Yale might clinch onto the win for this race.
Yeah, don't see any immediate threats for those 2 Yale boats, but
4 will be coming back with that starboard advantage so long as they're laying that mark. So it's going to be crucial right now that 4 is on lay line to the finish. 5 is doing a good job of, they're not even just sailing straight into the finish. They're making sure that they are covering a boat the whole way back.
And I think 4 might have been a little bit shy on that lay line call. So 2 more tacks for them, which could be scary, but they seem to be okay, comfortable with their boat handling. We're going to see them do 1 here. Their teammate in boat number 5 is going to come around. Not the best tack in the world there from boat number 4, but I think they're seeing the checkered flag, and they're going to go through and snap the tape. So Yale's going to go ahead and get a 1-2 winning combination over Stanford. So let's see. Hold on, I got some word from an anonymous source about how this scoring might actually break down as far as clinching scenarios go. Let's see.
So Ken Legler is.
I think so long as Roger is matching Yale win for win right now, there still is a shot. So Roger won their first race. Yale just won their first race. So I think right now if Yale wins this next race, that'll be the clincher, and Yale is going up against Georgetown, who we just saw lose to Roger Williams. Roger going up against Stanford.
Yep, and as of right now, Yale is sitting. Let me make sure that we are up to date on the scores here before I speak too soon. So looks like Yale is sitting at 20-3. Raj is sitting at 18-5. Georgetown sitting in 3rd with 16-7, and Stanford sitting in 4th with 15-8. Here you go. Here are the standings. So unfortunately, we don't have the peanut gallery of coaches to the max extent as we did before.
Yeah, well, a lot of them, they're all out in the water, exactly. I kind of wish that they were. We always enjoy hearing the coaches' outbursts and exclamations for their sailors. But I think it's a great call that they are all out on the water. It just makes this whole, that's quite the sail in. And as we're looking up towards the scary direction where the no breeze is supposed to fill in from, we are starting to see some hints of a little bit of tiny glass formulating. Still a ways away, and right now it is light, but it's still sailable right now. So we're hoping that we can finish off. There's 4 races left in the regatta, and we're hoping that we can bang out the rest of them within the next little bit or so. I believe 5 p.m. is the cutoff time, if I recall, in these sailing instructions. So certainly trying to get these boats rotated and expedited, turn over to the next team as quick as possible, and we're going to get Stanford and Roger Williams underway in just a few moments.
They'll keep us out here as long as they need to, until 5 o'clock. We'll be here.
I mean, yeah, I'm getting paid by the hour, so I don't know about you.
This is awkward.
Wait, we're supposed to be getting paid for this?
Yeah, what? I'm like, wait a minute. Who do I call? Somebody get me a number. Who do I talk to? Alrighty.
So it seems as though this next race is more of the clincher for Yale. Just trying to play the math in my head. So if Stanford beats Roger Williams needs to win, I believe.
Yeah, but it could be a total toss-up. I mean, we've seen great speed from all these teams, and in this light stuff, speed is your best friend, And so I think I still think it's all up in the air. I don't know. I was so confident in the 1, 2, 3s earlier in the day. Now I'm like, I trust nobody.
Yeah,
I trust nobody.
It's just so light, and it's, as we've been seeing, it just. You get down speed, you have one bad tack, one sloppy jibe, and all of a sudden you're getting past.
Let's talk about one thing. I don't think I saw a single hail for umpire.
I think at this point, a lot of the coaches, that's a great point. I didn't see one either, and I think at this point, a lot of the coaches have been saying, let's leave the umpires out of this.
Yeah,
Let's just avoid situations. If you're going to get close to another boat, and maybe in these next couple races, we're going to see something getting a little more dicey, just with clinching possibilities on the line for Yale. I think these coaches are telling their kids, like, you can't. A 720 is a death sentence when it's this light,
Right.
And they just need to do the best they can to avoid any situations and try not to force anything to get it going.
Right. And I think it also points to the fact that this is some very solid team racing going, because once again, it's like you don't want some of the best team races you watch. There's barely any umpires involved, and there's barely any spinning involved, because everybody knows what needs to be done, and they do it to the extent that needs to be done. So, there you go. You can see Georgetown here. They're on their boat.
Yeah, just taking quite a minute to get down, and it's just unfortunate because they have to wait for that last race to finish. They can swap each other in.
Do you want any help with the tiebreakers?
Do you need help with Just 1 second, folks. We're just double checking the tiebreakers here with the legend Ken Legler. So he's just gonna help us out a little bit here. Obviously, we've been out here since 8 in the morning, so it's sitting out here in the sun all day is turns your brain into mush. So in terms of calculating the tiebreakers and so on, we start getting a little mushy there. So we're just gonna make sure that we clarify that for you guys and get you the right information.
Yeah, we got Ken Legler up here, Tufts head coach, Tufts college sailing legend Ken Legler. He's helping us clarify, just so we can remind the folks at home who owns the current head-to-head tiebreakers, because in this Final Four, if there are two teams that are tied, it will go into who beat who more times in the 3 times they will have met. So we're just going to get some clarification from that from Ken here in just a second while we're waiting for these races to get back underway. So stand by.
Yeah, and we are seeing that it's quite light out there. We're seeing a little bit of drifting going on. I will say, looking over by the bridge, though, it's starting to look a little bit more promising. A little bit. I'm also very optimistic here because I want to see these last 4 races. So I just want to see some action. I'm sure that everybody that's tuning in right now does as well. So I'm hoping that everybody gets their little chit-chat with the coaches, gets pumped up, and all gas, no brakes for these next 4 races.
I mean, as much gas as you can, considering
Yeah.
not a whole lot of gas in the air.
Let's throw some motors on
Velocity.
these. Let's throw some motors on these things. Let's make it interesting.
No, that's not sailing. That'll weigh it down, popping wheelies. That sounds barbaric.
I just want to see something happen here.
So in this next flight, we're going to have first race is going to be Stanford versus Roger Williams. Stanford's going to be these red boats. We're seeing 1, 2, 3 right on our screen. They're going up against Roger Williams. That's going to be in 10, 11, 12, the black boats. And the second race is going to be Georgetown versus Yale. Georgetown's going to be in the single digit 4, 5, 6, and Yale's going to be in those blue boats we're seeing right there.
So I'm sure that, they're also doing on-the-water rotations, which I even forgot to think about. So I'm sure that's been taking up a little bit of the time, but
still faster than if they would have to come all the way in and rotate.
Way faster.
Obviously.
My goodness. Yeah, we're very lucky to have such great umpires that are staying on their toes and so on. And, they earlier in the day, they were helping tow everybody in. That way they could just crank out these rotations. So we definitely want to make sure that, try and finish off these races and then get everybody all rested up for the open fleet race tomorrow.
Yeah, that kicks off tomorrow. So that's just... It's a long couple, almost 2 whole weeks of sailing for these teams. It's quite the marathon, especially in this heat, and certainly less hospitable cities that they could be in. But New Orleans is certainly a fantastic host and a great spot for this event. But it certainly you do have to take the heat, humidity, and making sure your players are all staying hydrated.
100%, yeah. No, and so I think so far, I think everybody's been doing a really great job. Big shout out to Tulane University. They've been making sure that all the water jugs are constantly refilled, and some teams have their athletic trainers here and so on. And so there's a pretty good support system. And it seems as though everybody's been doing a pretty darn good job of staying hydrated, staying on their toes, and rotating quickly. And so, it's a group effort. And I think that everybody's been working really well together on that one. Here we've got a little bit of drone footage. Just waiting for this race to go off. I am curious
I think I'm hearing some horns.
So it's a little bit confusing, but if the time
There we go. I am hearing the horns blowing. So I believe that was just a warning, if not the 3 minutes. Once again, you're going to want to be looking out for Stanford and Roger Williams. We're going to have Stanford Cardinal in red boats 1, 2, 3, and Roger Williams in the black 10, 11, 12. So just keep an eye out for those boats. They're going to be this start. There they are on the screen.
Thank you for.
unless Roger Williams loses the race, in which case they don't.
Right, so we just got some clarification from Ken. It does sound like Yale only needs one more win to clinch here, or if Roger Williams loses one. So Roger, again, squaring off against Stanford in the first race of flight number 2. I think I heard some horns underway,
Yep.
so this race is about to get cooking at a not a 500-degree barbecue pace, but a slow roast. And get the chicken going, a little rotisserie,
Yeah.
and it's a slow burn. It's a slow, long burn.
Right. You know what? It sure does feel like a roast here, though, I will say. Yeah, so, when you're in this place of these teams, I also can't help but think that you're in the Final Four. If you haven't been aggressive pre-start, why not, right? Why not? What are your thoughts on that?
I think at this point, with literally 2 races remaining in the event, if you haven't shown all, you always want to keep something secret. You want to keep something in your deck, but do what you're comfortable with at this point. Why if your team is notoriously a more conservative start, maybe there's some element of surprise. You can catch the other teams they never are too aggressive, and then you are. Sure, there's that factor, but I think you just want to do at this point. You're in the Final Four. You're where you want to be. You got a shot at the podium. Do what you guys do best, and I think there's no point in switching anything up unless there's anything just drastic that needs to happen. But right now, I just don't know if that's necessary.
Yeah. What's a little trick up your sleeve you would keep?
I'm not broadcasting that. Come on.
Oh,
You literally
come
asked me
on.
to show some tricks up my sleeve. You got to keep that close to the vest regardless. I don't know who I'm team racing against next, so I don't know who's listening. It could be one of them. Could be old Mitchell Hall. I hope I see Mitch soon. I know he was tuned in earlier. Mitch, I might be calling you out here. I don't know. It's square off on a little 3v3 team racing action. Maybe make your way out to the Baldwin Cup one of these days. I don't know. Maybe the Morgan Cup. That's always a fun one too.
So from the looks of it, I'm not sure if there was a shift there, but everybody had tacked onto port at that point in time, or if they're just all matching each other that well, but now they're all back onto starboard.
I think it might be more of the latter. I think it was definitely more of just I'll do what you do situation, but they are underway racing. Again, Roger Williams in the 10, 11, 12 boats, Stanford in 1, 2, 3, the red sail numbers. And
Looks like Roger
looks pretty happy off the line. Oh, that's a fun bug. There's a spider now on on Gloria's laptop. So that's you never said that. We were saying the bugs all week, and there we go. The Final Four is when we literally get a spider that looks not small.
Yeah, I apologize, guys.
I'm glad it's over there on yours, not in front of mine.
Yeah, that's really great. I appreciate that. I also, I think what worries me more is that I cannot find the spider now.
I think it's in between one of the vents, in between one of the things on the lattices. But anyways, we got a Stanford boat number 3, spinning off the line. Not ideal. We haven't seen much umpire interaction so far in this Final Four, but we are seeing a spin there, and that's costly. That I believe that is Michelle Larkamp, and she definitely has the wheels. She's one of the best women sailors out there on the water, and needs to step on the gas right now as she is in a deep 6 off the line.
Yeah, no, that's going to be hard to come back from, especially in this breeze, without a doubt. So it's something to keep your eyes on. And did you say she was doing a 720 or a 360?
I might have been a 720. I was also distracted by the spider that was invading our workspace, but can't quite see what it was. But regardless, it's not not conducive to the team's success to be spinning off the line.
Right. So if this is the case, and I mean, I'm not even talking about it. I guess that's too far advanced thinking. But I mean, I think let's take a look. Does Stanford have two other pairs though? That's going to be crucial. Is that how can they keep two pairs off this line at this point in time? So long as they're able to keep their two pairs and slow. This might be one of those scenarios where if Stanford has two pairs, I think they're going to want to be as aggressive as possible off this starting line, knowing that they have a teammate in the deep six.
Yeah, I think they need to grab their two pairs when they can, if they know they can, and they get, hey, we'll park right here and get our teammate back in the mix.
And as of right now, looking at 10 and 1, I'm not sure that one has 10 as a pair. But they may be laying the mark, or might be way too low still, but that looks like another Roger Williams boat. It just doesn't look like one has a pair at this point in time.
It again, this lighter stuff up when it gets pretty spread out, so it's hard to see, and particularly from this angle when they're quite literally sailing directly away from where we're sitting on the second floor of Southern Yacht Club. It's kind of hard to see who is really in front and which pairs might actually be in control and which ones aren't.
That is right. From the looks of it right now, unless that Roger Williams boat that's coming up on port ley line, boat 12, has a
starboard ley line.
Starboard ley line, pardon me. It looks like this may be a 1-2, unless maybe
possibly a 1-2-3 if boat number 10 is going to get across boat number 2. I don't think they're quite there, but definitely a 1-2 for Roger Williams around this weather mark.
But even then, boat 2, their goal should just be to get around
boat
that mark.
Boat 2 is way back, so a 1-2-3 for Roger Williams. They're not going down swinging. They're not going to let the Bulldogs clinch this one until at least so far at this point in the race. They're not going to let them clinch this one quite yet.
That is right. But and a big determining factor though will be Yale's race against Georgetown as well. So Yale's upcoming race is also going to be a big one. If they lose this race, then that kind of throws things totally off.
Yeah. This is kind of what we were hoping for, that, there are these situations later in this Final Four that, it's not an auto clinch. There's nothing like that. Every race is going to count, and salivating at the thought that the last race, Roger Williams versus Yale, could come down to decide the national championship. So that's certainly a possibility. And right now, Roger Williams doing everything they can in their power to make sure that reality becomes a possibility. That possibility becomes the reality, as they're still very much in control. And then downwind, coming just off the starting line or close to it, we do have Georgetown and Yale. They seem to be doing their pre-start dancing. Yale in the blue 16, 17, 18 boats. Georgetown in the 4, 5, 6 boats. Hearing some horns, not quite exactly sure how many, but I imagine that they're at about a minute, if not sooner, in that sequence. Just heard the 30-second horn in that start, so they're within 30 seconds of starting. That's, again, Yale in blue and Georgetown in the silver.
Now, it may just be my depth perception, but it looks like Stanford has made maybe possibly a little bit of gains on at least one of the Roger Williams boats, but actually from the looks of it now, it looks like that was a clear cross.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to be hopeful.
Yeah, I appreciate the optimism, but I think boat number 12 is getting across their teammates right here behind boat number 11 in front of 10. So that's still a 1-2, possibly 3 for the Raj. They're going to be running away once they round this turning mark. But again, we've seen it before all week. We've seen these combinations get broken up, but 1-2-3, I don't think we've seen a 1-2-3 quite go by the wayside yet.
Yeah, as of right now, it looks like they might have this one locked in for themselves. It's worth noting that would mean that Stanford has one more race against Georgetown as well. So this loss, I think, would be detrimental for Stanford in terms of making it into third place.
Yeah, I think a loss here for Stanford might square off that podium, but maybe not necessarily, because if Georgetown loses to Yale,
this is true.
That would give them 8 losses, and then their last race could come down, and that could force a tie. So Roger just kind of running away with this one still. See if we can't get a look off the line. Here's a great shot. Look at that one Roger Williams boat doing everything they can. That's that boat number 10. That's the 3 right now for Roger Williams. He's got all 3 Stanford Cardinal right where he wants them, right in his claws, if you will, for the Hawks. So you see those 2 Roger Williams boats sailing away. Boat number 10 just gonna create all kinds of havoc that they can as they clinch that one. So here we have
the Georgetown Hoyas against Yale University.
Georgetown against Yale. Again, Georgetown in these gray boats.
4, 5, 6, and Yale in 16, 17, 18.
So based off of this drone shot, it looks like Yale has maybe 1 pair. I can't quite tell who's out in front. There is another pair out left just outside of our frame. They're coming back into the picture on port, so we'll be seeing them in just a second. Can't quite see. There they are there. Can't quite tell who they are as far as crossing goes, but the Yale boat is to leeward. I'd imagine slightly bow out, but again, can't quite fully see from this angle.
Yeah, and in terms of ladder runs, it looks like that Georgetown boat was slightly higher than the Yale boat, but once again, I don't think we'll have a clear image of where these boats are and who's advantaged on who until they round mark.
Yeah.
one.
Well, here's a great.
So yes, 16 from Yale is crossing their own teammate. It's a matter of how close are they going to come in to interact with that other Georgetown boat that's high up.
Yeah, far left on our screens, boat number 6. I think 16 not quite going to get there. So boat number 5 setting up nicely for the Hoyas. They might try to get a little pick on 16 and get their teammate around in boat number 6. And all of a sudden, Georgetown could be looking at a 1-2 at the moment.
If I'm 16.
If they're get across that Yale boat, so.
Oh, but 16 wasn't laying, or they were not laying the mark, which is pretty detrimental. But it looks like they'll be able to hold a pin on boat 5.
They did get that pick. 16 did get that pick on boat number 5. Held that pin just long enough. So a 2-3-4 for Yale, but the 2 Georgetown boats are a little bit of a sloppy tack there from boat number 5 coming in right behind. So 1-5-6 for Georgetown chasing, but we've seen this has been the most broken up combo that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah,
I think.
which I'm quite surprised by, because usually the 2-3-4 is the most stable.
But it's a narrative that we've been hammering, and it sounds redundant at this point, but because it is so light, the balancing is so important, and these pairs can just get so skewed so quickly by just a random puff or someone getting downspeed just long enough.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for 17 to be pushing the 1 to keep moving forward. And then we're going to be looking for a good, 16 to possibly be putting in a good hit on the 4 and 5 when possible. Obviously, they just want to keep sailing fast, and we're going to want to see them balancing on this downwind without a doubt. I would say that right now they're all quite close to one another, but here we are. We're seeing 17 cover the left side of the course. I'm seeing some pretty strong jibes here from Yale as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
those are looking very good.
Very crisp.
Oh, yeah. Saucy.
There's a difference between saucy and crisp. We can get into that later, but those are 2 very different adjectives to describe something. I can promise you that. So right now, all Georgetown needs to do to get back in this race is they just need to get 1, and all of a sudden, boat number 5, with a little bit of boat speeds, is boat number 4 not quite on 16's win, but seeing 5 now starting to fully blanket. And as we see, Georgetown boat number 6 has seemed to give up the 1 at the moment, but I think that's okay.
We've seen it earlier today where, people in the 2-3-4, you see the 2 creep up and snatch the 1, but we've seen that actually make some plays fall apart today. So, it's a little bit risque, I think. But so long as I think 17, if they're going to take the 1, I think most importantly you got to make sure that you might as well just go for that conversion to a play 1 immediately.
And that could have been they could have taken that. Boat 17 could have taken that just out of like a lack of breeze. Like that boat is parked. Like it'd
right.
be,
Right.
It wasn't like a full on. It wasn't like a full on like situation like dangling the carrot is the expression you've been using so well. It could have just been like I'd be foolish not to take this. So let's see how 17 now in the 1. Can they convert this into a 1-2, potentially a 1-2-3? Boat number 4
Wow.
Not going to have room. This is when you were saying might get the umpires involved. This might be the best situation to see that.
I'm seeing some hand movement here from Ahoya.
Yeah, so we're seeing the 3 Yale boats out in front, and boat number 6 kind of being the only shot right now, unless boat 4 has some boat speed getting over the top. If 6 is affecting those other 2 boats.
18's struggling. I mean, 18's main is luffing pretty hard here. They're getting stopped here.
Yeah, boat 18 absolutely parked boat 4 going over the top of 17. Boat 5 going over the top of 17. So 6, now a 2-3-5 right now for the Hoyas.
I'm immediately thinking play 4 right here. Right, so I want to be seeing 17 playing hard.
Right, and you're seeing that right now. Immediate recognition. 17 goes for that bump on boat number 6, immediately putting them into last. So 1-4-5 now for Yale. At least that's the play as boat number 5's coming in hot on starboard. Going to force 18 to jibe.
Overlap broken. I like how they're showing it with their hands as well, right?
Yeah, so 2-3-4, and we're going to see boats number 4 and 5 clamp down hard on boat number 18.
Yeah, but look at 17 was merciless.
Dramatic tiller movement from boat number 5. I thought that might have really parked them, but I guess 18 was down speed enough too. So boat number 4 going to come back, set themselves up nicely, I hope, to plant on boat 18.
But wow, 17 is not holding back from Yale right now. I mean, they're doing multiple jibes to slow down that 6 and make sure that they're now, both literally and figuratively, boat 6, they're making sure that they're staying in the 6.
They're putting them in the 6 with a capital S.
Oof.
As we're seeing boat number 4 crack down a little bit to get on 18, trying to set up that wall, but does 18 have the wheels to kind of hang on there? And boat 5, interestingly enough, tacking out. I think they did that because they were not in a position to really set up the wall.
Oh.
So boat 5 tacking out. I think they're staying away. They're not cracking down to latch on to 17. There's enough gauge there. So are they just turning into my pair can convert faster than your pair on the right?
That just appears to be that way. I mean, to me, it looked like boat 5 came back over and started putting the hammer down on 17 here. But 17 looked a little bit down speed, but it looks like they were able to come out just fine. So I imagine that for the rest of this upwind, 17 will not leave 6's hip.
Yeah, and just checking in, we did focus on this race, but Roger Williams did indeed win that with a 1-2-3 over Stanford. So Roger Williams still very much alive, very much hoping that the Hoyas can pull out this win here, come back. But the Eli's, Yale looking stout. But this is when it gets really fun because pairs separate 3 versus 3 at this point, and who can convert faster. And right now it looks like 17's doing a tremendous job not letting any of these Hoya boats through. As 16 comes back.
Talk about a good tack there from 17. They just had one tack, and they propelled forward. Bow out on 5 now. I believe, let's try and get a closer look. I think that's Sean Harvey and Sonia Lingos-Utley, and those two have been having such great boat speed all season long.
So here's a crossing situation. We have boat number 6 for Georgetown, who we saw deep in the 6, catching right back up. So Yale seems to be in a 1-3, maybe 1-4 at the moment, but they do have boat number 17, who now seems to have sailed themselves into last. But again, all of a sudden, vulnerable left. For all 3 Yale boats, all 3 Yale boats are on the left side of the race course after seeing 17 tack back finally. So that can get a little hairy. Just one side might tend to pay off.
You know, I think this is a case of them
huge duck from boat number 18 on 4. So all of a sudden, Georgetown with an opportunity to go 2-3-4. We're seeing an umpire hail from boat 18. Umpires were right there. Not quite sure. It might have been a quick green that we saw. No penalty. So Georgetown pulling out all the stops to try to get back into this race. Yale
big duck
clinging on.
5.
Little dial down from boat number 18 on 5.
But look at that. The duck really, really killed the speed on Georgetown boat 5 here. Now I don't know, they seem very, very down speed here.
Yeah, remember, a Yale win here will indeed clinch the championship for them, but right now trying to hold on. Can they hold on to that 1-3 combination as we're pulling in? Everyone's light. Everyone's shooting up super high. Boat number 18 peels out. 16 down speed. We're seeing some aggressive maneuvering from all boats.
This is one of those moments where we were talking about, right? You leave one of those boats that was far behind, right? Boat 5. coming out of nowhere
So
here.
huge tack from boat number 5 is boat 17 going to get across, and I think that they might, and they do. And Yale's going to get the 1 and the 2. And I believe that the Yale Bulldogs have just won the 2022 College Sailing Team Racing National Championship. For seeing the players start to react out there on the water. They do still have one more race to sail.
Wow. Look at that. Look at those hugs out there. That's got to be a great feeling right there. And that was a tight race, without a doubt.
Yes, that was one of the tightest races we've seen so far, especially in this Final Four. But celebrations aplenty. Congratulations to the Yale Bulldogs winning their first team racing championship since all the way back in 2019.
2019. So this is a second team race national championship for Sean Harvey and Sonia Lingo-Sutley. So that must be a great feeling for them, especially because they took this last year off, right? And they came back and they were, talk about hungry, they were hungry for another national championship under their belt. So looking at the roster for Yale University Bulldogs, we have Jack Agan, 25, Sean Harvey, class of 2022, Teddy Nicolosi, class of 24, Catherine Webb, class of 23, Sonia Lingo-Sutley, class of 22, and Anisha Arcott, class of 23. So look at that. They're splashing one another with their bailers, having a good time. And for this next race,
I think they're not going full dive into the water yet because they still have one more race to sail. And I thinking the judges and the race committee say, hey, guys, let's not get carried away. We still got 2 more races we have to get off here.
Yeah.
So it looks like Roger Williams has then locked up second place, and Georgetown has clinched third, as they would own the tiebreaker over Stanford.
But, we still got 2 more races left.
Yeah, we're still here for 2 more races.
Yeah, so it sounds like everybody's kind of clinched their positions. Everybody's in a solid – we've got our top 3 boats here. We've got our podium winners for the national championship, But it's not over yet. We've still got 2 more races, and I think end of the day, let's see what happens.
It's unfortunate that it's great.
You're like,
I had
gosh.
a thought. Let me finish, please. It's you want the Final Four to be as exciting, get down that last race. But what's special now that all 4 boats, it seems to have all 4 teams have locked into their podium positions. This could be cool. There could be some seniors on that team that might not have gotten too much playing time, if any playing time at all this week so far. And this could be an opportunity for their coaches to let them get in, have that one more race just for fun, just have fun out there. And obviously Roger Williams is going to give it their all against Yale because they want to win the regatta. Yeah, Yale's going to be the champion, but Roger Williams can still say, hey, we won, we beat you 2 times out of 3 this week, and giving you 2 of your 4 losses that would be. So it's certainly some playing for some pride, and it'd be really cool if some of these seniors can get in just to get that experience, one shot. For these seniors, it goes by quick, and it's that last team race. You'll never forget that.
Oh, gosh, that's very heartfelt and very, very true, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Gosh, that hit deep.
I remember my last college sailing race.
Oh, I do too.
That was it was the senior national. It was the nationals my senior year down in St. Pete, and I think we got like 10th or something. I don't know. Nothing glamorous, but we are seeing some celebration now.
Somebody's in the water.
Yeah, yeah, somebody's in the water. There they are, climbing back in, boat number 18. Not quite sure who that is for Yale, but huge congratulations. This is phenomenal sailing top to bottom. I think we were saying coming into this week, Yale certainly was one of, if not the obvious favorite, just kind of running the table all season, just continuing that phenomenal team racing dominance that Zach Leonard has cooking up there up in New Haven. So that makes national championships for Yale since they won their first one finally in 2013. They won 2013, 14, 15, 16, so that was 4 in a row. And then the Cougars snatched 2 away in 17 and 18. And then Yale won again in 19. Navy won last season. And Yale just continuing. Took them a while. Took them a really long time to win that first team racing title. But I think they're considering the history of their program and how long that program's been sailing and how long they've been around. They've been absolutely flexing their muscles and making up for lost time in the team racing department. So again, huge congratulations to all the Yale Bulldogs out there. I know a lot of alumni are out there tuning in. Chris Segerblom, Heather Hutchings now, just to say a few. Graham Landy, Marley.
I got some too. We got KB Knapp. We've got Grace Ann Nicolosi.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's cool, and it's a really fun time when all the alumni. I'm sure there's some pretty fun Yale group texts popping off right now, and it's just fun, and to see celebration, and just I'm excited to see them as they like we said, we still have one more race to sail for both of these teams, so it's not officially over yet, but we're hoping that they can get going here soon. Rotate as we're seeing them trying to rotate right now,
we
but
got some waters being thrown as well.
Yeah, Zach Leonard just says, hey, not over, stay hydrated. But I'm excited to see when they make their way back in here. The celebration, usually some dock throwing, some jumping in, just cheers, a lot of friends and family and supporters here for all these teams, all these programs. But it's always cool and special to see that support up close.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, yeah, I can only imagine how happy the coaches are right now. I mean, talk about a strong female team racing presence, and now their open team racing team as well. So, that's two out of 2 for the team race national championships for the Yale Bulldogs. So they must be stoked, and, I just want to see a good last race here. Let's see what happens. And, it's very well deserved. Very well deserved. They've had a very strong season, and I look forward to watching how they're going to do for the Open Fleet Race National Championship and for the Women's Fleet Race National Championship. I mean, I think they have a strong presence all around, so we'll see if they have some more trophies to claim. And it looks like the breeze is cooperating for these final 2 races. We just want to crank these bad boys out. And, I'm not seeing too much of a lull out by the bridge. So I'm hoping this sticks for these final 2.
Yeah, that target area, we kind of keep our eyes trained where it might get glassy first, right underneath the bridge there. It was getting glassy earlier, but seems to have subsided.
Yeah, so stay tuned, folks. It's not over yet. It may be via the leaderboard, but I still think that these last 2 races will be exciting nonetheless. So it's definitely worth watching. I mean, we've got Stanford and Georgetown and Roger Williams versus Yale. Keep in mind, Roger Williams versus Yale. This is the top 2 leaders of the entire regatta, both fighting neck and neck and neck the whole time. And so it'll be great to see who out of those 2 will be winning that 3rd race total that they've been sailing together.
Yeah, I mean, as far as races go, I think that last race against Georgetown, that was about as epic of a conclusion as you can ask for to clinch it. Georgetown, they were deep, but they fought back so hard. Huge credit to those Hoyas for clawing their way back into that race, and certainly shaking up, made the Bulldogs start to definitely hear some footsteps. But it might have been a little too late, and not enough race course. But certainly, I'm sure we're going to see some phenomenal sportsmanship. These are teams that are just the powerhouses, the traditional college sailing powerhouses, and
Yep, keep the comments flowing as well, guys.
Apologies if you're over on the Facebook feed and can't quite hear us. Not quite sure what's going on there. It seems to be all good over on the YouTube page. Just checking in on the comment section over there. But yeah, I was kind of monologuing, and I think you can do the math, you can do the numbers, run back, do some statistical digging. You got to think in the last at least decade or so, particularly, I guess we can pin when Yale finally won their first team racing Final Four, even a little bit before that. It's always some combination of the Yales, the Roger Williams, Georgetown, Boston College, Charleston, Stanford, St. Mary's. Those seem to be the tried and true, the teams that you always see at least some combination. At least two of those, however many listed off, 6 or 7, seem to be up there. Stanford, obviously, in the last 6 or 7 years, really coming on strong, just building some phenomenal programs. Going back to when I was still in school, you had Mateo, you had Kevin Lobby, you had Oliver Toole, and their phenomenal crews. They were making the trek across every week. So, it's just great. At the end of the day, it is the best teams that the cream always rises to the top, and you know, I guess are we if you had told me back in March that Yale was going to win this event, I'd probably think, yeah, I'd probably believe you. But it was a little bit of an unorthodox route for them to get there. Roger Williams looked phenomenal in that first round, undefeated, entered the final 8 as the number 1 seed, lost a couple. Yale just consistent, stayed strong, came back to win some pretty epic races, and at the end of the day, that's all you can really hope for as a coach and as a program.
And it looks like this Georgetown and Stanford race is underway.
Alrighty.
So we've got Stanford University in red boats 1, 2, and 3, and Georgetown University Hoyas in black boats 10, 11, 12. So let's keep an eye on this race. I believe.
Are they racing?
Yeah,
they're getting close to the start.
No. Well, they're in sequence.
Yeah, they're in sequence. Oh, I thought you meant that they were off the line. I was like, that's pretty.
No. They are in sequence.
It's pretty casual upwind sailing, but
no.
You got to be. I think we just heard maybe a 10 or 20 about a 20-second horn.
So it looks like Stanford is leading these 2 Georgetown boats to the line. What I want to see is who's going to be winning the pin here. So boat 2 looks short of the pin and almost hitting it, but just nearly missing that pin. You know, having a rough pin start, it's definitely not what you want to be seeing today, but it looks like they're still getting a boat out to the left. Boat 3, Michelle Larkamp, who has put in a stellar performance this regatta without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
She is easily one of the top female sailors that we have seen, and she is not just killing it on the women's circuit, but she is absolutely doing stellar in the open fleet circuit as well.
Yeah, and I know that starting a couple, I guess days ago, once nationals, I don't want to say week because it certainly is longer than a week. That's when the All-American committees start to powwow, put their heads together to try to figure out who can walk away as the coveted All-Americans at the end of the season. I know that's the bane of a lot of coaches' existence to have to sit through. Those are some long meetings that go very, very late into the night. But it seems as though someone like Michelle, who is considered by many to be one of the favorites for the women's college sailor of the year. Certainly, a performance like this is definitely going to help her case.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm curious to see the pairs off the lines. So it looks like Stanford boat 2 is behind 12. But once again, they only need 2 pairs.
We're within earshot of the Southern Yacht Club pool, and it sounds pretty lit over there right now. There's some kids definitely having a good time over there. I'm kind of jealous. It's like, I kind of want to jump in the pool at some point, but not yet. 2 more races.
Yeah. We'll see if the winners are going into the lovely lake or maybe into the pool.
How deep is it here?
That's a great question. I do know this much information that inside of this little canal, the rocks, you can't see the rocks along the edges, but apparently they're there. So you need to really, really stay in the center here.
Gotcha.
When you're, coming in for rotations or leaving on a power boat and so on. So let's see, we've got the Stanford race coming up to Mark 1 soon here. We've got a lee bow from boat 1, believed to be Jack Parkin, going for a lee bow on boat 12. And I would say that's a pretty good lee bow. He looks like he'll be able to pinch off the Georgetown Hoya in boat 12. Actually, even going for a luff up here. But that's a tough position to be in because as they tacked off, they will be in boat 10's bad air. So let's see if they can come and 10 tacks off. So let's see if boat 2 can make anything happen here, but it looks like 12 is crossing them clearly here. So I would say that they're all relatively quite close to one another coming up to boat Mark 1 here.
Yeah, again, a lot of the final 4 positions are all finalized, and everyone's kind of clinched into their spot. But a lot of it's just playing for pride, and maybe, like I was saying, maybe some seniors got in. Maybe it's not the usual starters that are out there right now for both of these teams. Just having some fun out there, enjoying the pressure. We could see some sailors that might see some time in the co-ed or the women's fleet. So hey, here's a day of sailing. Here's even just a little bit, so you can get a taste of the conditions. But yeah, right now it looks like Georgetown, with boat number 1 spinning.
Boat 11.
Boat 11 spinning as the 3 Stanford boats 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously all tack, and it's a 1, 2, it's a 2, 3, 4 for the Cardinal.
Yeah, I mean, I think this will be interesting. Yeah, and like you were saying, that Stanford knows at this point in time, I'm sure, that they're not in the top 3, they're not on the podium. But if I was one of those seniors on the Stanford team, my biggest thing would be, hey, you know what? This is our last race together for team racing ever. We just gotta go have fun,
right.
And whatever happens, but let's go have some fun. Let's not get all hot and heated. Let's just end the season on a bang, have a good time, do our best, and see where that takes us. And right now we're watching them, and they're in a decent plate 2 here. So long as they keep 12 behind them, I don't even think they're going to have to worry about Georgetown's 6th place boat.
No, I don't think so either.
No,
and as we just saw in the corner of our frame, that Yale Roger Williams race just got underway. Yale was in the blue boats, Roger in the 4.56. But here's a great shot of this race coming down here for Mark into Mark 3. Yeah, pretty solid play 2 for Stanford. And like we were saying, this race, it's everything's been clinched, but 2 teams are going to win in their team racing seasons with a win.
Right.
2 of them are going to end with a loss. And Georgetown might be locked into 3rd. Stanford might be locked into 4th. But it's like, I want to win with a win. That's something that they can, At the end, you want to go home at least like, hey, we won the last race, and it's you always hope you do better. You always hope, you wish we cracked that top 3, got into that podium. But again, just as far as anything goes, just you want to win your season. You want to end the season on a high note, and winning the last race is certainly something that they can do.
Right, and you got to commend the Stanford team. I mean, you can tell that they definitely are strong team racers. Their women's team just finished up 3rd at the first ever women's team race national championship, and so that's another one of those teams where they've got some depth, and it's very clear that they've got some great other Cardinal to practice against at every single practice. And you spend so much time with your teammates. We haven't even mentioned that you spend day and night with your teammates on your college sailing team, and when you're on a team racing team together, you grow that much stronger. We're talking like endless conversations on and off the water together, and you sort of form a certain kind of bond, and so that especially makes every single race all that more special.
Yeah,
and so
we were chatting with the Stanford coaches yesterday. Chris Clevin took over that program a couple years ago as the new head coach, and Chris himself, a phenomenal sailor, All-American crew at Hobart William Smith back when he was doing that, and he is Griner Hobbs, another Hobart William Smith alum, who actually won this event a couple years back, I believe, and just very a younger, energetic, enthusiastic coaching staff, and it's it sounds like they got some good recruits coming in, phenomenal coaching staff top down. I think they have Augie Dale as well, Charleston alum, and it's just a solid, enthusiastic coaching staff is all the makings of a great team. And I think Stanford, as we say, I think I might have left them out, unfortunately, when I was saying the other teams that are your perennial top 4 finishers, but Stanford definitely is a program. It's weird to say program on the rise because they're already in the Final 4, but I don't see any reason why they don't they don't win this event in the next 4 or 5 years once Chris and Griner can really sink their teeth into the recruiting thing and overhaul, make that program theirs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Build the culture that they want to build.
And yeah, they're doing a very good job with that, without a doubt. So looking at this race, so long as it looks like maybe Stanford has the 1 in this race, and they have, let's see, I'm curious to see, boat 3 is ducking boat 10 here. So maybe there looks like there's been a little bit of a change up here in the positions. This might add a little bit of spice to the finish here. Maybe Georgetown looks like they may have gotten themselves back in this race. This is what we were talking about this whole time, is working and making sure that you're balancing in that play too, in the 2-3-4. And so maybe something slipped up here, or maybe one of the Georgetown boats had gotten a piece of the Stanford Cardinal, but as of right now, I wouldn't say it does not look like they're in a 2-3-4 anymore. And here we're seeing 10 going for a dial down on the Stanford Cardinal. I think this is anybody's race at this point in time. This is definitely one of those stirrups on that final upwind.
Hard to fully see how far away they are, how many boat lengths to the finish line. They are right there.
Boat 3 is far out to the right. I'm not sure what happened there.
Boat 10 for Georgetown seems to be dialing down. That not quite dialing down. Looked like they're a little bit closer to boat number 2. So Georgetown's gonna, looks like boat number 10 is gonna have the 1. Might be an easy. It might be a 1-3 or a 1.
Looks like Georgetown may or may not have clinched the 1-3 here, breaking Stanford's. But it's hard to tell because now looking at 11 looks much further back than we had originally thought. So let's see. We've got boat 2, 3, and 1. So it looks like, from the looks of it, it looks like Stanford was able to hold that 2-3-4.
You're right. We will await official confirmation on that race, and then we have the final race, this Roger Williams Yale race coming across our screen. And I misspoke earlier when I was talking about the Stanford coaching staff. Greiner did not win the Wood. That was other assistant coach Augie Dale as Charleston. As I've said, Charleston, Yale, and Navy are the only programs to win this event since 2012. The last school before that was Roger Williams, actually, in 2011 up at the Gorge, which was a fun one. So I apologize for making that mistake, and a Cougar alum was the one to correct me on that.
Your own team.
I know. You lose track of your alma mater. Who won what?
Ready? Pop quiz. What's my name?
Well, Julie. No, I'm kidding, Gloria.
Alrighty, so let's take a look at this Raj and Yale race. Currently, it looks like Yale has a 1-2-5 here, but I would say that this race is not yet over. It looks like Raj is not too far behind the Yale team.
Yeah, again, Yale in blue, Roger Williams in the 4, 5, 6 boats, making their way around mark number 3, or is that mark number 4? That's mark number 4. Excuse me.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I was a little bit confused there too. But yeah, that looks like a solid 1-2 here for Yale. They just want to end the day on a good note, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
Punctuation mark.
They're riding the high from the win.
3-0 through that round, and just leave no doubt.
Yeah, and this fleet has been incredibly competitive throughout this entire event.
Absolutely.
So to go into the Final Four after having a few digs today, going into the Final Four and just going 3-0. We'll see what happens this race, but as of the way it's looking right now, to go 3-0, that is no easy feat.
Yeah, that's not easy in any context.
Right, and of course it definitely helps to have built up a bit of that cushion. But without a doubt, this has been one of the most competitive team races that there have been. So hats off to the Yale Bulldogs especially.
So Stanford did win that with a 2-3-4 as they're making their way in, putting them at a 16-9 overall record, tied with Georgetown, also at 16-9. But Georgetown did win their head-to-head tiebreaker, so Georgetown will indeed hang on to that third-place spot, as Ken Legler enlightened us about earlier. But Yale just hanging on again. All these races and spots and positions have been clinched, but Yale right now very much hanging on to this 1-2, looking to put an exclamation point on this phenomenal day of racing. Yes, they are the winners. They're the big winners. But you know who the real winners are? The fans at home who have been taking their time out of the last couple of days to tune in and follow us and stay tuned and connected to all the coverage. It's so great that we're able to bring this stream to you guys. We have an awesome team, and it's been a lot of fun. You got a lot of great racing left later in the week, some awesome co-ed racing, some awesome women's racing, and it's going to only get more exciting and better. And it's fun. It's fun for myself. I know Gloria had a great time. Unfortunately, we will not be here for the other part of the race,
right?
Of the other part of the week. So this is just the team racing. This will be our farewell as we wrap up here. But Yale going through easily, hanging on to that race over Roger Williams. So Yale with the punctuation mark finish, finishing an exceptional 22-3 overall record, winning the 2022 Walter C. Wood Trophy. Let's take one more final look at the final standings just to see how this all kind of shook out.
You know, you were saying, appreciation to the teams and all that stuff. You know who really deserves appreciation, from these sailors is their parents, right? Their parents and their coaches. Think about how appreciative you should be of your parents. Like, parents are the ones that would wake up early and take you to practice every day or stay up late and pick you up from practice, right? You got to give big kudos to your parents. I especially, I'm definitely going to use this one as a plug. Thank you to my mom and dad and sister. All three of them, they've definitely helped me out so much throughout my entire sailing career and so on. And, and all the coaches, right? So you've got coaches from all the way from, people have coaches from the Opti days and so on.
You see that whole pontoon boat looks full of what I'm guessing Yale parents, as we're seeing the Yale sailors finally getting that chance to jump into the water here on Lake Pontchartrain and really just soaking in and enjoy the moment. And it is special. This is really cool that we get to watch this and just the jubilation and it's a lot of, for this Yale team, they didn't get to go to the Nationals last year. There was no Nationals in 2020, and so this has kind of been something that's been a long time coming and something that they've been waiting for, and I'm glad that they finally are able to,
reclaim that title.
Reclaim their title, top of the throne of the college sailing team racing circuit, and just enjoy that. Big group hug there in the water. That's awesome. These photos are going to last a lifetime, and frankly, we're talking about some of the parents. They might need to clean up. Some of these Yale parents might need to clean off some mantle space to make room for all this hardware that all these sailors, all these Bulldogs keep on winning.
Right,
but,
absolutely.
It's just super cool seeing the moment, and these parents, they're Bulldog pride, Bulldog Nation. If any of you are still tuned in. It's 4:30 here. Some of you on the East Coast time may have already started to celebrate on your own accord in your living rooms or out at your favorite establishments. But
now take it easy. It's a Wednesday night.
Congratulations to all of you Bulldogs, and it's great. And
absolutely.
I think we're going to leave these images here. I don't really have much more to say
after
this. I don't know.
Thank you guys so much for having us. This is my first broadcast, maybe not my last. We'll see if I'm ever invited back for more. I don't know.
We'll put in a good word for you.
I
think you did a tremendous job in your first time doing this.
I gotta say, what makes it? A good co-commentator.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
There we
so
go.
That's my plug for you.
Now I'm
so
all warm and fuzzy inside.
Yeah, I'm grateful for you. So you've definitely made this much easier for my first time, and big shout out to Tulane once again for hosting and all of our sponsors, and big shout out to our coaches, and all the coaches have been so incredible through all this, the umpires, the race committee, PRO, and so on. This is a huge group effort. This is not an easy task to host a college sailing nationals and host a darn good one, so it's a big shout out to everybody, and it is a great group collaborative effort, and everybody's done such a great job. So just a big round of applause to everybody that was involved in helping make this happen. And it's happy to see college sailing coming back to its true form after a rough 2 years. So big shout out to the Bulldogs, the champs here, and I hope everybody had a great time listening back home. I hope that we were able to provide you with good enough content and so on. But
give you an excuse to not do any work for a day and a half. No, this has been super fun, and we're going to go enjoy the moment and watch. Hopefully we'll have these images up on the screen still, watching these sailors come in, and they have the dock celebration on land with their co-competitors, the rest of their teammates, and I don't know. As far as any other notes go, I think I'm all content. I'm all talked out. For myself, Brooks Clark, Gloria,
and for Gloria
I was gonna say it right,
Kevlicute.
Gloria Kevlicute. It's been a tremendous honor to deliver you all this fun team racing action.
Yep.
So long from New Orleans. Enjoy yourselves. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you another time.
Thanks, guys.